Welcome to Championship Sunday. I'm Marissa Roberto, delighted to be with you today to play a little catch up on how we got here and who we'll be seeing take the virtual stage here at the Collegiate Esports National Championship. So let's say you're new here. That's cool. Me too. Let's talk about what this is. CENC is providing a multi-day, multi-game esport title competitive experience broadcast across multiple Twitch channels, the Esports U Network, and on ESTV domestically and globally. 48 teams from four-year colleges representing multiple associations, conferences, and esports power programs are all participating in the CENC, marking this the first time teams from across the entire collegiate esports ecosystem will go head-to-head for the crowning of a true national champion. The teams competing in the four-year championships have been broken down into 16 teams across the three titles: Overwatch, Super Smash Bros., and Rocket League. This is a completely remote broadcast. The event itself brought in talent from across each game's community, featuring caster talent and gaming community influencers, plus notable schools and teams for each game. Your champions in all three games will be crowned today, so stay tuned for each final matchup. Before the games begin, we'll be chatting with some of our casters from this week to catch up on all the hype moments, key players, and predictions for what might come. So first up, we have one of my faves in the esports scene here to chat about what we've seen so far in Rocket League throughout the Collegiate Esports National Championship. It's Lawler. Lawler. Oh my gosh, it's been so long since you and I have been on broadcast together. I miss you, man.
Yeah, it's been too long. I might be in your neck of the woods actually here sooner than later, so keep that in mind. We got to do some talking off camera. Yeah, we'll talk off camera. Don't worry.
For everyone watching is Canada. So
oh, I know.
Yeah, love to see it. Love to see it. Listen, man, it's been quite a ride for you so far in this tournament. So how is it going? How are you feeling? Are you excited about this competition?
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. We've had some issues with just like scheduling stuff due to the fact that Smash wants to keep going all day long, which I'm all for. I love Smash. So we've ran into some hiccups here and there, but the guys have bounced back really well, which is really exciting to see that these teams, obviously, despite the adversity, are able to still come out and give us a bunch of really good shows. We've got pretty much 4 teams that we expected to be in the championship Sunday day, and all 4 of them are here. So things are going as expected, which makes for really good competition later on. You know, as you can see by the bracket here, Northwood is our #1 seed. This is a team that has been absolutely dominant in the collegiate scene for quite a while, whether it be at Carball or the CRL or the Collegiate Rocket League tournaments that are $75,000 scholarships, like a ton of different stuff. That's kind of like the bread and butter of the collegiate scene. So Northwood, our #1 seed, still here. Akron, another team. We've got a couple of these teams that are also having some pro players on their rosters that are also college players. So there has been a lot of high-level play that's just been step after step. It just keeps getting better. Like a lot of people come in with this like connotation of this preconceived notion that like collegiate esports isn't as good as the pro scene. And yeah, there's arguments there because it's obviously the pros, but the benefit of this is you get kind of a different level of experience. And my favorite thing is, because our pro scene starts so young, is you get some personality. You get some of these guys that aren't afraid to sit and talk to the camera and have a little bit of banter and you know, spit their game a little bit. So it's been a lot of fun. Just get to talk to some of the older crew and having some real interviews. No offense to the pro scene, but step it up, boys.
I love that so much. Well, that's the thing, right? When you get up there in life, especially when you're a pro, like there are the younger boys and girls that are kind of come up and make a name for themselves too, right? And that's what you have to do in this space. I feel like offer a little personality, because we want to be able to tell your stories. And when you show us that personality, it's easier for us to tell those stories, right? So, I mean, I saw the interview. Right, I saw the interview with the kid from Indiana who was really excited to just be like 8 seed coming in and playing the 1st seed. Like he was just so jazzed about it. And I know jazzed, I'm so Canadian. Like I'm keeping this real wholesome around here. But have you been kind of blown away by these kids? And do you actually see some of them making it into the pro scene?
So some of them, like I said, already are. So the nice thing is, the nice thing, kind of the weird thing obviously about Rocket League is you can start at 15. So the guys that are up and comers and really talented kind of already are in the pro scene and then college afterwards. But there is one player in particular that does play for one of the top rosters by the name of Tristan, who if you know Justin, who is like one of the most mechanical players in all of Rocket League, this player Tristan got compared to the Justin of CRL or the Justin of collegiate. And because of his
Dang.
performances and his standout performances in the collegiate system, he ended up getting picked up, and now he plays for one of the best teams in the world. So it is possible to make that transition, even if you are part of the older age demographic. So there
Yeah.
is 100% a possibility. All you need is the platform, and collegiate's another one of those ways to do it. So yeah, it's definitely a
Right.
possibility.
Yeah, I was just gonna say because people often ask, because you and I dabble in different esports scenes, and one of the
Mhm.
main questions that gets asked is, "How do I get there? How do I get people to notice me?" And obviously, it's putting in time and scrimming online and just getting a name for making a name for yourself there. But when you have an opportunity like this, when you're going to school to showcase your talent, I just feel like, God, the world could be yours because so many people are watching.
Yeah, it's
It's
I mean the concept of the grind, as I'm sure you're well
yeah.
aware of as well, is definitely a real thing. Obviously there's all these conversations. We saw the thing recently with a certain comedian, if you want to call him that, talking about how Twitch is a waste of time, watching Twitch and this and that. And it's just like
Oh yeah.
at the end of the day, it's all entertainment, right? Like we're all just sitting here watching, enjoying a thing, just like people sit and watch sports every weekend. It's the same
Exactly.
concept. It's just there are people that are very good at what they do at a very high level. So these players are putting in tons of hours between practice and also balancing school and everything else, just like other athletes. So at the end of the day, it's to me a horse apiece. It's all the same thing, just
Mm.
a different medium.
Yeah, exactly. I did see that comedian. I did make a TikTok about it. I thought it was
Oh,
hilarious, but not in the way that he wanted. Okay, so I need to know who your pick is for who you think will actually go all the way, and is it an underdog?
No, I don't think any underdogs are going to be
Oh,
winning this one. There's a lot of really good talent still left available. The easiest one is obviously our number one seed in Northwood University. I know all three
mm,
of these players personally. I've been watching them in my career for probably about 4 or 5 years now. There's some
oh.
OGs. They've been around for a really long time, and now they're just old enough to go to college. Is pretty much what it feels like. So Northwood with Pirates, Noxus, and Buddy, who have been around since like 2016, 2017 when the game came out, are clear favorites. But you still got to pay attention to some of these other rosters. You've got Akron, who is the only team that gave them a loss in the collegiate system in another tournament. They have
Mm,
Tristan, that highlight player from E United, on their roster. You'd also look at Winthrop, who's also a very talented team. They've got T. Carell, who plays for the Sonics, also a pro player. So a lot of talent still left available. We got 3 matches today, and they're all going to be just spicy. I can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I love that. What do you think it's just like they're still rookies, but they're basically veterans in the scene now. When you think of
Oh,
someone
yeah,
like Garrett
100%.
G, like
Like,
so young, but a vet in the scene. We look to him for advice. It's crazy to think about. Rocket League is basically the only scene that can do that. When you are thinking about these guys going into a day like today, because obviously it's super important, what would you think their night before would be like? How are they prepping for today?
most likely, I assume there's taken some time to do some replay analysis, just kind of
Mm,
communicating and talking about like any of the small, minute differences of like, hey, we messed up here, there. These are the type of things. The nice thing a lot of these rosters have is veteran talent. Like I mentioned, they've been doing it
mm,
for quite a while. A lot of seniors actually playing as well. So I think just that line of communication of like, yeah, we did these things well. Let's keep that up. And then actually getting a good night's rest. I know it sounds
yeah.
crazy as a college student, but a full 8 hours is actually a really big deal, especially in a highly mechanical game like Rocket League. You need to be rested because mechanics are everything in this game. And if you're feeling
Uh,
off, it's going to be noticeable.
I mean, hopefully they are feeling at their peak and they got all the rest they needed. Before I let you go here, any standouts, anything that we as viewers should be watching for, and any specific players that we should be watching for?
In particular, other than the ones I've already mentioned, I will go with the underdog. Indiana University has been a surprise. They've got a lot of fight in them. We weren't exactly sure what version of this team we were going to get because they have such a varying roster. But they
Mm,
have one player, Yo Big E, in particular, who is speedy. He does a lot of really good things in regards to just lack of hesitation. Very urgent to the ball, cuts off a lot of plays, and against some of these big teams that do a lot of crossfield passing and a lot of pressure, being able to cut
mm.
that off and intercept it per se is a really big deal. And he has been doing that consistently both in the quarterfinals and the semifinals. So hopefully he can pull it together here when it matters most against the top dogs, because they are placing against the first seed overall. So it's going to be a tough one, but
Yeah.
my eyes are on Biggie. He's been playing well. So can he do it against the best of the best? That's a different story.
Only time will tell, my friend. We didn't even talk about your co-caster here.
Yeah, it's
He's
fine.
awesome.
Yeah, I've been casting with Super like almost every other
Okay.
weekend for the past 10 months. So I'm at this point like it's just another day at the office. But yeah, Super's pretty great. Love that man.
Super's the best. I've met him when he was doing H1Z1. We're gonna
Okay.
press F to pay respect to
Z1. I'm surprised you didn't
H1.
say it
No, Z. No, I have to say it the
the
American.
right way.
Just give me a break, all right?
The
No,
right
not
way.
the right way. The American way. Just the American way. I'm really happy to see you guys obviously on the mic together, and we will see you very shortly here. So don't go far. Be sure to catch Lawler on the mic right after this pre-show because he'll be heading right into Rocket League. Lawler, man, a pleasure as always.
Yeah, we'll talk soon. We got some things to discuss. Miss you, Marissa.
We got some planning to do, not in Among Us, because you're too extreme, man. I can't play Among Us with you ever again.
Fine, that's fine.
Bye, Lawler. All right. Okay. Last up here, and definitely not least, we are joined by Avast to share some of his thoughts on what we've seen so far in Overwatch here at CNC. Avast, where are you, buddy? How's it going?
Hey there, I'm doing pretty well. Just another day. We're here at the finals for Overwatch, and I myself, I'm a little tired. Had to wake up early. We ran kind of late last night. We generally run very late, I have to say, but doing well. How about
Yeah.
yourself?
I was gonna say because you were up pretty late casting that UCI matchup there, and I mean it was an awesome one. It was pretty sweet. I enjoyed it. No.
Definitely a great match. I mean, I'm happy to see UCI make it through because they've kind of been a
Yeah.
staple of esports in North America for a long time now. They're one of the oldest esports programs, so it's really good that
Mhm.
they've made it this far.
Yeah, I mean, before we get going here, because I obviously want you to break down, Overwatch up into this point, I do need to call you out for a second here because we were chatting beforehand, and you decided to say something outlandish, like the Mortal Kombat movie wasn't a good movie. So I need you to defend yourself here for 1 second.
I mean, it
because
wasn't. I mean,
I really
I don't even
enjoyed
know
it.
where it's like telling me that gravity doesn't exist. Like it just wasn't that good. It just wasn't that. I enjoyed it for what it was, but you compare it to like Kong versus Godzilla, which was a far better fan service movie and just a far better film. I mean, it just doesn't even compare. I think there were some cool moments in there, but I don't know how you can sit there and defend the Mortal Kombat movie.
Because it was good. That's how I'm going to sit here and defend it, okay? I really enjoyed the storytelling. Just give me a break, all right? I'm an MK fan. If you enjoyed the original movie, you will enjoy this one. Ugh, don't listen to Avast on this. I don't like his opinion on movies, but I might enjoy his opinion on Overwatch here. So let's break down exactly what went down up until this point, all right? We have to discuss what you guys have been seeing in these stages so far. Have there been any surprises to you?
There has honestly, I've been most surprised by the Midwestern teams, Northwood and Akron, and you were talking with Lawler earlier. Their Rocket League programs are great, but their Overwatch programs also really, really strong. Definitely some really good collegiate programs they're developing, and they're competing now versus like sort of the West Coast Titans, against UCI and etc. Which you wouldn't expect them to be making this far, but they've actually had a really good year and exploded onto the collegiate scene.
What about your thoughts so far for the weekend? Like, yeah, maybe not the surprises that you thought would happen, but the competitive atmosphere that these Overwatch players have within the collegiate scene.
Overall, I'm happy for it. I have to say, there's a lot of crossover actually between some of these collegiate players and our semi-professional scenes like Overwatch contenders, and especially Akron. They are filled to the brim with personality. They're memeing us on Twitter as we cast the games. They're doing things I wouldn't expect, and they're not afraid to have a little fun with it, which is what I always enjoy about collegiate play. Is that everyone's taking it seriously, but they're also trying to have a lot of fun with it.
I mean, that's what you want to see, right? You want to see, at the end of the day, of course, we are playing video games, yes, but this is highly competitive, a stressful environment, especially when you're in it to win it, and that's exactly what these guys are here to do. Have there been any crazy moments or highlights or standouts in your mind that you can think of, or just like, dang, these guys are killing it?
I mean, definitely, it's Akron. I have to talk about them again simply because these guys did something that you never see. They get multi-mech kills, and for those that don't, I don't even know what the equivalent would be in other games. Honestly, it would be like getting I guess if we just talked to Lawler, it would be like scoring a goal backwards multiple times in Rocket League, like in a row. And essentially that's what they were doing here with remech kills as Diva. And I just never saw such a thing before. It's something that just happened here with the most recent patch for the game, and they just loved doing it, and they did it multiple times. And it was really fun to watch.
I love when you can use an analogy, but call back to another esport, especially when that esport is being highlighted here in this exact tournament. Who would be your pick for the team going all the way? Are you going to go Akron, or do you have an underdog?
I mean, if anything, I feel like Northwood is looking like the currently
Mm.
strongest team. They also have the highest crossover for some of these semi-professional players that have had previous like higher competitive experience. But just for the factor that I love the team and what they put on personally, I would love
Mm.
Akron to go through all the way.
How would you say the skill level truly compares to OWC? Like, are these players punching around their weight class? Do you think they can punch up higher? Do you see these guys making it, or any of them making it to the pro scene?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, I think a lot of these players already do compete in the semi-professional
Mm.
scene of OWC, of Overwatch contenders, so they can definitely compete at that level. It's always a question of there are definitely going to be parts, but does the whole team fit at that level, right? Because
Mm.
not everyone has the same priorities between their school and collegiate life balance, where they're going to be able to put in the same amount of time as everyone else, right?
Yeah.
So, and come from different backgrounds too. Before this, where people were playing for a longer time before entering a collegiate program. So overall, I'd say they
Mhm.
compete at the OWC level, the contenders level, but would they necessarily be winning? It's tough to tell, but these guys definitely could compete at the level.
I mean, you'd love to see it. I just want to see these stories being told, right? And then the more footage we have, the more of their story that we have from way back when they were in the collegiate scene, making it to pro, the better it is for esports in general, because we still need that storytelling. I work heavily in the sports scene now, and that's the biggest driving factor for most views and people watching and getting people involved, is being able to tell their stories. So if anybody's watching out there and they want to make it into the scene, document your life, put it on YouTube, whatever you need to do to highlight your personality. It's all the better for us as viewers watching, because we want to get to know you as a player. Are there any heroes that you are really hoping to see picked in the final matches here? Because I saw you guys are pretty excited about some Bastion plays in the earlier games.
Yeah, I already got my wish, honestly, with Bastion. I mean, the next, realistically, looking through it, they really, that's like what I would use as the silliest hero, the most silly hero that they could play. And I love when silly play comes out a bit. I call it silly, but it's not actually that silly. Overall, more Genji. Everyone loves to see more Genji.
Mhm.
And, I have to say, it's unrelated to your question, but I have to say, you're talking about how much you love stories, but yet you love the Mortal Kombat
Yeah.
story. And I'm like, can we really
Okay.
trust your opinion about stories now? Can we really trust it? I'm not sure. I don't think we can.
Okay, they stay true to each of the characters' stories, okay? They told their... I can't. No. Listen, how about everyone out there, if you watch the Mortal Kombat movie, why don't you just hit me up on Twitter, at Marissa Roberto. Let me know what you thought, because I feel like most of you might disagree with the Vast. I'm just going to... Well, why don't we do a Twitter poll?
I don't think
Vast?
they
Why don't you
are.
do one
I
of those?
don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to.
I can't. Whatever. Anyway, children, if you're watching this, please document your lives. Make a TikTok account. Make a YouTube account. Tell us your stories. Tell us about your life that we can pull from, so we can tell your stories here in the esports scene. We need it. They're just wildly valuable, especially for casters as well. For you guys, like, how awesome is it to be able to pull and tell more of someone's story because they've offered that to you already online?
I mean, it's incredibly valuable as a tool for casting, but also just like you talked about for players in general, because the most valuable thing you can have as an individual in the space is having a brand and having people that
Yeah.
follow you and enjoy your personality. So it's really important for players, for their own professional development, to put out content, essentially, to talk about what they're doing, what they're playing, etc. So I think it's something
Yeah.
really important that every player should be doing.
Okay, well, why don't we... I have a last question for you. Why don't we get to know you a little bit? Where are you from, Avast?
Well, I used to play Overwatch professionally for about 2 years, and then I was notorious as a bench rider. Actually, notorious player that spent a majority of the season not playing. Actually, was more of a mascot than a player. And then I decided it was time to transition. Partially on my own, and also partially because who was going to hire me afterwards? Who's going to hire a player that hasn't played for a year, right? And so then I moved over to the casting sphere, and I've done a lot of casting, built a stream, and now I actually associate with an organization called Team Envy that has a lot. They actually have a really great Rocket League team, and now I'm here doing casting work too.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, and now I'm going to be a professional Rocket League player.
No, not professional Rocket League. But I think my playing days
Okay.
are done. I think my playing days are definitely done. But I can be a professional Mortal Kombat movie critiquer. I could be that.
Okay, yeah, put that one on the resi, buddy. See how far that gets you in life, okay? Vaz, such a pleasure chatting with you. Thank you so much for your time. We'll see you back here very soon.
Thank you.
Oh man, the CENC Overwatch semifinals will be starting at 1:30 p.m. EDT on our second stream, twitch.tv/ECAC _esports, and we will definitely see you guys there. So that just about does it for me on this Sunday's final show. I'm going to be passing it off to our daily hosts for the Collegiate Esports National Championship, Polly Hype and Jess Brohard, two favorites of mine for sure. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to join me now or if we're going to go to a quick break. Oh, we're going to a break. Okay, it's all good. I will be watching, of course, and I'll be in chat with you guys as well. Please enjoy the rest of your final Sunday. Cannot wait to see all the action.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing!
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
It started in the city.
It started on a sandlot.
It started on a Sunday.
The focus.
The drive.
The dream.
You knew how it felt.
You knew we needed the tools necessary.
You knew we needed funds to travel to tournaments.
You provided me with the best equipment.
You gave me opportunity.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Ranger. Live dangerously.
Hey, my name's Claren Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the Kay Yao Cancer Fund because cancer can't wait.
Does that stomach ever sleep?
Not without its bland protein bar, which should be coming now.
These ain't protein bars, these are cookies!
Sorry, stomach, these are ours.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
esports fans, and welcome to the Collegiate Esports National Championship. Woo! Day 4 here. Throughout this weekend, 48 collegiate teams have been competing for national championship titles in Rocket League, Overwatch, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And now we're down to just 12. Let's get ready for some action. This is going to be the most jam-packed, exciting day of them all. My name is Paulie Hype, of course, joined alongside the beautiful and talented Jess Brohard. Welcome, Jess. How you doing today?
Oh my God, Paulie, I'm doing so great. Thank you so much for that fantastic intro. You know, I'm so excited for today because as we've been discussing all weekend, this is going to be the first time we're really crowning a true national collegiate esports champion across 3 titles.
You're right.
And it's so exciting to see these universities bringing out the best of the best. And it's really fantastic that we've had some universities show up, such as UC Irvine, which has very long-standing esports program. You know, they're really a very large school, and we have smaller schools and colleges showing up as well and bringing their A game. And it's really cool to be able to kind of see them competing, you know, with the top dogs there. But anyway, you know, you've been watching all weekend. You've seen that. Sorry, Paulie, I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. I was just going to say, it is truly our pleasure, both Jess and I and everyone here at the CENC, to welcome you back to the first ever CENC. We'd also like to give a super warm and generous welcome to all of our friends watching on ESTV. We're so glad to have you with us. Go ahead, Jess. Sorry for cutting you off.
Oh, no problem, Paulie. All right, well, let's go ahead and talk about kind of what happened yesterday. So 6 regions have now completed their quarterfinals and the semifinals stages, which means that today we're here to see the finals and the grand finals for each of those esports titles. There are just 4 teams left standing in each title, 2 in each region. And then today we're going to be, you know, like we said, deciding who is going to be meeting head-to-head in the CENC grand finals with a chance of being crowned the national champion for Rocket League, Overwatch, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Yeah, I truly can't wait. You know, an event of this magnitude would not be possible either without our partner, Barbasol, the official shaving brand of the Collegiate Esports National Championship. Barbasol Shaving Cream, America's leader for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. I'm just kidding.
They didn't send me any, so I guess.
Yeah, well, we'll have to get you some there. I'm sure you can use that on legs instead of the neck. I mean, it probably works as well.
It probably works anywhere, but
absolutely.
Before we get more into the action of what we're going to see today, we actually have an interview prepared for you. We talked to Cody, who is the program director for the esports director at Northwood University. So take a listen to what Cody had to say.
My name is Cody Elson. I'm the esports director and head coach at Northwood University. We're located in Midland, Michigan. I've been at Northwood for 2 years, and we are going to be participating in Rocket League and Overwatch in the Collegiate Esports National Championship. We're super excited to participate. It's even better being the #1 seed in 2 games, right? We're excited for the opportunity. We're grateful, and I think this is something more and more that we need to see in collegiate esports. The funny story of how, you know, Northwood Rocket League actually began was simply a Twitter post and a Twitter message. I actually messaged Pirates and I said, "Hey, Carter, like, you know, anybody that's looking to play collegiate Rocket League?" And he said, "I am." And that's kind of where Northwood Rocket League began. And that we started, you know, talking to people he's played with, and we ended up putting together a pretty good roster. So the one thing that was really, really hard from COVID was pre-COVID, our lab was full, even through the wee morning hours. And we're ready to get back to that full lab and using the state-of-art machines. So it's going to be definitely an awesome experience to get everybody back on campus and taking advantage of that. And I'd love to be back in the lab playing against our rivals, Akron, who's going to be playing in the Collegiate Esports National Championship. They've beaten us more times than we've beaten them, and we're definitely excited to hopefully take it to them here. If we get through the bracket and they get through their side of the bracket, right? There's some good quality teams in this tournament, but we're hoping we get a chance to play them again. And then same on the Overwatch side. UCI is always a top team, and they've taken maps off of us. It's always fun playing them, and hopefully we get another chance to beat them again. But again, there's some good teams on both sides of the bracket. There could be some definite upsets here, but we're looking forward to hopefully getting a chance to beat them again. That's for sure.
Thank you, Cody, for joining us. That was really a pleasure interview for sure. Northwood joins Akron as the only universities with 2 teams still remaining in the final 12. That is remarkable, both in Rocket League and Overwatch. A massively impressive feat for Cody and the esports program at Northwood University, Jess. And this is the time here where we got to give a little shout out to all the sponsors involved with the CENC. And let's start it out with some Death Wish coffee. I've got the latte here. I'm going to take a quick little sip to get some energy. I'm not feeling that hype, so we'll see how it goes.
Honestly, Paulie, it sounds like you are feeling that hype, but we're never going to complain about more.
Woo! Okay, I like that. 300 milligrams of caffeine. Ayah! And then, of course, Barbasol. So, you know what, guys? I'm just feeling a little crazy right now, and I didn't shave this morning. My neck's a little prickly here. We're gonna do it live. We're gonna do it live. I don't know if this is a lot or a little, but it's okay. All right.
Do you need any water?
How's it looking, Jess?
Put it on dry. It's looking great.
I'll put it on dry. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Show us the versatility of that Barbasol shaving cream. You can add water. You can do it.
Yeah. I got a little water here too.
You do have some water. There we go. You are going to get that close, comfortable shave.
Absolutely. I'm going to put it on here. And as I shave real quick, we're going to go over into the CENC Rocket League Finals reveal and take a look at the bracket on the day. When I come back, I should have a nice, close, smooth shave, baby.
Amazing. When we see Paulie's handsome face once more, it's going to have just a little bit less hair than it did before. Anyway, let's talk about this Rocket League bracket here. So the first regional final of the day is going to take place for the iBuyPower region. That is the #1 seed Northwood University, who we just heard from, versus the #6 seed Indiana University. Northwood are undefeated thus far, and Indiana has already recorded 2 upsets in the CENC, finding wins over Florida State and West Virginia Potomac. So neither of these teams is a team to take lightly. Those are going to be some great finals for sure. And that best-of-5 series will be immediately followed by the deciding match in the Reveal Suits region, which is the #1 University of Akron versus the #2 Winthrop University. Now, Akron had suffered a rare loss in their round of 8 match, but they've been on a warpath since then, sweeping the #4 seed UConn in the process. Winthrop University has had an extraordinary performance thus far, lots of focus, putting on their leading scorer, T. Corell, who's already racked up 16 goals in just 6 games here in the CENC. Paulie, I don't know.
Yeah.
Still any longer. Are you ready? You look like you're
No, I'm ready. I'm ready. I feel good. We have small segments here today. I am ready. Yeah, that's some beautiful stuff here as we take a look at the Rocket League overview here. Don't forget, those matches start this morning at 10:15 a.m. Eastern, right after the show, streamed live on the Esports U Network channel and broadcasted live on ESTV. So I got that razor shave, feeling a little nice. And I also got a nice little surprise from our other sponsor, Lenny's and Larry's Cookies. These guys are healthy protein snacks. I eat these all the time. They sent me a box of my favorite chocolate chip peanut butter. That's back there. But they sent me the small ones with 8 grams of protein. That's not going to cut it right now. I'm a big boy. 16 grams here in the regular cookie. So I'm going to have some of this also really quick as we take a look at what's going down here for the Super Smash Brothers bracket overview.
Gosh, Paulie, I'm so jealous because I mean, you and I, we've talked about this. You're both on the gym grind, so I really wish I had gotten. I got the Death Wish coffee, but they didn't send me any of the Lenny and Larry's protein cookies.
Oh, we'll send you some. Don't worry about it. It's delicious.
Well, I'm very jealous. But anyway, following the deciding match in this year's CENC Rocket League tournament, we're going to be talking about some Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. So let's take a look at that Smash bracket. What do you say, Paulie?
Yep, sounds pretty good here.
So I believe, let's see, we're going to see 3 more 3-on-3 best of 3 crew battles on offer today. Is that right? Starting off, the SSBU action is going to be the final match of the HyperX region. So that's going to be the #1 seed University of Texas at Dallas versus #3 Wayne State College of Nebraska. Paulie, have you finished that cookie enough to talk?
Yeah, I was chewing. I'm not going to lie.
I know. I didn't want to subject our audience to, having to listen to you chew. I believe we have.
Yeah, actually, I think we're doing Overwatch first.
Oh, oops. I am so sorry.
That's okay. No problem. Are those Overwatch brackets ready, baby? Let's take a look here at these Overwatch brackets. There we go. A little bit of background stuff here. So what we do, looking at this Overwatch bracket here, our first best-of-5 series in today's Overwatch action will decide the winner of Legion by Lenovo region. Number 1, Northwood University versus number 3, Johnson and Wales University. Just like Northwood's Rocket League squad, Northwood University's Overwatch squad is undefeated thus far in the CENC. That's amazing stuff. Johnson and Wales aren't without impressive performances, however, especially after dealing a fairly decisive defeat to number 2 seeded UC Berkeley.
So the winner of that series, and I apologize for, going on about Smash. I was just distracted by Paulie's clean, close shave, but we are talking about Overwatch. So moving right along, the winner of the series that Paulie just mentioned is going to move on to the CENC Grand Finals and find themselves facing down the winner of this series, the final match in the E-Team sponsor region, which is going to be the number 1 seed UC Irvine versus number 2 University of Akron. And Paulie, that's just exactly what I was talking about earlier.
Yep.
UC Irvine has a huge esports program. I mean, they're a big school, long-standing, fantastic esports program. And then University of Akron, I don't know too much about, how long their program has been around, but it's just a significantly smaller school, and it's so amazing to see them come here and really compete with the top dogs here. But anyway, there are 2 players to really watch in this match versus UC Irvine versus University of Akron. I'm even mispronouncing it. Both of them are DPS aim lock specialists. So from the UCI side, you're really going to want to look out for Fade, who plays Widowmaker and McCree. But then on the side of Akron, you really want to look out for Stunna, who is a specialist on also Widowmaker and McCree. So we're going to see some hopefully really fun matchups there, Paulie.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. Those are literally the 2 DPS picks right now. The meta, super damage output and click headshot characters. Anyway, Overwatch finalists, it's going to be at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. The matches start there on twitch.tv/ECA_esports and will be simulcast on twitch.tv/esportsu network when the Super Smash Bros. Grand Finals wrap up, as well as broadcasted live on ESTV. So we have one more game here. Now we'll go back to the Super Smash Bros. We'll follow the same format as the other days here. As we take a look, it's going to be the Super Smash Bros. Reveal coming up next here. And there are 3 more 3-on-3 best of 3 crew battles on offer today. Starting off, the SSBU action will be the first match of the HyperX region. University of Texas at Dallas versus number 3, Wayne State College of Nebraska, Jess. So what we're kind of seeing here is that these teams that have come in these high seeds really have made their way through the brackets, as UT Dallas, frankly, have not had their skills tested quite yet in the CENC. They've had an easy bracket. They haven't really been struggling too hard, and by all accounts are the favorites to move forward into the SSBU Grand Final. Wayne State, however, can't be counted out, especially considering Wayne State's lead, Chef Louis, on Terry. Chef Louis has single-handedly swept through the entire rosters in some of Wayne State's matchups, and UT Dallas will have to have an answer if they expect to push on into the Grand Final.
And next up, we're going to be heading over to the ESTV region and seeing that deciding match, which is going to be the number 1 seed New Jersey City University versus number 2 Michigan State University. And today, NJCU are going to be looking to put the cherry on top of a perfect run through the ESTV region. Standing in the way of the Gothic Knights are the Spartans of Michigan State University. So NJCU's biggest obstacle really looks to be the character diversity on offer from MSU's roster, which really has been unpredictable so far in the CENC.
Yeah, absolutely perfectly said. And those matches will start at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Regional finals and then the CENC Grand Finals will happen immediately after that. All best of 3, 3-on-3 crew battles is the name of the game, and that'll be streamed live on EsportsU Network Twitch channel, as well as broadcasted live on ESTV. And so far this pre-show has been fantastic, Jess. Make sure to join us also after today's action for the CENC Trophy Ceremony. Guys, you can also shop CENC at our online store. Jerseys, trophies, gear, we've got everything there. Please go check it out. Much appreciated. And at that trophy ceremony, we'll also present the winners, of course.
Missed that, but in the meantime, let's kick this stuff off. Take it away.
Behind every face is a story, unique, each and every one. Beautiful stories, inspiring stories, some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
A rogue virus, no jobs, sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Hey, my name's Claire Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Let me guess, another protein bar for breakfast?
It's chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
A protein cookie? Chocolate chip protein cookies!
Chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One, just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
welcome everybody to the CENC, the Collegiate Esport National Championship. We're on day 4, Championship Sunday. I'm just going to say this out loud. I cannot see the screen. Production, help me. I will have no information. There we go. I've got it. I can see Lawler's beautiful face. That's exactly what I'm looking for. What is up, man? How's it going, Lawler? How you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. I was a little bit worried for you at the beginning, but you brought it back home. I'm proud of you, man. You made it. We're here. It's Sunday, Championship Sunday, man. We got 3 matches. Super excited. And we got to sit. Well, I got to sit and talk to Marissa a little bit earlier on about kind of the recap, but you weren't there, so let's do it with you, man. Let's rehash.
I mean, I was there. I was in the chat. I really liked the part where she was like, "Hey, your co-caster's super," and then she hyped me up, and I was there for that. That's where I was in the chat. I was like, "Yeah, hype me up."
All about you, isn't it, man?
Yeah.
All about you.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. The Collegiate Esport National Championships of Super. No, we've got 3 great matchups that are going to be going on today. We got Northwood, Indiana. We've got Akron Zips versus Winthrop, where we've got that one. I think to me is a little more interesting because we got 2 different pros that are going to be going up against each other. Oh, bracket's here. I was talking about it, but we got the bracket now, so now everybody can just go ahead and take a look at it. So this is what we've gotten through the previous 3 days of play. So day 1 we did the round of 8 on the far left. Day 2, we did the round of 8 on the far right. Yesterday, we did the round of 4 on both sides. Now we're going to hit both semis and the grand finals today. Which of these matches really were kind of the standout ones for you, Lawler, over the past couple days?
There's been some really exciting ones, I think, all around. I think the very first one, actually, in that round of 8 on the bottom left, WVU Potomac versus Indiana, man. Indiana with a clutch game 5 comeback. Super exciting series, and we got to see kind of the merit of Indiana, where they've been putting up a fight this entire time. I will say, though, yesterday, clean, convincing 3-0, dominant performance from them, but they're going up against the #1 seed in Northwood. You can also talk about Winthrop, I think, against Oakland. I think that was a really good series where you are getting to see some of our veteran talent really step up to the plate. Primarily, obviously, you got T. Corral and everybody else really asserting their dominance. But I think you and I both agree, man. Northwood is looking just brutal. They had an 11-0 game win at one point.
Yeah, Northwood is looking really nasty. Buddy Knox's Pirates, you were talking about him on the pre-show with Marissa about just how much talent's on this team, how long you've been, kind of casting over these guys, reinforcing just how old we are and the fact that you've watched them come up and that they are now in college, and I continue to feel older.
They're all freshmen, man.
I continue to feel older I hadn't even looked at that. Why would you show me this? I continue to feel older every day as this continues forward, but these 3 guys, ton of talent. This is a disgusting roster. I actually got to take a look at the updated while we've been going on and talking about these guys and talking about Akron over the past couple days. They've been playing in the CRL still. This team just finished 17-1. So they went from 14-1. They've won 3 more series without dropping. So they now are 17-1, and Akron did bump up to 12-5. So they've won their two most recent series. So both those teams still hitting strong. But to get there and see those 2, first, Northwood's going to have to go through Indiana, a team that has surprised us. Orso, Morph, Yo Biggie kind of being that guy, I think, for us that is just really that X factor for this team. Up so quick, so much speed that he can just catch opponents off guard and create some shots when you're not expecting somebody to be there.
Yeah, it's kind of the one that I really pointed out. Obviously, over the course of all of these matches, Marissa was kind of curious, hey, obviously we know the big teams and the favorites, but if there's one person, who do you want to point out? And Biggie was that player. His ability to just be so aggressive to the ball, to cut off these rotations, he is the one that I'm focused on for this entire day. He is the one that I need to watch cut off some of these plays from, obviously, Northwood, because yesterday they did whatever they wanted. There was no one that could stop their infield passing. So we're going to get into it. It's our first semifinal of the day. We've got a best of 5 here between Northwood and Indiana. It's going to start off here with shots galore coming out from Northwood, but Biggie able to move it back downfield. Has a touch, nice and slow, over to Morph, and a good challenge, but it's not over yet. Knox is going to clear that one back downfield. Biggie in wing waiting. It's a good touch by Knox, is racing it downfield, trying to put it back inside. Knox is just going to bully his way through on the board early for Northwood.
First goal goes in. First game of the day, first goal of the day. And, you know, we might as well get it done here. We can't do any of this without our sponsors. I'm just going to say the first goal of the entire day actually is going to be brought to you today by Death Wish Coffee, made by passionate people for passionate people. Fill your passion today with the world's strongest coffee. Then you can wake up bright and early and hit in goals like Knox's.
Buddy into the corner with the self pass. Biggie there yet again. Going to be saying his name all day long. Unless Pirates has something to do with it. Wants to put him away early. Easy shot here for Pirates. Nobody contested.
Buddy from the back wall looks for the pass out, trying to find that, and it's just open. It's just how it works. That type of play is going to work time and time again, Lawler. Just completely catches them off guard. Oh,
only going to get to be more and more problematic, especially if they start doing stuff like that. Knox is, again, we've seen him on the ball and doing a lot of good scoring opportunities. But what really makes him lethal is his rotation and his ability to get that kind of +1 mentality. As he's rotating through, he's looking for a bump, a demo. How can I deny your boost? So literally anything to make sure that they continue their dominance. As again, another one in front of the net. It's going to be wide open. Trying to bully off one. There's still the problem of Buddy behind. And again, a 3-0 lead. It's 3:33 left on the clock, and that's a whole lot of threes.
Buddy actually is the one to hit Yo Biggie, and that stops him, slows his momentum enough for him to get right back on ball and just punch it in. So aggressive use of defender to get back on ball.
Indiana on offense needs someone there to challenge. Fortunately, they actually send two, and Morph on the other side. No boost, able to get the full corner. Now just waiting for Big E. Two committed to the same spot, and Big E, absolutely crucial second touch to bring it back downfield. Early challenge by Morph, does get a piece of it. That could be a shot opportunity, and again intercepted by Buddy. Looks like a good opportunity. Looked like they had a shot. But the defense, even with some back passes towards their own net, doesn't seem to be fretting at all. Northwood, transition goal. No, it's a big save by Big E. Able to play it off his own crossbar and push it out. And some decent pressure and some good looks here from Indiana. Just haven't been able to find the back of the net.
Yeah, they're able to get some looks. They're able to get the ball down, but they have not been able to control it enough to put a shot on net yet. And that is going to be a problem here through the first half a game. This is kind of what we see Northwood do to teams, right? We saw the runaway yesterday that happened, and we kind of said Indiana has a chance if they can get things going, but it really doesn't look like Northwood wants to give them any opportunity to actually get that ball close enough to the net to generate some offense.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. It's the little things that are really going to be punished here. Even though there was two players on Indiana trying to make that save, they both swing across and both of them miss. So that last player makes it nice and easy, and you know, they get opportunities. They're super close, but there just seems to be an answer for everything by Northwood. Always a player in position, always a player ready to make a save. Indiana's going to find something creative because infield passes like this. What a shot!
Woo! The speed on this, 83. We saw, what was it, them yesterday that hit the 98 or 96 mile per hour wall?
Yeah, the one
I think it might have been
on that redirect.
Yeah, that is just cookie cutter bread and butter. That is that play will come in time and time again. This team will utilize that over and over again. If you leave that midfield open, expect it. It's coming.
I was just waiting for you to complete the trifecta of foods. Cookie cutter, bread and butter, icing on the cake. Someone's got food on the mind.
It's me. I always have food on the mind.
I love food, man.
I do too. Food really is good.
You know what else is good?
Remind me about food when we get to game 3.
Okay.
All right.
I think I know where this is headed.
Sorry, Series 3.
Yeah. You mean the grand finals?
Looking back at it, yeah, grand finals. Yeah, remind me for grand finals.
Oh,
Noxus.
Oh, that backboard save needs to come out.
Morph just off of it. Yo Biggie not in a position, he has to play it low. He doesn't have the amount of time to make the travel onto the backboard. Morph really needed to look to, rather than to try and go straight up and catch that ball at that point where it was going to be still traveling higher, should have been trying to aim a little bit further backwards, maybe catch wheels on the backboard and shoot up the backboard to just kind of dead stop that and then try and roll it out. Tough read though, tough one to go up for. And man, they are being mean today on the side of Northwood, getting bumps and demos on the other side. Noxus isn't even being nice to his own team. And this is what happens. Noxus starts bumping his own team, and it immediately turns into a counterattack for Indiana downfield.
Even still, it doesn't matter, but I like the urgency here from Morph. It's something that's been lacking kind of in the midfield. A lot of the times, because of the spacing, the passing crossfield has been so good from Northwood. Indiana has been able to keep up. In this case, Morph just goes with intention. He's not hesitating whatsoever and sees the play develop. He's got to be there first. That is kind of the big oh my god, you got to be kidding me. Is that another one?
No. Yes. Yes.
Oh.
No, it's not. How did he not finish that? What just happened?
I don't know. I thought it was in like 3 different times.
So confused. Oh, Nox is trying to finish it off. They want the Brazil. Biggie does not want it. He's going to throw it away. That one will ground out. No Brazil today. Game 1 comes to a close. 6-1 Northwood as they put on a dominant performance here in game 1.
Yeah, dominant performance is an easy way to summarize that one. Not really a whole lot of margin of error. The big thing I'm paying attention to again is 19 shots for Northwood, and that really summarizes this team. Just nonstop pressure and aggression, and it's not even from like a continuous offense on the one half of the field. It is cross-field passes, shots, counterattacks. It is at any given moment a scoring opportunity for Northwood, and it definitely keeps teams on edge. The time that you saw that goal happen was due to Morph reading the play and just challenging it early. They cannot hesitate. They need to find a way to intercept, and it's why my eyes were on Big E. And yes, he's had some moments, but he is getting beat to the ball, and he's kind of been their bread and butter, like you said, in regards to
the icing on the cake, you'd say?
That's what I would probably say.
Yeah. Well, the icing on the cake isn't quite quick enough here. This is a different caliber, different speed of team in Northwood, and it's something that the rest of the collegiate scene, regardless of it being here, the CRL, college carball, regardless of where that collegiate event's going down, everybody is starting to figure out and having to try to deal with. That's a bad touch from Pirates, though. Yo Biggie gonna try and come up and take it off of Nox's hood, but it goes right back into Buddy. And the speed of play and just field awareness is a different level on this Northwood squad.
Again, a lot of these challenges are back. Luckily able to get a touch here and should be able to break it down. It's going to be Orzo, who's been doing a majority of the grunt work this weekend for Indiana. Trying to clear it out, brings it to the midfield, but not able to get past. A big pinch should, for just a brief second. Moving down the other way. This is an open net. Biggie's just got to put it away, and no, he goes too high. Could have been a chance on an open net.
And you want to talk about things that go well for this Indiana squad? Game 2s typically have gone pretty well for them. Even starting on day 1 when they were behind up against that WVU squad, they ended up making that comeback and really kind of starting to come alive in game 2 and then transitioning that into a game 3 where they then took off, and I believe it was a full reverse sweep if I remember correctly. But they made it close to game 2 and then started going off in game 3. Buddy here, though, gonna find off that miss from the defender. The wide open net on that right side.
Yeah, again, just working that side of the field, even with Buddy, and you can really see the breakdown on defense. The fact that Buddy has the ability to rotate around the ball and put an air roll shot on. There's nobody on that other side of the field, and that's kind of been the difficulty. Is obviously bumps and demos obviously stop some of that from developing for Indiana, but rotational play. You got to make sure you're covering that back post and you're spreading the field, because that's the only way you have a chance to really match some of these teams like Northwood. So again, spacing out, being patient. You see Morph doing a great job here, but it's right into the hands of Noxus, and you know the rest of the team is going to come crashing.
This one's going to be Pirates. Just tries to punch a quick shot. Orso there to fill the gap after it goes over Yo Biggie. More forward. Orso up. Shot down. Crossbar. Side post. And out.
The double commit, though, on defense could be an opportunity here from Indiana. Pirates on defense. And going to deny the midfield boost. Another touch above by Morph. The follow-up there. But these are some of the ones that I don't want Indiana to go for. Biggie needs to turn and put a big shot on target. It's bar, crossbar, and out again. Can they get the pass? The shot's so close, so threatening, but none actually able to hit the target. And before you know it, back on defense. Could have been a chance. Plenty of opportunities, but just can't put it away. It's something about Rocket League that, again, I don't think ever gets talked about enough. You can put on all the pressure in the world, Super, but if you don't score, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and right now, Northwood defense isn't being kind to them, and neither is the Northwood woodwork. It is blocking all the shots. The crossbar and the post coming in time and time again. Buddy under one, bounce over two, and in. That is the second goal for Northwood. Indiana keeping the scoreline a bit closer here, but they haven't been able to find success yet on the offensive half.
Man, that's rough, especially in a best of five. There's not a whole lot of margin of error enabled. And the difficulty here, obviously, is all those opportunities, all those shots, and to not find anything. And then it's only two shots on the opposite side, and they put it away. It just kind of becomes demoralizing after a bit. Either way, still a minute and a half left on the clock. It's a big transition down the other way. A lot of these touches kind of wasteful. Luckily for Morph, able to challenge in. It is Noxus with plenty of boost. That one's going to go up flying high. Expect his teammate to come in. Pirates there as well, and Noxus just able to sit and watch. Midfield boost control. And a soft touch off the side wall. Trying to keep it close and maybe get a little bit of possession out of it. Could have banged that one, but Buddy almost bangs it into the back of his own net.
Buddy almost had the best shot for Indiana there. Tried to sling that one, ends up off the backboard, and they're on defense still for a moment. Good 50 win by Buddy. Pirates through the corner. Orso will get the touch, and that'll take the opportunity away from Buddy. Noxus will have to bring it out against Biggie. Backboard. Orso, little over eager, ends up on the wrong side of the ball, and no chance to put that one away.
Yeah, you're seeing a couple of the issues as well from Indiana on those rotations. You saw that big clear downfield, and Morph, despite no boost, ends up just keeps retreating on the back end. But when you see that play develop, you've got to turn on it. You've got to get there first, even without any boost. Just by being there, you put pressure on the field.
Yep.
And again, it just gives that space and that pressure back over to Northwood, who, again, challenging well in the midfield, is going to cut this one out. And with only 2 seconds left, just waiting for this one to hit the ground. And that's going to bring us to game 3. Northwood on match point and a chance to go to the grand finals.
A little bit more success there, a little bit better overall play, and I think the lowest score line that we've seen a team hold Northwood to thus far in the tournament. So Northwood held to only 2 after a 6-1 loss in game 1. So that does show some things are going right for Indiana. They are figuring things out. And this is something that we saw to them on day 1, where it started off rocky and then they started shifting. See if that momentum carries them over into game 3 here. And if they can continue to piece that together, they're going to need to find a little bit more success on offense. They had it. They had the moments. They had the open nets, but it was crossbar out, crossbar, post out. They've got to just put that shot on target. They need to put it away. They can't, on those moments, you can't try and get fancy and try to put it in the perfect spot. Just send it down the middle on an open net.
Yeah, it was tough. Obviously, we saw that one shot on the right-hand side, and, you know, they put that away. Maybe we have a different story here, but again, a lot of pressure on the line. These guys trying to fight to go to the grand finals. But again, like you mentioned, holding them to 2 is a pretty big feat. Hopefully they can match this intensity that Northwood tends to bring. Oh, that's just. Oh my gosh! If that
had gone in, I would have. I think I would have put my headset down. Yeah, it's just one of those goals that just shouldn't be that came to be. Those little, just kind of quick off the cuff touches where it's just purely reactionary. There's no, that was not planned. It was just, hey, ball here, I hit ball going net. Yay.
At the end of the day, that's all Rocket League is, man. If you're good, if you're bad, then ball don't go in net. But
cargo room hit ball, boom, goal, yay. Yo, Biggie up.
You know the memes of like Cargo Burr, like
yeah.
Rocket League 2, the epitome is Cargo Burr and more. Jokes aside, this is actually a really good play.
Yeah, great little
pass. So he's actually challenging cross body and just manages to put it perfectly on Morph, who turns and goes. So put it straight down the line. Does exactly that. That's the first strike here from Indiana. We talked about them having a ton of fight. And again, backs up against the wall. And Northwood on match point. They're able to get a goal. Can Biggie do it again? Trying to go for that bump on Buddy. And has the high ground and is going to clear it away. Two challenges in the corner. An opportunity presents itself for Indiana. Can Morph play it over? Unfortunately not, but Pirates again being smart. Team under pressure decides to slow it down. Goes for a fake. Can't get the last one, but is able to bring it back to the entire side of the field. So a good opportunity here. But Indiana, positioning-wise, in a much better spot on a lot of these touches. That pressure's starting to be applied. Biggie with a shot, denied by Nox's. Boo with plenty of boost, gonna go for his air dribble, fakes past one and tries to ground pinch the other. Does neutralize in the midfield. Buddy gonna back off and let Pirates go. Boo with plenty of boost, trying to put it top right.
Triple.
And again, this is what makes it really dangerous. These subtle little touches. When you're a player on defense, how are you supposed to stop this unless you preemptively jump for it? And Noxus plays it perfectly. A little bit slow, over one, and then Morph doing a little bit of pogo in the net. Not sure what's going on with him there, but either way, I think he was going to get that save.
Yeah, I don't think he would have been pulling that one down for where he was at, but just rough to kind of see there where it's finally up. They really just need a moment to just hold on. That one going to go flying back towards their own net. Pirates going to put a shot there. But they had the lead. It was really one of those things that we've been talking about. You've been holding them to a low score line. You've been keeping them out of your net, at least in comparison to what game one was and what the end of their series were looking like yesterday. But Indiana's a little jumpy, right? That first initial approach, they get three of them to commit. Last guy doesn't jump, but he pulls forward out of position into near post. You now got a guy near post backboard, one out of net in that near post corner, and the last player sitting near post, which just opens everything up. This one gonna get out and over that defender, catches the crossbar, down and in. Second goal of the game for Northwood.
Again, you just see Indiana trying to play catch up. Some of these challenges in the midfield, and because they missed because of a good touch cross field, Pirates is able to put a shot high on that last defender. Even though he goes tries to make a save, and even though the shot doesn't go in, he's still got two players for follow-up, and it makes it almost too easy here for Northwood. Doing a really good job of controlling the field, as well as spreading that defense thin. Again, Northwood, an offense not to be taken lightly. I'm sure everybody is in full understanding of that, as they are the #1 seed, and for good reason. Again, for counterattack, Big E, 1v3, and it just goes the other way. That's so unfortunate. You have such a good opportunity here, and it just gets thwarted by an early challenge. It's like Morph doing it to them.
Yeah, Morph coming through, really an overcommit for that primary bump, right? Morph's behind him. Really, the jump needed to occur on the not on Morph, on Orso's part. Needed to be the one to make that hit, and Yo Biggie needed to take that moment to slow down, right? He's coming in so fast.
Okay.
He's coming in so fast for that on that carry that it's giving no time for that play to develop. It is just trying to force that play. The other two were out far enough on Northwood. They weren't going to catch up to him. I think there was a chance there for them to slow that down and turn it into something. Buddy just being a nuisance in front of the net, touching the ball left and right, trying to slow down. This transition, Biggie can't get up for it off the corner of the net. They can't punch it in, and this one will come back around down to the final minute here in game 2. Good touch from Orso. Can Biggie get there? No. Pirates makes it first.
Some really good challenges coming out actually from Indiana. Also, Orso starting to play the player rather than the ball. A lot of bumps trying to stop things from developing. But honestly, Northwood's recognizing it real fast here. These players are pre-jumping, trying to get the challenges as quickly as possible. And for Northwood, that stays grounded, has so many options on how they want to play the ball. They're just putting it right around players, and even more so it's to a teammate. You see another pass here, go the other way. But Knox is in the midfield and waiting. Touch here, needed to go back inside. It's not there. Knox is with boost. It's a 3-man pass play. Need to be careful, buddies there. Can't reach to it, and they're freestyling at this point. Nothing but confidence here from Northwood.
The like double commit on the boost from one side, third man coming from the other side. Had that turned into a goal, I may have just unplugged my mic and walked off.
I'd have been.
I may have just been done for the day. I know it doesn't matter. Just give them the overall win. Just give it all to them. If they would have hit that to close it out, I wouldn't have even wanted to watch the grand finals. That would have been the highlight of the day. Would have been the highlight of my weekend, quite possibly. That was pretty nuts just for them to even go for it. But replay package here brought to you guys by Barbasol. Opening goals going the way of Northwood. That game won a dominant performance before Indiana was able to slow down the offense a bit in games 2 and 3. But in the end, Northwood does walk away with this one.
Yeah, I think it's super important now for any of the teams watching. Game 1, you need to keep Northwood down. To have a chance in these best of 5s, you have to find a way to stop them in game 1. And the difficulty is obviously as they start going, that confidence just keeps building. And then you start seeing this nonsense and tomfoolery, if you want to call it, that they're definitely capable of hitting. But when you're feeling that confident, I don't know if there's anything that's going to be slowing you down. And they've talked about this in their interview when we talked with buddies. Like, you know what, man? Like, we've been in positions where everything's on the line, and we've kind of choked. We've made some mistakes, and the difficulty is it doesn't look like they're giving room for that. It feels like they're just going to play as confident as possible. Be absolutely aggressive, and even if it means going for some crazy freestyle whatever, you're only up by 2, but I feel what that does is it keeps the mentality for them calm and relaxed and having a good time, and it gets that pressure, that mentality for that pressure kind of out of their heads. I'm curious if they continue to do that in the grand final, but against their opponents, whether it be Winthrop or Akron, a team that has taken them down in the past, I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with it.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to get away with that either. That's going to be something to definitely take into consideration. Those are teams that are going to have other pro players on them. Those are going to be teams that, Indiana was kind of that surprise for us, but I think that the rosters are a bit more flushed out in Winthrop and Akron, especially when you look at Akron, a team that has already been the one to give a loss to them in the CRL season. I think that they're going to have a little bit more respect in their play when they run into a team like that. But for them to even run into Akron, that game's going to have to happen. And for that game to happen, we got to take a quick break and set that lobby up. So we're going to give our sponsors a minute to take up a little bit of your guys' time while we set that all up, and we'll catch you guys right on the other side of this commercial break.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
It started in the city.
It started on a sandlot.
It started on a Sunday.
The focus.
The drive.
The dream.
You knew how it felt.
You knew we needed the tools necessary.
You knew we needed funds to travel to tournaments.
You provided me with the best equipment.
You gave me opportunity.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Ranger. Live dangerously.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the Kay Yao Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Does that stomach ever sleep?
Not without its bland protein bar, which should be coming now.
These ain't protein bars, these are cookies!
Sorry, stomach, these are ours.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Hey, my name's Claire Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Let me guess, another protein bar for breakfast?
It's chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
A protein cookie? Chocolate chip protein cookies!
Chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One, just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Championship Sunday here on the Collegiate Esports National Championship. And championship. That's 2. We've done 1 game. We're about to go into game 2. And, game 1, Northwood, dominant as ever. They're now sitting atop the bracket, awaiting the winner of this next one. Let's take a quick look at that bracket. Northwood, as you see, just qualified through. They took down Indiana in 3. Now, Akron, Winthrop, gonna go at it. I have a feeling here, Lawler, this one may be a bit closer of a series.
You say that, man, but you never know. Obviously, we wait for this matchup. We want to take a look actually at the rosters and get straight into it. There's obviously 2 power players that we're going to be paying attention to, both RLCS players, one from E United and one from the Sonics. The first one that comes to mind, obviously you're not seeing them on your screen, but Buttons on the side there has been replaced by their sub. The only reason he's a sub is because he is busy playing in the pros, and that is Tristan. Very talented player, obviously, but the rest and that duo of Buzz and Reticence have been actually superb, just working great together while Tristan really sets it up. So I'm excited to see them. If we want to take a look at the other side there in Winthrop, then you've got Hound, JK Precision, and you got T. Carell. T. Carell, obviously the pro player for the Sonics, another pro team in the RLCS. So a lot of talent here between these two. That's the matchup. I think the easiest one to pay attention to is between Tristan and T. Carell. If they cancel each other out, who's got the better duo? Buzz thinks it's them. So excited to get into this best of 5 in the semifinals.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that works. And if you had gone off day 1 performances, I may have agreed that was the better duo. But what we saw yesterday out of this duo on the Winthrop side, I'm not sure that's the case. I think that it's closer than Buzz may like. We're going to find out also as we get to watch T. Carell and Tristan, who are definitely well aware of each other. And the first one to strike, it's going to be T. Carell.
Yeah, he's just staying patient on that sidewall. He actually wanted to rotate out there. But again, I talk about reactionary play here in Rocket League. The ability to see, hey, there's an opportunity here. He turns back into it, plays it far post. Perfect placement, bottom left. Really strike here for Winthrop.
T. Carell going to win that kickoff to Hound. Buzz able to cut back, get on it quick enough. And then a missed touch there from JK for Shizzle. And turn into a battle here. Tristan now, he's going to look to try and get back at T. Carell. Won't be able to do it. I like. You notice something a little off on Tristan's name?
Oh no. Oh no, he's in full sicko mode. He's got a period.
He's got it on the wrong end of the name. I don't know what that means.
No. That means he's really gunning for it.
Okay.
If it's at the beginning of the name, that's like new meta, dude.
That's new meta. Yeah, I haven't seen it before. Yeah, he's trying to confuse people, throw them off. He's in disguise. People won't recognize him with the period on the front of the name instead of the end. JK Fashizzle now looking to go up against Buzz. Won't be able to push that one through. T. Carell is looking to try and make that early bump on that next player if he would have been able to get around the first. Reticence fakes off Hound. Tristan off the wall. Buzz up, but cut off by Reticence. No! Miscommunication. It all works out in the end. Tristan finishes it off.
Hey, man, this is the battle we were asking for. Back and forth between these two. And Buzz, even though that's a crazy double commit, actually sets it up perfectly. It looks like it's going to drop down one place. He plays it on the other side of the backboard. And no one is ready for it except for his teammate. The time back up here. Minute 15 in. This one is going to be a battle as T. Carell a wide open net after 2 defensive mistakes. That is 2 on the board now for T. Carell.
Well, right now the battle of the pros with the T to kick off their name is going the way of T. Carell. Only ones to strike so far has been the 2 pros. Hound looking to try and punch one in. Buzz gets it read well. Good play shot there from Hound. Good attempt to try and put that into that lower 90. This one, T. Carell looking to just shoot a shot. Reticence able to get a piece though.
Playing with fire, man. Reticence just putting that one off his own post, man. That's it's kind of a scary situation, but again, the confidence to go for it is what matters most, man.
I mean, it's that or don't go for it, and I think going for it's the better option. So
I mean, I'm not going to let a free ball happen with these teams on the field.
I would rather look silly and pinch it in off my own post than to just let it go freely uncontested.
Yeah, with you 100% on that one. Obviously, T. Corral here on the back end trying to transition it back to the midfield. And you can see some of the things that Indiana was trying to implement, but I don't think really had the speed to incorporate. Jacob Shizzle as well as Hound. Early challenges in the midfield. As soon as this develops, up for it and ready to apply pressure. You see it again here. Allows them to keep the offense going. Pressure on the side, a second touch, and almost a ridiculous angle as it goes over the top. Buzz there. Going to play it into the midfield, and Tristan with the beat. Drop straight down. T. Corral going to sweep through, get the boost, and a big fake and a little bit of a love tap on the back end. Does allow them to pull shot this one back into offense. Winthrop trying to get a pass by, but the defense holds strong. Again, more offense and more defense paired together as both teams just trying to find an opportunity. JK underneath this one. He throws it back in front of the net. It's going to be up to Tristan, who throws it in and dumps it into the corner. Plenty of space, plenty of boost, just trying to draw out some defenders. And again, T. Corral and Tristan standing each other up. A lot of respect being given. But offense still here for Winthrop. Can JK get around it? No. It's the second touch right above the net, and a good save pushed away. Zips on Akron. Weathering the storm as they clear this one out on the midfield, but it's going to get returned right away.
Yeah, this offensive pressure from Winthrop has been solid all the way through. They're really getting in the way. Hound bumping Tristan out of the play once again. We'll have to try and make a rotation back low on boost. Hound, quick cut. There's a touch there. JK Fashizzle's in position to make a touch off the back wall. Tristan whips. Open net. T. Corral with the shot, but from that angle just can't get the power on. Could have had that insurance goal. They weren't able to get an capitalization on that and pinch across again. So great field spread here from Winthrop is really what's been kind of setting this all up for them, right? They've had somebody on the left wall. They've had somebody on the right wall. They've had somebody in position from each time in that midfield to just keep that consistent touch, keeping the ball downfield. It doesn't have to all be shots on net. It just needs to continue to tick the clock down and cause more and more pressure. This one, slow touch. T. Corral makes the save.
The midfield presence from Winthrop has been absolutely incredible. And you're starting to see Tristan get a bit more creative with it. A lot of time being spent going for deeper rotations that the other teams have, just trying to deny boost on this one. Sees a good touch opportunity, immediately challenges. You're going to see him chase down into the corner, see if he can get a demo before it's cleared away. Buzz throwing it back up. Can Tristan get to this one? No. Intercepted again in that midfield. Got to find a way to keep it alive, but Jake is going to slam this one down in the first game going to Winthrop.
Yeah, taken away. T. Corral puts 2 goals on the board. Tristan puts 1 on the board as well. On the other side, the pros, only 1 scoring it so far. Defense on both sides, standing strong the majority of the series. And really, the defense of Winthrop, that's all in the midfield. It's their defense is don't let them have shots at all. If we just don't let them into our half, we'll be all right. And they're doing that really well. And that's not even on the back of T. Corral. That is on Hound and JK Fashizzle's positioning. Tristan's really been making sure that he's that island in the back. He's that third man, getting that wide rotation while the other 2 are doing cuts in rotation and setting those plays up. So that duo right now, though Buzz was saying the better duo is him and Reticence. Right now, it does not appear to be that way on the field.
Got some mind milling going. That's exactly what I was going to be talking about is, hey, that interview with Buzz. And wants to live up to it. He hears the caster curse come out and decides to put it away for you just to make you eat your words, man.
It's just how it works. The power of the caster curse is alive and well. Shout out to Fisher. He unfortunately fell victim to it yesterday. He didn't believe. He didn't understand the power that is contained within the microphone.
The only real power we have, man. Definitely on the field.
I mean, we're on the mic and it then affects the field. It's kind of on the field, right? It's like, no, okay, never mind. Buzz, shot opportunity, Hound on the backboard. Ton of backboard coverage there. Everybody on the side of Winthrop getting up on that backboard there. And here comes the speed of the Zips trying to set it up. Tristan believes in his teammate, believes in himself, and gets it done.
Hey, man, that's a big touch from Buzz, and the delay here as well. The longer he stays above the net, the harder it is for this defense to actually watch it from underneath. No one goes up for a challenge, no one on the backboard. It's an easy pass and setup here from Zibs Gaming. Touch inside, a good trap. They've got a 2v1. It's up to T. Corral. Tristan trying to get fancy with it and can't get the flick. Trying to style on his RLCS opponent, but this one he's going to come back and respond. A good save by Reticence. Shots again on the back end, and T. Corral probably going to turn on this one. He does. Wants to go back for that final boost, and as he's the only one back, could have been a scoring chance. Challenges in the midfield. Starting to get better and better from Zips. As in midfield back pass in the air. A string of words I didn't think I would ever say. Ends up coming out here from Zips to keep possession on the offensive half.
Reticence just going to throw one at net. There's a lot better field presence here from the Zips in the second game. They're not doubling up as much. You're not seeing Buzz and Reticence over the top of each other. You're just seeing them give each other space to work. And it's really made a difference here thus far. Great jump by JK Fashizzle. That's going to give a shot for Hound. Looking to get a second one. Tries to carry it across. Maintains possession here. Can he work it through the corner? No. But T. Corral with boost going to come in. Try and get in Buzz's head and actually loses the 50. But the team maintains possession. Little double tap JK to T. Corral. And there it is again, that cut from Hound that was working so well for them last game, but it only works when you have somebody behind you. When you're that third man, this can't be the decision making. You cannot throw that while your two guys are in transition. That is a giveaway goal, and the Zips 3-0 now here in game number 2.
Yeah, that's a tough one, obviously, on the back end. Trying to throw that one back towards the other side. Can't get behind it. Either way, it's punished by Buzz. They've been stepping up good, and honestly, the first game dominated by those other two in both JK and Hound. It's been denied pretty heavily here by Buzz. Big pass up and off the ceiling. It's going to drop down in front of the net, and luckily for them, no one there ready for it either. T. Corral, dribble pass, trying to get a flick probably on this last one, and it rolls up a little bit high. No boost either. Hound playing up top again as JK chases down Reticence. He decides to turn and actually gets a little bit of a demo on T. Corral. Again, talking about that reactionary play, you see another example of it there where Reticence, despite no boost, understanding, hey, I'm closest to the ball. I need to be the one to apply that pressure. Ball's going to buy some time for his team. Gets beyond this one and clears it out. Into the midfield, up high, trying to pre-flip and get that angle. Can't get the second touch. But either way, the pressure is on. T. Corral sitting on the backboard already waiting. Gonna drop it low. And an intercept by JK. Can't get the next touch, but again, another player coming. It's flying through for Winthrop. Tristan again bailing them out of defense. Into the midfield, and this Akron squad has been a phenomenal job of the adjustment here in game 2. Shutting down that midfield pressure and controlling a lot of the game. And then something like this happens. This is now the second or third time, Super, where a ball is just pinched out or gone into the midfield and someone is there to punish.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think that they're going to be bringing this one back. It should be going the way of the Zips. And since that basically means we got an open minute here, I want to give a little love to our sponsors. We obviously can't run these events without them. Huge shout out and thank you to Lenovo. Lenovo knows you play to win. To stand out from the competition, you need equipment that matches the speed of your thoughts and actions. The Legion Y25 monitor delivers wins in the toughest, most critical situations. Those 240 hertz monitors. I can tell you one thing, people may tell you won't see the difference between like 144 and 240. As somebody that plays on a 240 hertz monitor, you absolutely will.
$30 seconds remaining. T. Corral, big clear into the midfield. Reticence gonna have to retreat, but expect him cross field right to Tristan. A good give and go, but it's intercepted. Last opportunity to pinch off the ceiling. A little bit too much power on that one, but again, levels perfectly in the midfield. And at this point, if you are on the side of Zips, you can just do some boom ball, but T-Corral gonna fake Reticence completely out, but he still recovers. Great recovery here by Reticence. And Buzz trying to get one more for the road before this one hits the ground, and Akron neutralizes the series.
Well, I think we're going to get the series that we were asking for, Lawler. Zips, though, they take full control here. They did not like going down in game number 1. Buzz, knowing that he, he talked a little yesterday. Didn't go too far, but he had a little something to say and did not show up. Game 1 did not go their way. Game 2, completely different story here, as they had a dominant, only allowed 1 shot from T. Corral. That is it. They outshot them 11-1, Adam.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem.
That's a major problem. I don't care what the game is. You talk about a shooter. If somebody gets 11 bullets, the other guy gets 1. That's a massive problem.
Yeah, it's not always easy as a Rocket League commentator and analyst to be like, man, where's the issue here? And you just look at this and you're like, yeah, that's
Pound was completely removed from the game. He had that one bad touch off the sidewall. I mean, game 2, Akron had their number all the way through. They had shots. They spread out. They stopped doubling on each other. They said, you know what? Take it as fast as they were playing. They were taking it with patience. They had a good rotation. They allowed each other to move. They allowed each other to work. If they were in the corner, they didn't double on each other. And that made all the difference in the world. Having that extra field presence changed everything, because that's what Winthrop was doing in game 1, right? They were out there. They had that presence in the midfield. They had that spread. They got to kind of control the pitch. Not so in game number 2. As game number 3 gets underway here, we'll see if we get more of the same or if we get a little bit of back and forth. Game 3, this is one me and you love to talk about. It's where the changes have to come. One of the teams is going to take a huge advantage here when they take this game down by putting that extra bit of pressure. And every little bit of pressure, regardless of where it comes from, whether it's on the pitch and in your play or it is in the score line where you're just feeling the heat, all of it makes a difference here.
Again, in this best of 5, as you mentioned, game 3, that pivotal one. Winner of this match puts themselves at match point and a chance to go to the grand finals. You talked about it in quite a bit of detail, but I want to really emphasize it. Zips really turned it on in game 2, and a lot of the reason why, like you mentioned, is that midfield pressure.
Yep.
The ability to basically play what Winthrop was doing better than them is something that you shouldn't take for granted. It's something that, they do a one of that.
Great play.
You've got a player setting it up and Buzz all the time in the world. Well done on this transition.
Look at how quick Tristan recognizes the situation. That's the pro player difference. So we see it in collegiate play, right? We see some of these teams where they are going to react and they run that play, but it's how quickly that ball came down. The second, before it even touched the hood, he was immediately off and downfield, knowing that he was going to be in a carry situation. There's only one defender to beat. The other guy's too far out of position. That's just field awareness. Hound has a chance, can't get his body back around to take the shot, and we remain 1-0 in favor of Zips.
Nolan mechanic there by Tristan as well, using that musty flick. That shot was going to end short, but again, the follow-up on that pressure, forcing this player to jump. No momentum behind it either. Buzz on that one, trying to play it downfield, but because it goes off the sidewall, it centers too well, and then T. Corral on the back end. He comes flying in on that defender, just trying to get everything answered. They tie up this game, as it is that crucial one in the series. Important to stop that momentum early in the midfield. A good shot by Tristan off the crossbar, trying to go underneath. It's not there. Buzz with boost and a demo along the way. Unintentional, but a good one and an important one. There's a fake challenge by T. Corral in the corner. Again, the creativity coming out. You talk about challenging that immediately, expends his boost and puts him out of possession, but by a fake challenge, he gets into another position and really ties it together. Creativity coming out on both ends. It's been fantastic to watch.
Like
JK in a really tough pocket, try to use any boost he can. He runs out. That sucks for JK. Not a whole lot he can do there with only 4 boosts.
Got 12. He really, I think he had the moment. It's hard to read there. May have been able to do something with it had he driven just a little bit further forward and picked up that second small boost pad. would have had 24 in the tank, which would have given him enough to possibly get up and then sky it off the backboard, but just very little time to give it that type of thought. We have the benefit of the 2020 hindsight vision after the play. Buzz, big clear, downfield, ceiling, up early to try and get there. Can't beat out JK, and Tristan will opt to go back and give Reticence an opportunity to come up and take a shot.
Again, you want to talk about the differences, and I really truly wish that everybody had the experience to be able to play against a pro team at some point or another. Just for the experience, I've never been so happy to get absolutely destroyed in my life. Just so I can really have a firm understanding of what it is like to be under this kind of pressure. One shot after another, no boost, just panicking the whole time. There's nothing they can do.
On that note, there's a clip either on Com or McLando's stream from the PK tournament where they did that one with commentator, content creator, and a pro, where I got to play. And in the last series, it's 2 pro players on the one team because they put Forky as Tristan finds the difference, splits it right down the middle. What a shot here. This is actually disgusting read out of the corner. What a shot. The pressure I felt in that game, there's actually clips of me just being like, I understand the game, but I am completely lost. I am so sorry, guys. I am of zero use to you. Like, it is a speed that is kind of unexplainable. It's sneaky speed that these guys have, the way that they use their mechanics, and it's absolutely something, if you ever have the chance to do, it's a fun experience of getting absolutely destroyed in something.
It's just, it's really hard to explain what it is like where every single touch is a threat. Every single touch is a shot with power and precision. And even in a game that is so heavily reliant on mechanics and physics based and making the right perfect touches, they still find a way to do it every single time. We've been talking this entire weekend, Super, about the development of the meta over the years and how far Rocket League has come, not only in the grand scheme of things, but also just for the CRL. And again, people thought this at the collegiate level was unimaginable, just a few years ago, a couple seasons ago. I think we're on our 3rd season of the CRL, and it's just gone to such different heights. And speaking of Akron, a rough first game, but ever since, they've woken up.
Yeah, they basically said we can't give up the midfield, right? Midfield, giving that away in game 1 was the problem. Since then, they have made sure that they've been dominantly in control of that midfield. They've really, for the most part, slowed down this Winthrop team. But this game, Winthrop's had some opportunities. They just haven't been able to finish them off, right? It's not a blowout in terms of shots. It's 11-8, much better than 11-1.
Still gonna be a difficult one here is how I'm trying to play this. Get some momentum going back the other way. But when you're down by 3 with this much time, it's pretty much all but over. So they're gonna have to go next. They're gonna be focusing on our 4th match. And at this point, just trying to stay alive. It is match point here. 4 Zips as this one hits the ground. Akron trying to move on to the grand final and face their big rival in Northwood. Need 1 more to do so.
Well, they're on their way. They have momentum in their favor. Does it translate? Does it carry over into a game 4? Or do we see what happens, right? A lot of times we talk about game 3 being that transitional play. The change comes in the 3rd game, right? This technically now, since they've taken control, will be the 3rd game. Has Winthrop been able to figure it out? Can they talk about it here in this minute between series? Will they be able to take control going into this next one? Is there a game plan that they are going to have in store for the Zips going into game 4 to possibly get us to a game 5?
Yeah, it should be a fun one as we see this battle continue. We talk about those adjustments. Usually it's the 3rd game in succession.
Yeah.
With Akron getting 2 in a row, Winthrop would normally now make that adjustment, even though Akron, didn't waste any time. Immediately the next game, they're like, hey, let's do it. So I'm interested to see on what they can do, because as of right now, midfield control has been 100% in Akron's favor. They've been very urgent to the ball, and the best thing about the rotational play, it's very patient. None of it's really forced, and you can see it here. The creativity that comes out when you're able to take that little bit extra time because the challenges aren't as aggressive as they once were, it's going to be a tough one to beat. So again, going to need some heroics here. Obviously, we looked at T. Corral, but for me, honestly, JK has been kind of that difference maker with his bumps and demo play, the ability to create some of those opportunities. That's what I am looking for here in game 4.
Yeah, he's going to have to be a big piece of it. I think that you're right on the money there. He's that guy that really allows those free shots for Hound, those free shots for T. Corral. He's the one that opens those up. He needs to get into that position in those rotations. Nice little play there. Use of mechanics to try and sneak it around. It ends up getting red. Gets it past the first one. Makes them scramble a little bit. You see the respect from Reticence on T. Corral. Knows that he's going to have a second touch. Waits it out and says, no. I'm not going to let you do this to me. I know that you're going to have something in the bag. I'm just going to wait this out and see what happens. You're not going to be able to get it higher than I can jump, sir. You're either going to run into my nose or put it just off the ground, and he gets that well read.
Soft play in the corner. Settling down a little bit. You can see how deep back Tristan is. Just waiting for this play. Knows a big clear is going to come out, but those are the ones that Winthrop really needs to capitalize on. If you got a player that's far back, no reason for you to be booming it as an intercept here from Buzz. Cuts it off again. Pass down to Reticence.
What a
pass! Beautiful shot. What a pass play here coming out from Akron.
Just clean. This is, standard play. These are those passes you want to learn. You're going to really want to be able to execute these in those, the mid to higher champ ranges where you get that good read through the corner and get under it, but just perfectly executed, just dead on the money. I don't think Reticence could have asked for a better pass than that one. T. Corral going to try and punch this one through. Can't force his way through Buzz. And a miss from JK Fashizzle is going to cause some transitional defense here as the guys scramble back on the side of Winthrop. Buzz trying to just do a little off-pace touch from the side of the car. T. Corral beats out Tristan, has Reticence to get through past him. One more to beat over Buzz. No, great read from Buzz to get that little bit of a back air and make the touch on that ball there to save that one away.
Still T. Corral trying to make some efforts happen here in the midfield as we approach halftime. Only down by 1, so still plenty of time left for them to time this one up. Obviously trying to bring it to a game 5.
I wouldn't be mad at a game 5.
How? Shot Hound!
What a redirect here. This is actually so hard to do when you're coming cross body like that, where you're not facing net, you're in ball cam, just kind of functioning off of, I know the net is somewhere over here, and being able to redirect it and keep that inside the post is just so difficult, and he just puts it right on. Great touch there to tie it up. Man, this is the series that we've been kind of looking for. There's been some good series at Indiana. KWU one was fantastic, or was it WVU? I think it was WVU. It was a great series. Yeah, there's been some back and forth series, but this is kind of one of those ones where we're starting to see a lot of those higher end mechanics get used. We're seeing some tougher to hit shots being a more common part of it because it's the only way to get through these defenses. Oh, what a bump, but
still can't get it.
Recovery.
Yeah, needed players to step up in big moments like this, and that's one of them. You're on the goal line being bullied by Tristan, and you end up getting a save despite it. Hound now in a tough situation. Luckily, he's able to turn and get a touch. Only 18 boosts. Going to have to find some of these pads nearby. It is again Akron controlling the pace and applying the pressure.
Hound, no boost. Great opportunity there. Had he had any boost in the tank to just kind of punch that one down the line, come up the wall, send it for backboard, and just do a quick transitional play there. Lack of boost shuts that opportunity down. T. Corral in the corner, going to keep it high as he's in a 3v1. Won't be able to really take a shot here, but eats all the time for his team to get back. I don't even know what's going on in the corner right now. Just a whole lot of chaos and a missed read by T. Corral, but it fakes out everything, and JK Fashizzle comes through to take the lead for Winthrop.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Buzz. Obviously trying to play that around. Tristan, I think, had a touch that he could have played to the right-hand side, but this one falls in front of the net. It's a difficult situation, and of course, Winthrop are going to be there to capitalize. So now a lead, a chance to go to game 5. With 30 seconds left. Dropping it down. Buzz trying to get aggressive. This one off the post. Could have been a goal. Tristan's there. It's off the crossbar. You got to put that away.
Tristan, what's going on, man? You can't miss those.
Oh, it's a big clear, a big flick, and it's a 2-goal lead. We're probably going to game 5.
I'd say we're going to game 5 for sure, and I can't be happier about it, though I don't know about the way we got here. That miss by Tristan's one that he's going to feel. That should have been a tying goal there. We should be in a much different situation than we currently are, but alas, this is Rocket League, and that is how things shake out sometimes. Buzz going to try and punish here. Tristan through the corner. Couple seconds left. They can get it in with 1 second left on the clock. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. And we will be getting to game 5, and I think this is only the second time in the entire tournament, Adam, that we're going to see this.
Yeah, other than that Potomac in Indiana University, we haven't had any game 5s other than that one. So again, a game 5 here. It's been a battle between these two teams. We talked about how this one may be a little bit closer and exactly why, but man, that shot, I thought Tristan had it for sure. That's a 2-goal swing. It goes back the other way. And now pressure up against the wall. Can they close it out? What's going to happen here? But all the momentum is definitely in Winthrop's favor now.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this one, the story of this one is the battle of the defenses, right? Who held up stronger, longer? Both teams put up a lot of shots. 9 shots on one side, 10 shots on the other. 10 shots actually going the way of that team. Winthrop's the one to edge it out and take down that game, but the defense is getting it done. And JK Fishizzle, though he's not getting his bumps and demos offensively, he has been getting them in transitions on defense, which has been slowing the Zips down a bit and maybe a key factor in why they just took down that game. He got a few of them off the bat here. D. Carell gonna rip Buzz off the pitch. Tristan, no. 5 seconds in, gonna get the touch right over the defense. 1-0, Akron.
It's a great start here for Akron to neutralize it again. And right off the kickoff as well, it's just put in front in the effort from Tristan. It's been a battle and a good one so far. Both these teams fighting to go to the grand finals. Where Northwood is waiting. You've been having Noxes in chat all game long, all series long, just watching these two develop. Waiting as he gets ready to play with his food, apparently. That's probably the best way to describe the way they ended that last series. So, D. Carell getting stood up by Reticence. Pitches the other way. You got 2 players on defense and a lot of pressure. This one going to go straight down. Tristan, flip reset. Gets around it with the boost. What a shot. Doesn't even need the next flip. What a play by Tristan.
This is one of those reasons why he gets called the Justin of the college scene. Use of mechanics there. That is such a tough shot to execute on, where you've kind of overshot the ball, but that last second he recognizes the speed he's traveling at and just that little twist back to put it right on target and right in the possible spot for the defense to defend. Akron coming alive strong here. They want to see their rivals in Northwood in those finals. They're looking to take it to Noxes. He may be hanging out in the chat. He needs to start formulating a game plan if the Zips come through, because Noxes, last time you guys met, it did not go your way.
Slowing it down a little bit and trying to find a way to break out. Almost a big mistake there. But with 3 touches and a lot of boost being expended, makes it nice and easy for the offense. But no, it's a beautiful save by D. Carell.
JK!
And JK is going to be able to walk this one in. What a save on the defense.
When he went for the wave dash rather than the flip here, instead of just flipping into it, I thought he was going to get demoed by Buzz, and Buzz was going to have an opportunity to try and put that out into one of the corners. A sketchy option at best there. It ends up going their way. I don't know that I would have gone with the same option myself.
That is why he is playing in you or not, because the wave dash is the optimal way to go. So
I don't know there. He would have been quicker onto the ball. He was right on it.
So he's been playing this game since its inception.
It was close.
The wave dash is the better idea.
I just think
when you have no boost, I'm telling you, Super, it's the better idea.
Oh, no, I understand that the wave dash is a better idea in that to get going forward, but I think that on a single flip, he would have had contact on the ball beforehand rather than the delay where Buzz was coming up on him, because he's now giving Buzz the opportunity to close the start of the wave dash. I think that he was within range of a flip.
If he flips into that and hits it wrong in any capacity,
correct.
it's not perfectly square.
I'm asking for him to hit it on target, but it doesn't matter because he's making right decisions. It's all working out for him. Let's just move on. We'll just say we're both right because I don't want to be wrong in this situation. JK Fashizzle's getting it done. We're moving on. I've made a decision, sir.
My job is to support you, but we both need to support JK for his valiant effort.
Supporting me. I'm on the support train for JK Fashizzle. He ties it up. We've still got just over half a game to go here in a Game 5 series. Back and forth battle here.
I know chat's on a little bit of a delay.
Go back to play by play.
Reaction.
Go back to play by play,
brother.
Back to supporting me. Back to the game.
Hey man, halfway through, Buzz coming in with a shot. Save by JK.
He's doing it all, both ends of the pitch.
Man, this game has really been back and forth. Obviously, goals being traded left and right, and the fact that it is tied 2-2 just over halftime in a series that's going the distance. Not much more you can ask for out of a semifinal, as Buzz trying to drop that one down. T-Corell is there and immediately rush into that backboard. And I think this is the point where you're starting to see T-Corell really utilize that speed. As he's rotating around, he's actually bumping into some of his teammates. And again, we talked about this, being able to there to kind of support and be that captain to elevate his teammates.
Absolutely.
After a certain point, you've got to take matters into your own hands, and you're starting to see that now. Here's on what kind of role that's going to play.
Pound with a good touch there. Really, the shots on the side, too, I think that this could be a much different situation. Buzz has had a couple shots, but he's really only been able to put... Oh, Tristan! Ooh. Finally, somebody has an answer for JK, and Tristan gets in the way. Shot almost on target. T-Corell flying back down the pitch to save that one out off the crossbar. Chisel through two, looking to get past Reticence, can't, and that one should just fall right into the hands of Hound. I think there's been a couple shot opportunities for Buzz where he just hasn't been able to get power on him. He's been trying to have to make these kind of redirect soft touches. A couple different approaches out of Buzz, and I think this could have been a runaway Game 5 for them. Tristan now, demos. Oh, no, he gets demoed. I thought he caught the other player. I am very wrong. T-Corell wins that battle. JK Fashizzle! Winthrop looking to go up and not give the Zips a chance to take down their rivals in Northwood. They want to go and do it themselves.
Credit to Akron. They've definitely been the aggressor. But a lot of these goals are coming off of the patience for Winthrop. They're letting the plays develop. And in this case, again, they spread that defense thin by winning constant challenges, and it ends up going into the midfield where they put it away. So Winthrop scoring at a crucial time, only 30 seconds remaining. JK gonna opt for going for the boost. That's actually two mistakes. Could be an opportunity here, but never mind. A double demo in the midfield. That play stopped dead, but Tristan on the ball. Into the midfield, shot there from Reddit. Oh, it's a beautiful save from JK. A clutch moment that makes three. Can they close it out? It just needs to hit the ground. And it's a transition back the other way. Straight down, Winthrop takes it. They clutch it out, and they're going to the grand final, play Northwood.
I refuse to address Nox's for the rest of this, so I'm moving on. Moving on by day. Akron.
The next series, man. You can't ignore
Akron. You know, whatever. I absolutely could. I probably won't
because real dominance.
Yeah. Hey, Nox's. This has worked out great for me so far. You're gonna do great in the grand finals. So we'll see if that works out, if the powers continue or not. No, we're gonna have a great series. That one was actually a back and forth battle. That was a ton of fun. JK Fashizzle actually just coming on. Electric Game 5 from him. He was there for shots, for saves, blocks, demos, you name it. He did it. He was all over the place and left his mark everywhere on that game 5 to take down Akron, who I think was probably favored coming in as the number 1 seed on this side of the bracket. That is I don't think it's a huge upset. That is a slight upset series there. We're going to take a look at some of the replays from that match brought to you by Barbasol. But Adam, what a series.
Yeah, it was incredible. And honestly, JK with a optimal wave dash to put that goal away is really the turning point of that series. The ability. Hey, I'm talking. Let me make my point, sir. I may have done it at a perfect time, but JK really did a really good job of turning that and pivoting that in the right direction. It's great defense. It transitions out of the midfield, and then he gets a goal. That's a lot of pressure with no boost to go for that mechanic, and that's part of the risk that comes with it. But from there, it's just that confidence then starts to be ensued. You get some big moments from T. Corral to make some saves. Him and Tristan trade shots left and right, but then JK with a clutch save gets another goal, and they bring it back the other way. And there was one point where I was a little bit nervous where, transitions go the other way. Buzz has got possession, and then a double demo in the midfield. Yeah. It completely denies that offense from developing. It goes back the other way, and it's a one-on-one. And I honestly believe either one, T. Corral or Tristan, can neutralize that situation, which they do, and they kill the clock. So phenomenal play, obviously, by Winthrop. I'm super happy, obviously unfortunate here for Akron. They put up a valiant effort, a fantastic fight. But Winthrop going to the finals, a lot of heart in this team. I'm excited to see what they do against Northwood.
That little touch there from Tristan that we just saw too. Yeah, JK Fischl is the difference maker here. Okay, now that I can see it from his point of view, I'll take the L. I'll take the L there. Okay, from the camera angle I use while casting, it looked very different. From his angle, he made the right decision. I'll give you the W. Okay, you got it. You happy, Adam? I've given it to you.
I already knew, but it's nice hearing you say it.
I'm conceding it to you. I don't do it often. I typically just like to stand my ground and battle and argue with you as long as I possibly can. After seeing that perspective, I can't argue that one. They're gonna take that down. So now we're gonna get the matchup that I personally didn't expect, and I'm kind of happy to see it, to be completely honest. JK Fischl is peaking right now, popping off. The whole team's operating really well. And again, as you said, those demos not happening offensively. They're happening in transitional defense and just taking players off the pitch. So Noxus, keep an eye on your back bumper because JK Fischl is going to be coming for you. These teams got to get set up, though. That's it for that series. So we're going to go ahead, send it to a quick commercial break, let our sponsors talk to you a little bit. And then when we get back, it's on to the grand finals.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
One, just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one. They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
It started in the city.
It started on a sandlot.
It started on a Sunday.
The focus.
The drive.
The dream.
You knew how it felt.
You knew we needed the tools necessary.
You knew we needed funds to travel to tournaments.
You provided me with the best equipment.
You gave me opportunity.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Voodoo Ranger. Live dangerously.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Does that stomach ever sleep?
Not without its bland protein bar, which should be coming now.
These ain't protein bars, these are cookies!
Sorry, stomach, these are ours.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is gonna fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Let me guess, another protein bar for breakfast?
It's chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
A protein cookie? Chocolate chip protein cookies!
Chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One, just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable essay. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
back to the Collegiate Esports National Championships. Took a few minutes there to get this grand finals set up. We've made it. We're here. It's been 4 days of play. We're at the end of it, Adam. We've got Northwood going up against Winthrop. Not the one that I was necessarily expecting. I was to be honest, to be fair, I did. I'm sorry, T. Corral. I'm sorry, Winthrop. I expected Akron to pull this one off and us to have this Akron versus Northwood battle, but it did not come to. But I'm not displeased about it. How are you feeling about everything thus far, the storylines? I mean, we got the bracket up. Let's break it down. Set this up for me, Adam. What are we looking at?
I mean, it's been awesome, man. Obviously, our number 1 seed in Northwood has been nothing but dominant, obviously putting up a ton of games, but they saw some adversity in the semifinals. On the other side of things, we got a little bit of an upset. I don't know if you want to call it too much of an upset.
Yeah, not too bad.
Obviously, with the play between Akron and Winthrop there, Winthrop obviously putting up a really good fight, and then ended up closing it out in the end. It started off really strong for Akron, midfield presence, but just after a certain point, got completely shut down. Shoutouts to obviously JK and Hound, even though T. Curl's kind of the highlight. JK and Hound, man, really stepped it up. We talked about the confidence out of Buzz in his interview and like, hey, our duo is better than yours. And JK and Hound kind of showed him what's up.
JK had a few things to say about that on his transitions back, taking people off the pitch. Couple demos here, couple bumps there, few goals for himself, really coming alive. In that game 5, he definitely stood up tall and topped the leaderboard for his team and really did a lot of work there. So even, kind of outshining the pro on his team, T. Corral. So he stood up real big. And now we get Northwood versus Winthrop. So let's go ahead, take a quick look at these rosters of these two teams. Obviously, the favorite coming into the tournament as a whole. They were the number 1 seed on that left side of the bracket. That's going to be Buddy, Noxus, and Pirates from Northwood University. I don't know how much more hype we could possibly give this roster. This is a team that has just kind of stomped their way through. You're going to get to see a couple highlight clips of them here. They played earlier against Indiana in the semifinals. Noxus was the one to kick it off, but this is a team that just executes in terms of 1, the plays, and 2, executes their opponents. They just outscore them at will.
Yeah, to really put it in perspective, you can kind of see it from the highlights. Obviously, they do a really good job of suffocating the other team on offense, averaging it sometimes like 19 shots a game, which is just unheard of. If you're putting up like more than 10, it's already, so to almost do double that is just unbelievable. To provide a little bit of context, I've been watching Noxus, Pirates, and Buddy probably since like early 2017 that these guys have been playing Rocket League as a whole, and all freshmen for their college at Northwood. And Northwood, credit to obviously them and having like an actual scouting program and stuff, bringing in some of that talent. It ends up working out. But on the other side, you can't obviously count out Winthrop. T. Krell is obviously the star player on the roster. He is a professional player in the scene for the RLCS, or the Rocket League Championship Series. But like you said, stealing the show last series in those semifinals, JK and Hound really stepping up, controlling that midfield, demos on rotations, just doing whatever they can to basically stop the offense from developing in the first place, which is going to be a crucial thing here in the grand finals. Obviously, you've got a really aggressive offense in the abilities of Northwood, but if you can stop it from developing in the first place, you even saw credit from one of the players on Northwood and Noxus being like, yo, JK's peaking today, man. He's playing cracked. And that leads me to believe, like, obviously a level of respect being given. We've seen Northwood kind of just have their way with stuff, but as you watch these plays develop, good shots from multiple players, all supersonic legends, which is the highest rank in the game, stellar defense at times as well. Like, they're a complete team, and they're, hitting the top when it matters most. So it should be a good match. Obviously, the favor going to the number 1 seed, obviously, for us in Northwood, but I think Winthrop is going to put up a really good fight. I don't think it's going to be as one-sided as Northwood's had through the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, and shout out to Psionics for naming the highest rank in the game. Clearly, after myself, you couldn't pick a better name for it. I think that this could be a battle. I think this is going to be obviously the toughest team that Akron. That was the toughest team that Akron had ran into. They took Akron down. Toughest team that Northwood's going to be running into, and no better spot to have it than in the grand finals. We'll be able to head over onto Championship Sunday. the Collegiate Esports National Championship, it calls for Champions Field, which is where we will be hitting as soon as we get into this game. We'll be taking a trip over there for the first time this week. Feels good. It's always a great day when you can make it to Champions Field. And I'm looking forward to watch these two teams throw down.
Yeah, Champions Field should be
Championships Field. That's what we're calling it from now on.
Yeah, that's what it is now, right? Is excellence. And you can kind of see it as we get into the matches. Hanging at the rafters at the top of the stadium is the names of world champions, players that some of these guys have been lucky enough to bless themselves as, former competitors or, friends or people that, they see in ranked. So again, to have such an iconic moment, to really be able to bring together our last series of the tournament, as this is our grand finals, one best of 5 that determines everything for the title. It's going to be between Northwood, our number 1 seed, and they're going to try to start it off here early. Can Pirates get to it? And he does. Just trying to make it anything. Just blowing on it, put it in.
This is such a tough situation for T. Carell. He's like, I can't. He even tried to nose out kind of and stop Pirates from being able to come out, give him a little bump. He tried to do whatever he could. There was just, the ball didn't come out far enough for him to make that play. There was nothing he could do about that one. So first goal will go the way of Northwood. And you know what? You know what else I like to talk about other than Rocket League is more goals. I'm not even going to go into it yet. That's just a goal from T. Carell. He gets one back. I wanted to talk about cookies and sweets, which I guess I'm just going to transition into here because we can't do any of this without our sponsors. So that first goal of Winthrop is actually going to go out to you from Lenny's and Larry's. Feel like an esports champ with Lenny and Larry's, the complete cookie. Each tasty cookie is packed with up to 16 grams of plant-based proteins and 10 grams of fiber to make sure your car is hitting strong on those touches. Knox's with a big, strong clear downfield, and Buddy in pursuit can't find the second touch. And back and forth we go, but it looks like another shot opportunity. Knox's can't get a piece of it off the corner.
Hey man, those cookies, just like our players, built different. There's a pass here in the corner. Shot by Knox is intercepted by T. Carell. Coming together with Buddy to pinch it out. It's a fake on the other side. Provides a little bit of space. And a good 50 puts that on target, but it's a crucial save on the back end. Could have been dangerous here for Northwood as they find themselves on defense. Slow play, trying to draw somebody out, but T. Carell standing it up, trying to find a pass down. He finds Hound, a shot top right. It's perfect placement. They're working the field fantastic today.
Yeah, this is what you want to see out of T. Carell. You want to see him right now, as great as he is at scoring, as great as he is as an individual player. You want to see him elevating JK Fashizzle, elevating Hound to bring them up, because where we had that conversation that the duo of Buzz and Reticence, and they thought they were better than Hound and JK Fashizzle, when you start looking at the lineup of Knox's Buddy Pirates, all 3 of those players are going to have a bit more experience than Hound and JK Fashizzle. This is one of those ones where I would say that is a more solid argument. So what we need to see is T. Carell really elevating them, facilitating, allow them to become a part of the plays. And I think that that's the secret here for Winthrop to get an upset win. Buddy able to bring it from the tough angle, ties it up. 3:05 still left on the clock here in game 1.
Can never make it easy for themselves, can they? Obviously have a fantastic counterattack with a wide open net, and they decide to go for another pass. But because of that, T. Carell's able to get back and make a save. But again, the pressure is on, everybody retreating, and they decide to play it into the corner, bring it down, and it's a tough angle for the save. So again, here tied up in game 1 of this best of 5 in our grand final. Northwood back on offense until T. Carell has some other plans, try to dribble it in the midfield. And it's a wide rotation here from Hound. Allows the approach and a pass straight down. And of course, it's a pre-jump to JK, who puts it away. What an answer here for Winthrop.
Yeah, they're absolutely peaking here for JK. The pre-jump, the trust in Hound. Hound, just as accurate as T. Carell on that pass. He facilitates it perfectly down. And Winthrop back in the driver's seat here once again. This is a absolute back and forth battle so far. Goal every 30 seconds. Can't ask for a much better way to kick off a championship. Buddy able to get a good pickup and a beat through Hound. Now through the corner. Knox is Slows down JK Fashizzle to try and open up an opportunity, but T. Corral takes it. Hound over one. Won't be able to chase down Pirates. Pirates sees that coming a mile ahead. Up in the air, make sure that he's not going to be a bump target on that playthrough.
Still good challenges in front of the net here by Northwood, and a lot of time left to go. If you know anything about these two rosters, offense is not a problem. 1 goal lead, probably not going to be enough as it's a pass off the back wall into the midfield. Touch not there off the ceiling. T. Corral, secondary touch as well. But challenged early, and that's going to be the name of the game here. Early challenges trying to stop these things from developing in the first place. Or demos on rotation. I haven't seen too much of it yet, but there has definitely been some demos on the field. There's another one here from JK up early. A good touch in the midfield. Leaves it for a teammate, but Hound, needing to be careful, gets bumped on the way back. But he comes in for the challenge. It flies and kicks out into the corner where Knox is. Multiple touches, plenty of boost. He's going to be able to bring it back down into offense until he is met by Hound, who, again, challenge after challenge, able to clear it away.
It's interesting on the offensive half so far. When they are down there, they are just as speedy as ever. They're going to capitalize this time. Buddy, second goal. I was going to say, when they're getting downfield, they've been getting scored on because they're overstaying their welcome still, right? Like Northwood hasn't necessarily given the respect to Winthrop yet. They're treating it as any other team they've come up against in this tournament. I'm just going to go down, try and score at will. I'm going to try and make a touch on every single ball in any vicinity of me whatsoever. And that's opened up opportunities for Winthrop. That's why they were in the lead. It's tied now, but we'll see if those change at all as this grand finals continues on. 43 seconds left here. This one's going to pinch out in front. Hound trying to slow down. So's Knox's. Both of them trying to make the other one go first to try and take possession. Knox's back wall. Nobody in pursuit as there needed to be. Boost taken in the midfield by Buddy. He could not come up to make the play.
A little bit more patient play here by Northwood, and a good job at that as well. His speed has been in favor of Winthrop. T-Crow follows close, but then goes wide to be open for a pass and intercepted by Knox's. What a challenge to deny that from developing. Rotation through, 100% boost to wide open net. It's a midfield pass. Knox's with 5 seconds left. He's going to give Northwood the lead.
Man, this is a tough one, right? You're up against the favorite here. You're in the lead. They now make the comeback. They now take the lead with 5 seconds left. This is really one of those ones that if I was expecting it to go the distance and really feel all the way through, you kind of wanted the win here for Winthrop, right? Northwood going to take that down, really set themselves up nicely on a comeback. They were behind, able to pull that off. Knox is once again today flexing that CRL Fall 2020 champion title. Northwood getting it done, even in the face of adversity where they are down. They are at a point where, you could say not enough time on the clock, only 1 goal to go. They end up coming back, scoring it, and getting that finisher in the final moment. Northwood still just at we're going to score at will. They're not necessarily trying to play a defensive game. They just want to be in your face and make it rough for you.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good moments happening in the midfield from both sides. One I want to point out in particular has been Hound, where he's actually talking about that reactionary play, the ability to make adjustments when the ball gets close. And he'll fake challenge, double back on a wall, and then as he's falling, make a second touch past the defender. I'm actually watching it on the replays on my right-hand monitor. And it's just those little things actually force a lot of problems. But the difficulty is because of those wins, it's actually drawing in his entire offense. Because this team plays so aggressive, because they're making so many challenges, they overexert a little bit too much on offense.
Yeah.
And if the touches aren't perfect, you know the counterattack potential. There's another one here on the back end from Hound. Luckily, he's able to recover and get it around, but that's a lot of touch, a lot of boost being expended, and luckily JK is able to bail him out of trouble. Wants that boost, and now it's gone. So going to be responding back here with 33 on the back end.
Oh.
And called off by T. Corral. Interesting. Oh, no.
Man, Hound in a tough situation, and he gets taken out.
Boost straight Hound. Doesn't even hit him.
Forces him to jump. It doesn't matter. He's there. It's enough to move him off his mark. And as soon as you move him off his mark and that ball coming at that speed, I don't think there's any recovery to get out of the way of that, where he then makes it back to the ball. Placement of the shot right on the money, right where it needed to be. Hound looking for the upper 90. Oh, not looking for it on the other end. Finds the upper 90. Save. What am I talking about? But it ends up going right back out into the middle for a shot. The angle, I couldn't see the net. I just saw Hound flying. It's like, oh, he's taking it.
That is the benefit of the speed of Winthrop. Hound getting there first. And it's a beautiful pass off the backboard.
Unfortunate. Oh, Hound again. Demo on T. Carell. A lot of demos, a lot of aggressive play here so far.
It's the benefit, obviously, of a team with a ton of experience, as you know.
Oh, great shot. Better save.
2 saves indeed. This one goes underneath. Buddy trying to fly through. This one, a beautiful angle by Pirates. Even better save again by JK, but the follow-up, it's one after another. You talk about lethal shots from Northwood. A prime example of it here. Every single angle, every single target is forcing the defenders to jump in. It doesn't even matter. All 3 in net, still not enough.
That's one of those ones like... the moment, it's like a posterized moment just because of how cool that looks. That ball, 1, 2, 3 in the fourth corners, the ball, just everybody coming from everywhere. 2 coming off of a ceiling attempt save out of the net. Third one playing from the ground. This one dead ball in the middle. Knox is looking for Pirate, who's hanging out in the corner, but he's up. So's Knox's. Neither can finish. They get a couple defenders to bite, and Hound has to clear it out into the sidewall. Can't get it downfield. Great opportunity here for JK Fashizzle, and T. Carell going to pick it up off his hood. Follow through. Good keep of good job falling right back into rotation there, right? T. Carell comes through, picks it up. JK Fashizzle, rather than being in a situation where he goes, ah, man, ball got taken away and trying to rotate out, stays in the play. That's something that he does very well with this team. T. Carell looking to try and get a last-second touch over Knox's. Can't find it. Pirates versus Hound in the midfield. And, man, this is just an absolute battle at the ball time and time again. Buddy and JK Fashizzle starting to lock hoods.
Super, I wanted to describe and summarize these 2 offenses as quantity over quality. But the difficulty is with Northwood, they have both. They're controlling the shot game, and every single one of these shots is just so dangerous. While it feels like Winthrop has the speed, has the intensity, and is just putting as many shots as they can on target. But they're definitely not as threatening. Very choosy here from Northwood as another one comes across the net. And it's a demo on rotation. Should allow them to keep offense. Buddy up high, trying to get the read. And what a shot. Unfortunately, it hits post. But, of course, the follow-up there from Pirates. Bar down and out. But the saves it. He saves Pirates' shot. That could have been a 2-goal lead.
Pirates, you don't have to play in the ball. Either get into the net and out of the way or back up. You can't stay there, man. You can be anywhere but. He ends up making that save. Shot from Pirates now. Saved away by T. Carell, who's going to try and maintain possession. Beats Knox's on the sidewall. And, man, some of these battles, it's not just battles with the other team. Sometimes you got to beat your own. Pirates tries to lift it up, looking for himself. Can't get back to it. Great backboard save from T. Carell.
Man, what a play by the veteran and the pro. Using a quick aerial to get up fast, gets a pinch off, a recovery, and then immediately air dribbles it in the midfield and wins a 50. Part of the reason why you want one of those guys in back, the ability to bail you out of tough situations. He does it again here to keep it within 1. As Northwood back on offense. T. Carell, boost an early flick. With Pirates there waiting. He's probably going to challenge this one as well. And off the backboard, shot there from Knox is denied. Buddy in the midfield and just trying to draw out this defense. Cross pass, and I'm surprised he's able to get it. They're going to lead it into a back pass and go the possessive. But some of these plays would develop nicely, but they're just a little bit off the mark. So Winthrop still within 1, but backs against the wall. Hound in goal. Doesn't matter. He goes for a double touch. What a shot. Buddy making it look easy.
Buddy is so threatening from these kind of wide angles. Once he gets down to the offensive third, if you see him, I don't care if he's on the sidewall, the ground, I don't care if he's against the back wall coming from that side. That is where he loves to work from, whether it be a shot straight on net or a pass to himself off the backboard like that. 3-1 now, Northwood off of that great play from Buddy.
A little of a weird touch to get on that backboard, but it does end up playing the other side, and Northwood plenty of boost, but a couple of these shots coming in have been good setups, but it's an extra effort here and allows them to go the other way. And at this point, Pirates doesn't even need to make this a lethal shot, but you can see the intensity coming out from the defense of Winthrop, understanding the threat that the offense has on the other side. They immediately jump for the ball, and Buddy with a redirect. Can he play it again?
Oh!
It's too easy, man. Buddy, what a freak.
That is anything but easy on this shot. This is one of those ones, cross body. Again, they're so hard, and you can see that he's almost overshot it, but at the last second, redirects to use the back end of the car. Every single piece of that car is usable, and trying to redirect angles, for many people, it's going to be hard just to figure out the angle off the front end of your car. Being able to utilize every piece the way he just did, though, shows just how much skill he has in this Northwood roster. You know, at this point, looking like all Buddy, shots from everywhere, absolutely crushing it out as they go 16 shots to 6.
That is a lot.
That's a lot of shooting.
One of the best offenses in Rocket League we've ever seen is G2 Esports in Season 7, and they averaged like 12 to 13. So the fact that they're doing more than that is pretty insane. Buddy with a hat trick, 2 double touches that, again, you want to talk about how difficulty of that shot can be expressed. Think of like a fadeaway jumper, I guess, while also being pushed by somebody. It's so difficult to explain what goes into that unless you've played the game. Again, Buddy, you make it look easy, man, but it's anything but. As we get into game 3, this is a big one as Northwood finds himself on match point and 1 game away from taking the championship. As for Winthrop, having to fight a reverse sweep, backs against the wall, but if we've noticed anything about them over the course of the weekend, under pressure, they tend to do a good job, but Knox is going to slot this one in perfectly top left.
What a shot placement here. Knox is just right on the money. Can't really put it any nicer than that. Just a couple pixels off the corner there. Narrowly missing the crossbar and that post. Buddy to the ceiling, gonna boom one downfield. Pirates tries to get up early for it. Can't get a piece, and by not getting a piece, it ends up being a whiff in the midfield. Or at least not a shot that goes anywhere, so the drops back into their possession. Pirates trying to follow up on it. Buddy jumps in as well. Nice recovery. Use of mechanics from the wall. Makes a tough one and gets it past T. Carell. Hound has to come sweeping through on the line to make the save.
Challenges in the midfield, but soft touches by Hound keeps possession. And even though it's a good follow-up, does not matter because the defense from Northwood is there. Minute gone by, a goal to show for it, but it's back in front of the net, and the defense having to stand strong. But it's the midfield pressure. Winthrop just having difficulties breaking out of their own half, and it's because they're being suffocated here by Northwood. And it's just a big dunk from Pirates. Just putting a body in the way.
He's just so big. He's so tall. He's just the strongest. That's a spaceman Babam right there. If I've seen one, he just absolutely destroys Hound with a dunk. Big kickoff here. That's going to go to Pirates. Looking for Knoxes on the ceiling. Back down for Buddy. And it is executed to perfection. This is intended from before the kickoff starts. This is a called out play. Perfect execution.
Rocket League's only got so many non-reactionary plays, and the kickoff is one of them. But faking the kickoff to get possession and then playing it back upfield to that player so he can have a redirect. And you just hope that your third man is in position. And in this case, when it's Buddy, you know he's not going to miss. Had a hat trick last game. Why not add another one? But in this case, they're spreading the love across the field. But Hound going to sniff this one out and dunk it in.
Mahu was almost a howl to the moon for Hound there as he punches it through Buddy. You're going to dunk us. I'm going to dunk you. 3:22 left, down by 2. Winthrop in this best of 5 has to win this one and the next 2 to try and take this down. Would love to see this go to at least a game 4. T. Carell now up against Buddy, who's going to work it through the corner now. Pirates backboard down. Going to be over, and Noxes will wait that one out.
Soft touch on the back wall, and an important one of that for T. Carell. Obviously, they've been bullied quite a bit. But the fact that he's able to dribble 1v3 against this team and bring it down the other field is something that definitely needs to happen. They need a big stand-up and a step-up performance, and T. Carell 100% capable of it. But is going to need the help of the teammates as well. Hound trying to go up for this one. It's Buddy. Able to find it. Noxus sitting in the midfield. Off the backboard. Another follow-up as well. It goes underneath. Pirates high. Does he have the boost? It's nice and soft, and he's going to fake and roll out. But again, even the touches that are to get things out of the way are still on target for Northwood.
Down to Buddy. Pass play again. Looks to cut it back out into the mid, but that player gets demoed and punished on the play attempt. Like the idea, but the time was not right. T. Carell through the midfield. It brings it back within one.
The big one and back within one obviously allows them to play in that 0-second time, because in Rocket League, the game does not end until the ball hits the ground, which, as we get higher and higher level of Rocket League, that ball very rarely touches the ground. As you can see here, just lofted up some more. Good touch, but intercept by Hound. No boost. Going to have to be an awkward rotation, and JK comes in. Trying to go for the ground pinch. It's inside, but Buddy stands it up. Back over. Finds a teammate into the midfield, and again intercepted. The defense here of Northwood. All three players going to have to find a way to draw them out. As they bring him in, a big clear. T-Crow with the free jump. Over to Buddy, trying to apply some pressure with his teammate. Starting to see Winthrop win a couple of these challenges in the midfield. Is transitioning the other way a little bit better. And this, a chance for JK. Need to be careful with the respawn. It's a wide open net, and he actually fakes him out. What a touch by JK. Do him dirty.
Uses the fake and the use of his teammate coming through. Hound comes in a little close there. Almost messes it up, but ends up becoming a little bit of help there at the end, and they're able to force it through. Winthrop ties it up off of a chaotic play in front of the goal. Hound now wins the kickoff. Going to maintain possession. Gets the boost steal. T. Carell up to the back wall. Has the flip reset. Won't be able to chase it. Does actually. It pulls Hound out of the play, and JK for Shizzle going to need a big clear here.
That one goes off the ceiling. Need to be careful. Buddy, the first one too. It's going to be Pirates over to Noxus, who goes up the side wall. He actually decides to rotate back, so it's a solo play from Pirates, but Buddy's there for the follow-up. They always have each other's back. The follow-up absolutely superb.
Great execution here from Pirates. Hound deciding doesn't have enough boost, doesn't want to challenge, doesn't feel comfortable go up the wall, has to turn off of it and wait for the play to develop. But as soon as he turns, you see Pirates recognize what's happening and takes advantage of it. Ends up getting that off the crossbar. Buddy always there to try and... Doesn't matter this time. Buddy's not in the way for this. T. Carell immediately ties it back up. I think Hound gets a piece of him. Yeah, Buddy can't recover.
The whole slice.
Just under the whole size. We're gonna give him 99%. He gets the whole thing. The guy comes off the pitch, but man, what a hit! Getting aggressive. I like it.
Winthrop put up a
JK
fight.
Shot.
It's been back and forth here, and an important one. Backs against the wall again. As a reminder, if you're just joining us, this is the grand finals, and right now Northwood is on match point. A big save by their defense, trying to close out this series in a 3-0 sweep in a best of 5. But for Winthrop, and tying up the game goal after goal, as it's a good pass. T. Carell going to intercept. It's up high, and his teammate JK able to swing through. Trying to find it clear, trying to get out of their half, possibly bring this to OT if they can end it in regulation.
Could be out of the corner. Hound has a shot. Looking for the bump on Buddy. There it is. Upper 90. 2 seconds left. They may have just locked this one down. I think we've got a game 4.
What a play by T. Carell. The air dribble coming across, but he's not done yet. Chases down a player, but the placement absolutely perfect. As for Northwood, trying to keep it in the air, but it's a fake kickoff. They let it hit the ground, and we're going to game 4.
What a final play to close that one out. They do not want to see this go down 3-0. They are not going to let Northwood walk through them. Stepping up big. JK Fashizzle not there as huge of a part as he was towards the end of their previous series. But you know what? When he's not playing up, Hound steps up. He's getting in the way. He's getting bumps. He's in the taking shots, hitting them directly in the upper 90 to close out series. And this Winthrop squad, man, they're stepping up. I'm liking what we're seeing here. It's been a huge battle back and forth. These are the kinds of series that you just, you wake up as a caster and you're just like, man, I just want the back and forth. I want to see the battle. I want to see the struggle on the field. And we're getting it here, Adam.
Hey, man, what better way to give us a grand final? Obviously, it is back against the wall. And from here on out, obviously, same situation. Northwood wins one, it's over. But for Winthrop, having to get 3 more in a row, this is the start of it. They got their first one and seeing if they can carry that momentum. We always talk about game 3 being that pivotal moment. Here's a prime example. Winthrop seems to have adjusted a little bit better, controlling the midfield a little bit better, a little bit more patient as well on the ball. And a lot of that starts with their star player in T. Corral. Yeah. You give credit to Hound and JK in the setup and putting away the shots, but T. Corral slowing it down, going for some air dribbles, some solo plays. That's forcing Northwood to come out and challenge. It's putting them out of position, and it's not allowing these crazy crossfield passes or easy dishes over and a shot on target. They're working this team, and it's going really well for Winthrop. So as we get into game 4 here, again, backs against the wall for Winthrop. Can they do it again? T. Krell starting off with more of the same. A little bit of a slow play, but having to be careful as the offense, without a doubt, is going to be there for Northwood. Settles into the midfield and bounced across. Buddy with the soft shot. This one goes up high, luckily. JK there for the team. Going to be able to clear this one out. It's Hound. Has a wave dash trying to dribble it around. We've seen him do this in the past. But multiple challenges in the midfield.
A lot of the setup really for Winthrop coming through ground game as well, right? Having that secondary player come through and set up bumps. They're looking to dribble it down, not put it high in the air. They're getting beat when the game goes high in the air over and over again. That's where this team of Northwood really thrives. T. Corral and Hound both going to be up. A lot of boost expended there from T. Corral to try and stay with that one. And that shot will get up and over him past Hound. And JK Fashizzle, for some reason, comes out of the box and just will not be able to get back. That's just a mistake all the way through. Northwood capitalizes on that moment, up 1-0 here, but Winthrop, not a team to ever be out of the fight, regardless of whether they're down or not.
Yeah, that tough one actually starts with Hound, both him and T. Crow on that back wall. Because they double commit on that backboard challenge, it ends up bumping him out of the way, but this one's not going to matter. We talk about early responses. This has been Winthrop all weekend long, where if you score, we can do it too. And in this case, it's going to be Hound leading the charge. Bump on the defender and knocks his near post. And a good shot on target. A minute in here to game 4. And we go neutral yet again.
Through T. Correll's control into quick takeoffs from back wall, and then the secondary effort of everybody on the team coming through for Winthrop. Everybody looking for a bump there. T. Correll came across the line, forced that defender back. Hound then took a shot at him. Everybody just kind of chipping and being a nuisance and an annoyance to Northwood is what's opening up these goals, these opportunities for them. They're having to use a lot of scrappy play, but whatever's going to get it done, that's what you got to do. JK Fashizzle beat over Pirates with a late touch. Hound and T. Correll going to collide there. I think that one should have been given to Hound, but no, it shouldn't have been. T. Correll going to wait it out. JK Fashizzle, aggressive play once again, just going to rip the defender out of the air. What a demo.
It's such a good play by T. Corral. Everybody expects him to go in immediately and take that shot, but instead, there's a fake challenge. He lets the play develop, goes around, and now gives himself space. And then rather than going again, he waits. He lets his teammate come in and get a demo on the defender in the way. Incredible communication coming out for Winthrop. Currently puts him in the lead, and T. Corral trying to go low on it. Bumps the last defender, JK, a bounce shot, and it's a big clear. Counterattack opportunity. Northwood in the corner. Hound winning the first one, getting a bump on Buddy, but it's a huge dunk. And luckily, JK and T. Corral able to work together. A little bit of a give and go to bring this one downfield. Up high is secondary touch, and again, T. Corral making magic out of nothing to bail them out of a tough spot. It's a big clear off the ceiling. This one should end short. And back to the possession of Northwood.
That's kind of what I was talking about. You were saying that, you know, T. Corral slows things down, but he's also just so quick with his mechanics when he does do that, that he'll catch you off guard with odd touches like that then speeds the play back up. J.K. Fashizzle going to have to try and get this around Pirates. Gets out wide of the ball so he can punch it behind him. Buddy with the shot. Pirates overcommits forward with a bad read, and this one transitions back downfield.
Had a goal opportunity there, but again, with the being aggressive and trying to get in the face of this team, you see the difficulty for Corral again.
Money.
Hound has been a nuisance on that backfield. That's yet another demo. He's just living back there and catches Buddy sleeping. Denies the corner boost, comes through and gets rid of that last defender, and just smooth sailing for T. Corral. Winthrop now up by 2 and just wheeling their way to a game 5.
Man, I was kind of calling it out before the series started. I gave the thumbs up and told Noxus to watch his bumper. I should have told them all to watch it because they are head hunting. T. Corral, slow down, past Noxus, tries to throw it up. Buddy with the beat. T. Corral able to get in the way, though, on the wall, breaks it up. Little give and go off of the 50 win there, and Fashizzle gonna not do the typical pancake of the body to the ball, hits his nose and just gets rebounded right back off the wall, rejected.
Touch from the side wall, trying to go for the backboard, but defended well by the defense of Winthrop. As again, everything being met by a 50. But the difference is there's a player
what a touch.
ready to go with it, and unfortunately for the other team, it is T. Corral. Look how closely he follows this play, and the reason why is having that faith of his teammate, the ability to just immediately take it down the other way. And man, Winthrop with momentum, and this is where the momentum starts to shift, the mentality. You're up, you have the ability to close it out, not once, not twice, but now you go into game 3, you've lost 2 in a row. And you start to question yourself. You start to think, well, we couldn't finish out the first time. We couldn't do it the second time. And there's the doubt. How are we going to do it the third time? What are we going to do? The benefit, though, is we talk about that game 3 pivot.
That's game 5's another.
That's where it can happen for Northwood. Exactly.
Did you? I just want to go back to that last goal. Did you see the little bit of disrespect T. Corral had with it too? Not only does he get that little flick, he then recovers to flip over the player, skim the top of his car, hit the ground, and then flip into the ball still. Just showing off, flexing the whole way through on it.
I mean, honestly, man, there's so much swagger with players at the high level that it just feels like everything is disrespectful. Let's be honest.
Buddy,
great disrespectful here. Buddy gonna dunk it and posterize this defender.
Posterized T. Corral actually off of a bit of a rough touch. He just can't quite get to it. He was looking to try and get himself angled so that ball would hit into him and then clear into the backboard. Didn't have enough boost to get the hops. Good win out of the kickoff for T. Corral. Now up against Buddy. There's a free net back here, but they should be able to transition back in. Pirates going to try and redirect. That one's not on target. Noxus won't be able to get it through. Final moments, and we will get to see a game 5 in the grand finals. Adam, you can't write it better. You can't script it better. Winthrop coming through on the slight upset. I'm still going to call it a slight upset over Akron. Starting off down 2 series. This is the won't call it David. We'll call it a really big David versus Goliath in Northwood, and David's coming through strong. Winthrop standing up to the test, and they're doing it through brute force.
Yeah, this is kind of the ideal scenario. We joke about how there's always a script in Rocket League, and for some reason, it always seems to end up in those ideal scenarios. Game 5, top teams, a little bit of an upset to get here. It's a reverse sweep potential. And I'm super happy that, you know, alongside Super, a longtime casting partner, that we get to put on the show for you guys. So for everybody here, whether you're in chat, whether you're watching elsewhere, we do greatly appreciate you guys tuning into the CENC grand finals here for Rocket League. But we've got one more to go. Winthrop and Northwood, everything on the line for the title and the trophy. And honestly, it's a coin toss for me. You're talking shots have been relatively even. That last game, 7-6, goals back and forth. But the difference here, facilitation from Winthrop. They're doing a really good job of creating space, primarily with T. Corral and Hound. Demos everywhere, and JK there to tie it all together with a pretty bow. So Northwood, work cut out for them. Can they bounce back? We've seen them do it in the past, but this one is the real testament to their character. Can they do it again? We've seen them have struggles when it gets to the final games when all the pressure is on. This is a chance to correct that. Here we go.
Off to the races we go. T. Carell through the corner now up against Pirates. Demo immediately, early, already that aggression coming out. And you can see how much quicker now JK Fashizzle and Hound are also playing to get to the ball. Great defense there from Noxus to get up early, but man, the pressure right now coming out of Winthrop finally going to get cleared out. That was a good solid 20 seconds of just putting shots on net. Demos coming through. Pirates, opportunity to call himself, can't get back to it, and Buddy will not be able to punch it through JK.
Good fake by Pirates, no boost. Just wants to bring a defender out. So just jumps up high, and yes, it does put him in no man's land with no boost, but it's about setting up his teammates. Another soul play here by T. Carell. It's a miss clear and a good opportunity.
Hound
is there for the punish. JK with the assist. What a play here and a good start for Winthrop.
Great decision here from JK. Just go ahead, punch that high. Hound's coming in full speed. Perfect read from him. And that is just a hard one to get up in time to block. So much speed out of Winthrop. They take an early lead here in the opening minute. See if Northwood has anything to say about it. They typically do have an immediate clap back if anything follows through. Not this time, though, as T. Carell will block out Pirates' attempt.
Nox is trying to set up his teammate. Not sure if he was trying to fake the ball and get the demo on that backboard defender or not. Either way, Buddy's going to have to race back and no boost because Hound there to deny it. The boost game definitely in favor of Winthrop lately. Obviously, it takes a lot to get those demos going, but now plenty of space being given to T. Carell. Buddy reads it well up high. He's going to pass it off to Pirates. Pirates boost, a read, tries to put it down. It falls in the lap of Buddy. Is the follow-up there from Nox's? No.
Triple.
All three defenders from Winthrop able to break it on out. And now Buddy, potential pre-jump opportunity on the side wall. He decides to follow it up on the wall and allows T. Carell to adjust. So now challenges in the midfield, leads still in favor of Winthrop.
Buddy, slow play.
For Pirates to go for the demo, and Hound actually gets the bump on the back wall. He disrupts it, unintentional or not. Hound, what a bully!
I thought Hound just I thought he caused him to shoot it on net and just messed up the defense entirely, but it actually goes wide, works out for them. That's a dangerous moment to choose to try and make that kind of bump when it's coming straight on net like that. You could end up putting it in yourself, but he gets it out and it's wide. T. Carell, good beat in the corner over Pirates, tries to get it past another. No one forward with boost to make a play on it. And T. Carell gonna have to catch this one, shadow it up the wall to the ceiling, and we'll see him bring it out towards the midfield again. Carry, can't get past Pirates. Double commit there from JK and Hound, but they at least get a piece of it, so they will not be punished in this moment.
Noxus with a little bit of extra effort is going to use that boost to try to get around, but now it's a big clear the other way. Noxus just needs to get a touch on somebody, but T. Carell stands up tall. Save in front of the net. Shot, far post, saved again by T. Carell. And now with a 100 boost flying back the other way. Is intercepted by Noxus. 2 minutes left here, and Winthrop been holding on to this lead for quite a while. Is one goal going to be enough in a series between these two where they're putting up 9 goals at a given time? May come down to one. A challenge in a transition. T. Carell, no boost, but still a wave dash shot. Actually gets a little bit of help from the challenging defender. But it's Noxus on the other side. Trying to pinch it in. It's above the net. Follow up there. It's actually a save by T. Carell. An absolute monster on defense. He's there when they need him most, but still finds ways to be on offense. As he rotates out, it's going to go to JK. A good turn and a good challenge. But shots galore, JK. Can he pass it to a teammate? No, intercepted again by Buddy.
T. Carell to the ceiling, looking to call himself. Hound's going to actually pick that one up. T. Carell staying in the play, looking to do a bounce shot low. Buddy reads it, bails them out of a second, what would have been a 2-goal deficit. Pirates playing high to the backboard, looking for himself. T. Carell's there once again. T. Carell taking this series in the palm of his hands this game. 5 saves, transitional goal. Hound, that's a 2-0 lead, 34 seconds left. Winthrop maybe coming through to just close this one out. Reverse sweep. I don't know if you can write it any better.
T. Carell has been the answer on defense over and over again. Despite all these shots coming in from Northwood, they can't find the back of the net. Need a little bit of magic. 20 seconds remaining, needing a goal here in the next couple to give them a realistic chance off another kickoff. Hound is actually a big miss. It's multiple commit, but Hound able to recover on the back wall. So now, if they don't get a goal here, it's another big clear. That's all Winthrop needs to do. One more, and that's gonna do it. Congratulations to Winthrop. They're able to knock down the first seed, and in a reverse sweep, they secure the title. What a play from Winthrop.
Man, the defense, as much as the offense, the bumps, the demos come through to create all that, the saves. 9 shots from Northwood in that last game. 8 saves from Winthrop. One of those being just wide off the sidebar from Northwood. I really don't know what else to say, man. That is literally that's the storyline. It's done. Winthrop comes through, makes their way through the 2 toughest teams in the bracket. They have to play the toughest schedule. They work their way through everyone, all the way down to having to do a reverse sweep against Northwood. A reverse sweep over Northwood. I don't know.
It's the perfect script, man. It's the perfect script. It's an unbelievable play. And credit, obviously, to both sides based upon the way that things were done. You look at what's happening on the side of Winthrop in those first 2 games where you're just being pelted. So many goals are coming out and almost stolen away in that second game, it felt like, despite putting up, that valiant effort to get 4 goals of their own. And with 2 seconds left, they clutch one, and then they start to build that momentum. But it's the adjustment, man. It's the ability to really play that midfield well. And credit, we emphasize them, the pro player, etc. But T. Curl showing why it's so important. Again, this game, fast, aggressive, in your face, but slowing it down, a little bit of patience, creating space and opportunities through dribbles. And Northwood just can't get that rotation going. They can't get those clean passes. They can't get the midfield presence going because they just really can't keep possession for an extended period of time. So again, Winthrop finds a solution and they really hold on to it and eventually strangle out Northwood, a team that's offense has been dominant this entire weekend. They can't find the back of the net. Impressive stuff here from Winthrop to get the victory. What a play as we take a look at the replays.
Yeah, replay package once again brought to you by Barbasol. I don't know what else to say, man. We kind of said it the whole time. I mean, I still got to do another show today, and my voice is shot from just how electric this series was. I don't know that I'm going to have a voice for it. This has been an insane series here today between these 2 teams, and really, we talked T. Carell up a ton. I've really just got to say, JK for Sizzle, Hound stepped up huge. These weren't easy goals that were being scored by Winthrop. They were all created opportunities. It wasn't off mistakes from the defense. It was just purely off of power coming through, bumping them out of place, demoing them, making those open nets and opportunities. And that's something that we look for in teams a lot. And it was something that they were going to need against this team that was favored, right? And they executed perfectly. They maintained their possessions. T. Carell knew that he was going to have to be that iron wall in the back end. You see this play come through, that one that we thought Hound was going to mess up, ends up being a support role. But the defense of T. Carell really just saying, no, absolutely not. This is our series to win, and I'm just not going to let anything go. He was so quick to take those mid boosts and make sure that he was back for his team every time and had faith in them to get the job done in the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's incredible play to make those adjustments mid-series, let alone to actually execute on them. And I think that's where that veteran experience comes through, the ability to have, those veteran comms and say, hey guys, like, we're still in this. It's one game at a time. And it really shows that, the benefit we talk about in, Rocket League is touted as the greatest esport in the world. And this is part of the reason why. The storylines, it's super easy to follow. It's really accessible for anybody watching. Just knowing, ball go in net. It sounds so silly, John Madden-esque, but it is the truth. It's so simple to grasp the concept, and it allows you to appreciate the efforts that are going in through these players. So again, it's a valiant effort. The whole never giving up mentality is 100% there. And Winthrop finds a solution, slows it down, and absolutely capitalizes on the whole situation. So fantastic job. Credit to them. The Collegiate Esports National Championship did not disappoint. What a game 5 reverse sweep grand final. Like, it doesn't get better than that.
No, the storyline plays out, just absolutely crushes out. That was an insane. I can't say it better than that. I can't. It's one of those ones where you write it for the movie script to go that way, and we didn't have to write anything. It just fell into place. Everything came together and gave us that storyline. Huge series. To be honest, maybe one of my favorite series I've casted recently. To be completely honest with you, that was an insane series, and that goes all the way up to RLCS level play. That was a great back and forth battle.
Yeah, don't ask for much more out of it. And again, before we kind of throw over to interviews and get people talking, just again, massive shout outs to everybody behind the scenes. Without obviously our sponsors, the fact that the production team obviously doing a lot of work covering multiple games over the course of the whole day, interviews and everything else pulling together. We're not able to do this and put on the show for you guys. So obviously, for all the people in the back end that don't get the love as much as they should, it is greatly appreciated. And thanks for the opportunity for having us here. It's been an absolute blast.
And you know what? To transition into that interview, we didn't have 4 games today, and we have a 4th sponsor. So we'll just say this interview's brought to you by Army National Guard. If you want to learn more about Army National Guard gaming, check out nationalguard.com/esports or the Twitch channel at twitch.tv/Army National Guard. But Adam, let's go ahead. Let's get in. Let's talk with the player. We've got T. Carell, and I believe we also have, if I can confirm, we're going to have Josh Sides, which is the esports director from Winthrop University. Hey, how's it going, Josh? T. Carell, obviously no camera. Sad that we can't see your face, but how are you guys doing today? Probably pretty good.
Doing pretty good. How about you?
Feeling good after the win, right?
I hope you're feeling good, man. What a nail biter on that situation. I'm gonna start with T. Carell just because he's the man of the hour, obviously. You guys reverse sweep. Obviously, you've been through the thick of it, man, during the RLCS. But obviously, this is a little bit different experience. What things did you specifically? Was there things you talked about with your team? Was there certain, communication that had to be provided to be like, hey, this is the plan, what we're gonna do? Or is it more of JK and Hound talking? Like, how did that kind of team play come together? Because there was definitely a huge change that happened with you guys being a little bit more passive, a little bit slower, a lot more control, and demos being paired with it.
Yeah, I definitely try to figure out what we're doing wrong as a team if things are going bad, and try to help them with what we need to do in the field. And we noticed that demoing them a lot and taking our time with the ball was helping, or was working a lot. So I was just telling the team, just keep demoing and keep playing confident, and we can beat them. So
yeah, these guys are so good at adjusting to how other teams play.
Yeah, adjustments definitely the way to go. And I'm gonna bring the conversation over to you for a moment here, Josh. So there's esports coming into the colleges. This is a newer thing, but it's really exploding recently. We're seeing different games. We're seeing really in Rocket League. I don't even know, once you count Carball Association, CRL, everything. I can't even tell you what the count of number of schools that are in. What's it been like kind of transitioning over and taking on the role of esports director for the university?
Yeah, it's crazy. We had League of Legends and Overwatch to start out last year, and coming into this year, we identified Rocket League as one of those games that's really blowing up in the collegiate space. Honestly, you guys, CENC, Collegiate Carball, like the support there is insane. The amount of support that Rocket League gets as a title in collegiate, it's crazy. There's hundreds and hundreds of teams. There's so many good teams. Putting teams out there. So many good schools putting teams out there. It's incredible. So we're happy to have a Rocket League team. We're happy to be able to compete at this level, and hopefully more success to come.
It's awesome to hear, Josh. Obviously, the fact that the supporters there has got to be very heartwarming, obviously, because you guys put a ton of effort and dedication into making it happen. And I know the players obviously appreciated having that supporting backing as well. Not everybody has the opportunity to be where T-Curl is playing not only as a pro, but also in the collegiate side and kind of double dipping. T-Curl, I'm onto you. But the other side of things, Josh, I'm kind of curious in your regard, man. What's the next step? Obviously, the foundation is starting to be built. Obviously, we are trying to make it more of a public thing, more of a regular thing. But how do we take it to that next level? Any insight you can provide on some of the things you guys may be doing behind the scenes to elevate collegiate esports across the board?
Well, I mean, the stuff that CCA is doing and CRL and all that is great. Playverses and all of the leagues out there that exist are doing a really good job of elevating the space. We're also doing a regional league in the Carolinas next year that's going to allow us to have more in-person events where we can have high school students come out, or parents, or people out in the community can come out and see what this looks like in person. Honestly, it's just getting it in front of people is the most important thing for spreading it, getting exposure and stuff like that. Because once people see these guys play in this game at the level they play it at, and seeing the passion that goes into it and the hard work that goes into it and all of that, they understand immediately. So getting just more events in general is the way to keep boosting it.
Awesome. More events. I'm always about more events. I always like seeing more Rocket League. I can't really ever get enough of it. I'm sure at some point on the player side, it probably, a lot of games, and TKRL probably having to play a lot doing pro side and college side right now. I'm sure you're getting a ton of Rocket League in. And I'd like to hear a little bit from you. Yeah. How is it, like, let's say this last series, how does that compare at the skill level now? Because there's always used to be the joke, C3 gameplay, that's what college Rocket League is. So was that C3 gameplay there in that grand finals, or was that closer to what you would expect to see on even on an RLCS field?
It's definitely gotten a lot higher level as CRL's gone on. And I think that, especially with having a team as talented as Northwood with Buddy, Noxus, and Pirates, like that's pretty high level in my opinion. So it's kind of crazy how much it's evolved and changed to become to where it's at. But yeah.
T-Curl, going to go into some wholesome vibes for you. Obviously, you've got some supporters, primarily Mom and Chad, who's been rooting and talking you up all weekend long, which is awesome. That is not always the case for some of the players where, again, Josh is talking about the exposure and changing mentalities and educating people about this. What was it like for you? Obviously, Mom is supportive now. Was she always like that? What was the kind of situation for you kind of going through, or has you always had that backing and that support?
I think they've always been supportive. I think it's a lot more now that, like, I'm, on all these streams and in RLCS and stuff like that. But yeah, it is. I really appreciate their support, and they always like to watch my games. So I always text them, I'm going to be playing this time, and they're always there to watch. So I really appreciate them from that.
You have to love to see that. That kind of warms your heart. And we'll take this moment while Mom's hanging out and let you know that you're MVP of the match. I got word from production. You're taking down the MVP. I think there was a lot of help there from your team as well. I'm going to mark, personally, I'd love to mark you all MVP. We can only give it to one, though. So we're going to hand it over to you. But talk to me just a little bit before we get into probably a final question here. Talk to me a little bit about JK and Hound, because those guys stepped up. It was like some D3 Mighty Ducks enforcer type play on the field.
What's going on, man?
Bullying, yeah. Bash Bros coming through, demos, bumps everywhere, especially that slowdown play. You kind of cut Hound off, and I was like, he's cut him off. And then JK comes out of nowhere to just rip a player out of the sky and just free the net for you. So talk to me a little bit about how much they stepped up today.
Oh, they stepped up big. Especially, so Hound is a very good mechanical player, as well as just being aggressive. Like he likes getting in people's face, like demoing people. He's not really scared. So basically, I was just trying to help him out by telling him to just keep playing confident and keep going for demos because it's working. And then JK, he's a super solid defender, as well as like just always being in the right spot. He's a good shooter, and we call him the janitor, and that's for a reason. But he's definitely stepped up as well. Both of them, I'm really proud of them of how they played today, for sure.
Awesome to love it. I love to hear the team effort and obviously the support that's coming through. But last question for me here is actually going to go over to Josh. Obviously, it's crazy to see all these programs develop and everything else. But for those that are curious about the Winthrop program and how to get further involved if they would like to, can you kind of educate people about where they could find you guys if they want to find more information, contact information, any of that kind of stuff? The floor is yours.
Absolutely. Well, Winthrop, our esports program looks to compete at the highest level in all the games that we do. We have, in addition to championship Rocket League team now, we have a League of Legends team that's ranked very highly. eFuse poll has them at number 2 in the country. We have an insane Overwatch team coming in the fall. We have Smash Brothers. We have a Valorant team that's coming in the fall as well. It's going to be off the charts. If you're interested in getting involved with Winthrop Esports, feel free to reach out. On our website at winthrop.edu, you can find our athletics page, or at Winthrop Esports on Twitter. Follow us. We always let people know when we're going live with streams, so you can catch players like T. Carell or Doxa on our League of Legends team, or whenever we're playing. Feel free to reach out.
Awesome. Love to hear it. Sounds like you've got a lot of good things going on over there. Couple teams building up, good foundation to go off of, and a brand new championship Rocket League team after today. So congratulations to you, T. Carell, Josh Sides. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us for this interview, and congratulations on the win.
Of course. Thank you.
All right. Back to the 2-up. It's me and you, Adam. We got to close it out. That's it for the day, guys. That's it for the tournament. It's done. We got to see the storyline that I don't know if we deserved it, because it was that good. It was that good of a storyline all the way through. It has been an absolute pleasure working with the CENC, getting to hang out with you, Adam, as always. It's always a great time. Before we get out of here, you got any closing thoughts, any closing words for the people?
Nah, at this point, just a reiteration. It's been an absolute blast. Obviously, the Collegiate Esports National Championship, first one that I've gotten to be a part of, and it's been an absolute blast. Obviously, a ton of work by Waveform and the guys in the back, putting it all together, but they're not done yet. There's still some more to come, so we're going to stop taking up more of their time. It's been a fantastic tournament. We appreciate everybody coming in and tuning into the matches. Congratulations to all the competitors, but in the end, it is Winthrop that remains victorious.
Congratulations again to Winthrop, and that is actually it for us. Rocket League has come to a close, but there's more CENC action coming up next. Smash Brothers, right after this break.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Hey, my name's Claire Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Let me guess, another protein bar for breakfast?
It's chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
A protein cookie? Chocolate chip protein cookies!
Chocolate chip cookies for breakfast!
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
One, just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
All right, welcome everybody. We are here at the finals day of the Collegiate Esports National Championship. We're kicking things off with some Smash Ultimate action. My name is Max Ketchum. I'm joined here by Meads. What's going on, bro?
What up, Max? How are you, my friend? This has been a great weekend of Smash, like collegiate Smash action. A lot of very talented schools and a lot of very talented players as well, but we are only down to the last four. There can only be one, even though a lot of these schools really deserve it. Unfortunately, that's the thing about competition. There can only be one winner, and we're going to see who it is today. I got my money on UTD Dallas. You know, on UT Dallas. Like, I'm sorry, they've just been so impressive up to this point. But you know what? Wayne State, NJCU, and MSU are all very talented teams in their own right. But if I was a betting man, I would have to put my money on UT Dallas, Max.
Yes, as a betting man who has in the past put his money on UT Dallas, I have to echo that sentiment. But you know what, man? I think the competition is pretty stiff this time around. Wayne State, they really impressed me yesterday, pulling off some pretty dominant victories over the opposition. They've got a great roster through and through. NJCU and MSU, same could be said for them. They had, or in the case of MSU, they had some tight games. I think our first Game 3 set was MSU versus UCM, Central Missouri, in the quarterfinals for them. So this is definitely going to be interesting. We've got another good spread of schools from all around the country. This time it's actually two Midwestern teams, a Southern team in UTD, and then a Northeast team for NJCU. I love seeing that kind of geographical spread. It just says, you know what? Collegiate is strong all throughout the country. Love seeing Smash pop off in this way. And before you know it, we're going to be in the grand final. So let's take a look at UT Dallas's roster. They've got Graffiti, very strong Wii Fit player, Akito with the Snake, and Koi with Robin, all three juniors. So they've got at least another year left at this school to potentially bring them some more championships. Today will be a test of that.
And if you did join us on day one, you will remember that both Koi and Graffiti basically soloed their opposing team in the first round right there. Koi taking off 9 stocks with Robin, and Graffiti taking off 9 stocks in set 2 with their Wii Fit trainer. I don't even think Akito got a chance to play in that first set. So again, this is definitely the team that I personally have winning it all. But you know what? I have been wrong before, and you know what? Hopefully one of these teams proves me wrong for their own sake.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a target on UTD's back for sure, and Wayne State College looking to hit the bullseye. It's going to be Taunt, Chef Louis, and Fluke Nest on their end. So Chef Louis, very solid with the Terry. Fluke Nest playing Ridley, and then Taunt, we actually haven't seen Taunt play, but we did see his teammate Pen Pal play, and she uses Mii Brawler, very strong as well. But I mean, we only saw a brief glimmer of Pen Pal on the sticks. She only had 1 stock to clean up. So with that kind of asking price, we can't really gauge a player's skill. Against UTD, I feel like we're going to be seeing all 3, and potentially all 3 on both sides for a change, right? Like both of these teams kind of destroyed the competition on their way here.
And yeah, these players here, Chef Louis, the sophomore, so they're going to be there for at least another 2 years. Fluke Nest and Taunt, both juniors, so they got at least another good year out of them. So don't be surprised if you do see this school popping up next year and in future events as well. But yeah, I'm really excited to be able to see Taunt. Like you said, I saw Chef Louis and Fluke Nest on day 1. Haven't been able to see Taunt, but we are getting right into this game number 1 with UT Dallas sending out Graffiti first, and Wayne State sending out Chef Louis, looking to cook up some wins right here. But right now, Graffiti off to a quick 57% start. Can't say I'm too surprised. This person is a phenomenal player, doing a really good job of just kind of capping out these platforms, not letting Terry get anything going right there. But there goes Chef Louis with that bread and butter jab into the birding knuckle to close the gap on this lead.
Ooh, whoa, the crack shoot falling out at not the right time if you're Graffiti, but gonna manage to salvage the stock here. Yep, making it back just fine. Ooh, okay, got a parry, jab, power dunk. But you know what? I was gonna point this out. UT Dallas has a very strong Terry on their normal roster. Fox, who just can't make it today, but that's going to be a sign that these players know how to deal with some of Terry's tricks, namely being able to smash DI out of the heavy power dunk especially, but also the light one if they're extra on point.
And on the opposite side of that, you know, there aren't too many Wii Fit players out there, so that matchup inexperience that Chef Louis might have also might come into play right here. But in these early goings, it's not looking like that much of a factor, as this game is pretty damn close to even. Oh, I really like the use of that neutral B to kind of cancel out the ball right there. And got to remember that Terry does have his goal meter, so one jab or any one light hit that Chef Louis can get. Oh, okay, maybe not. As we see Graffiti, I think, hit him with an up air to clean up that stock. A really good job for Graffiti there, not even letting Chef Louis get any usage out of that goal meter.
Yeah, it's so important to kill Terry quickly once he's at that 100+ threshold. And now Graffiti potentially with a big chance to make this lead even bigger. Yeah, okay, gonna fall out of the power dunk yet again. That is no accident. These players are very familiar against Terry.
Yeah, and like you said, UTD does have a Terry on their team, so I'm sure they practice against each other quite a bit. And right now we're seeing Graffiti just building onto this lead. These soccer ball plays are so good. of all the matches I've seen from Graffiti, I feel like the thing about their gameplay that impresses me the most by far is their ability to just use that soccer ball both as a projectile and as a shield, as we see them finally get that charging tackle, Chef Louis putting his team on the board. But Graffiti's ability to use that soccer ball as a shield, as a projectile, he likes to just dribble it to himself and just play around with it. It's so good, as we see him getting so much usage out of the, right on cue, Max. Right on cue. You saw him just dribbling that ball back and forth to himself, getting that kill with it. Fantastic.
That was insane. Definitely a commentator's blessing right there. You spoke it into existence, Mies. And we're seeing a fat two-stock lead for UT Dallas. Wow. Looking to get the header spike as Terry returns to the ledge. Not going to pan out there. But, okay, this is kind of a do-or-die moment for Graffiti, right? You want your team to have this two-stock lead going into the next game. Terry, very difficult to shut out sometimes. Now we see Go coming into play. One good super should do it, but so will a stage spike. I think with the deep breathing, it may have been untechable. I think I did see a red splash. Not 100% sure, but either way, a two-stock lead to start for UT Dallas. Of course, the favorites to take this by just virtue of their experience in the collegiate realm, all the titles they have under their belt. But, of course, Wayne State College still with a chance to impress here. Taking two stocks right off the bat with their next player would be huge.
Oh, yeah. I wonder who they're going to send in against a Wii Fit trainer, especially a Wii Fit trainer of Graffiti's caliber. Again, I said it earlier, if you're just joining us on day one, Graffiti actually ran through their first opponents, all 9 of their first opponent's stocks, and only losing 1 stock that entire time. And this might be boiling up to be another repeat of that. But again, I don't want to count Wayne State out quite yet. I just wonder who they are going to send in next. I forget who they have on their team in terms of characters. But it is usually a good choice to send in someone with a good disjoint or sword or whatever the case may be against a Wii Fit. I don't know if they have that on their roster, but if I'm going to play, armchair coach here, that would probably be my my best bet.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the secondaries are on Wayne State's end, but I know that Ridley and Me Brawler are the 2 mains of Fluke Nest and Pen Pal, respectively. So it looks like Fluke Nest is actually going to be coming in.
Is that Ridley?
Yeah, that is the Ridley. Very interesting pick. I mean, disjoints, Ridley's got those for sure. Yeah. But also being such a big target could be a huge liability against a character like Wii Fit, who loves just sitting back in the cut, throwing stuff at you. And I don't know, this could backfire, but also potentially the massive kill power of this character is going to be huge as well.
And the fact that you just mentioned Ridley is such a big target. We already know how good Graffiti is with aiming those soccer balls, even on a smaller target like Terry. So having Ridley have all that extra, that mass to that character, it's going to be very, very important for Fluke Nest to be able to anticipate and dodge those soccer balls, because whatever Graffiti did to Terry, it's going to be, basically 10 times worse on Ridley. So we'll see what they do. I'm sure they know that same way we do. And I'm sure there's a reason they're sending in Fluke Nest right now. But again, this could spell a lot of trouble for them if they're not ready.
Oh, actually, you know what, guys? It is going to be Pen Pal instead. So she's going to be bringing out the Me Brawler with the shot put, suplex, piston punch, and the flip kick down B. That's the moveset. So shout out to George on production letting us know exactly what each of those moves does, because with the numbers, I generally wouldn't be able to tell you.
I know. I think one is shot put.
Yeah, that one I know for sure.
That's as far as I go. But okay, very solid moveset, pretty typical moveset. The shot put obviously going to do a lot of work off stage if they can manage to get Graffiti off stage. The suplex is a consistent 18 to 20 damage every single time you get it. Hits through shield, so it's a very solid move. The piston punch, if you can get a good ladder combo with that, you can cheese a lot of really early kills. And the ZSS flip kick is basically, I think, like, that character is like number 1 or 2 best moves. I feel like you can't really have a solid Me Brawler set without having that move in your arsenal. It really kind of does everything. Helps you recover, helps you avoid stuff, helps you get some easy damage as well. You can cheese a couple kills with it too. So definitely like that move set. It's definitely a smaller target than Ridley would be. So I do agree with sending in Pen Pal instead of a Fluke Nest here.
Yeah, I'm going to co-sign that decision myself. And I mean, Ridley's actually really fast, right? He can kind of get in there and scrap with zoners, but of course, just being such a huge target, like you mentioned, Mies, is just a giant liability against a character like Wii Fit Trainer. So it looks like we're getting rid of Smashville, Yoshi Story, and Small Battlefield. So probably trying to take some of the smaller layouts away from Pen Pal here. And I don't know. I'm kind of curious about that because actually, no, it makes total sense. Wii Fit wanting as much space to play with as possible is definitely right in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, I think they should. Okay, they are going to be going to Battlefield. I feel like this is a stage that can definitely benefit both characters as well. Really, obviously, being able to shark those platforms really well with the. Also, not really. I forget. They're going Mii Brawler.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, they are going Mii Brawler. Okay, but Mii Brawler can use those platforms to kind of ladder people up, get some good kills with that up B. We actually saw that earlier in the week. During this tournament, I believe that was also Penbell who did that with that piston punch. So that might be solid. At the same time, Wii Fit can also use those platforms to their advantage as well. They gives Wii Fit a couple more uses with that soccer ball if they want to dribble it around to each other. But either way, we're getting right into this again. This is Pen Pal with the Sans Brawler, of course. The Sans Brawler and Graffiti with the tried and true Wii Fit trainer. UT Dallas with the 2-stock lead right off the jump. Graffiti looking to add on to this lead right here. And if I am Pen Pal, I gotta try to take off these two without losing more than 2 myself.
Yeah, or really any. In a perfect world, right? But Graffiti just off to a strong start already, 65 on the board. I love how at the beginning he just went straight to the ledge. Graffiti, not really one of those John Numbers style Wii Fits that's going to look to plank you and burn a ton of time, but also it's good to put that idea in your opponent's head, right? Like, oh, if I have a lead, you might have to come chase me. The shot put, though, a perfect answer. I totally agree with Pen Pal's game plan here. She's just throwing that at the perfect spacing where it hovers over the ledge.
Oh, what happened? What hit? What attack?
That was back air, I think.
Oh my goodness, man! We call that a GameStop trade back where I'm from. Man, that was a terrible trade for Pen Pal there. I don't know. I think they might have been going for a piston punch and just didn't manage to get it. But these shot puts coming in so clutch. Unable to get the KOs quite yet. Graffiti still alive at 150%, doing whatever they can to survive. But that down smash is definitely gonna do it. And if I am Pen Pal, you absolutely have to take this stock without losing another one, because being down 2 with your last person coming up is not a favorable position.
Okay, we got the big landing nair opening. Knocks on a solid amount of damage. Graffiti, wow, using the soccer ball to completely extend. I love how the Wii Fit players use it like duck hunts can, right? Just put it at some really unfavorable angles for your opponent and extend your combos.
Because here's the thing, even if it doesn't hit them, they're forced to dodge it, and then if you're ready, you can actually just attack whatever move they use to dodge it, whether that's an air dodge or a fast fall or whatever the case may be. So that's one of the things that Graffiti has done a really good job of if he doesn't even hit the soccer ball.
Seeing flanks.
Yep.
Wow, yo, Mii Brawler falls so fast. You saw how quickly she was able to get that nair out and land?
Yeah, interesting. I didn't know they fell that quickly. But either way, Pen Pal losing that second stock, and that is a tough position, because here's the thing, either way, even if Pen Pal loses or wins this match, they're still going to be down 2 stocks going into the last person. And Graffiti already running through 5 stocks of Wayne State, looking to add on to it, but managing to get that perfect ladder combo. Pen Pal slowing down the bleeding a little bit, but still going into this next game down 2 stocks, almost on your last person. Again, not a favorable position for Wayne State.
No, not even close. Now we're going to need to see Pen Pal put in overtime, just, maybe take 2 stocks with this last one. That's pretty much all you could ask for. But if she's able to take all 3, then obviously that puts Wayne State right back in the running to see Fluke Ness come out and do it. But you know what? The last 2 players on UTD's side are both zoners. We have a Robin and a Snake. So I think Ridley is staring down a pretty unfavorable matchup either way. I'm going to go ahead and say game 1 is almost wrapped up for UTD at this point, but I don't want to speak too soon, because Wayne State has definitely surprised me already. A smaller college coming out of Nebraska, making it this far is kind of an interesting story in its own right. We see that, schools that have big names in academics and athletics, all that goes out the window when you're in collegiate Smash, because that's just a completely homegrown X factor of a team. You could have 6 Smash talent at your school and not even know it. And, whatever legacy that these schools had in other departments, again, such as academics and traditional athletics, it all doesn't matter. And we've seen some really cool dark horses come out and do amazing stuff in the world of Smash.
Yeah, and again, Wayne State, not a big school whatsoever. So the fact that even if win or lose, the fact that they made it this far, they should be incredibly proud of themselves representing Nebraska there. Again, not too much representation from Nebraska in the Smash scene as a whole. So the fact that they're here, they should all be very proud of themselves. But if I am UT Dallas right now, what do I do? Because in my opinion, I think I just send out Aikido and the Snake because you're playing with a lead. You're playing with a lead. That's where Snake thrives. You only got to take off one stock. Sans / me brawler is forced to approach you, which is exactly what Snake wants to do, and you can just kind of basically play with your food at this point. So if I'm them, I think I just send out Aikido and the Snake, and I just play super defensive and force Wayne State to be the aggressor.
Yeah, I think either Koi or Aikido is just a great choice here. They kind of accomplish the same goal, both playing keep away characters. Snake probably does fare better against Brawler than Robin does. I feel like you just get less smothered up close because you have frame data that can contest this character as well. So I'm going to agree with your forecasting there, Mies. Either way, though, I'm sure UTD is feeling pretty comfortable. They do have a fat 2-stock lead now. And it looks like, whoa, Fox is here today. All right, awesome. A little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, sending in a Terry of their own to clean up this stock. I definitely don't hate that pick. One thing Terry is very good at is cleaning up stocks really, really quickly, especially if they do have that gold meter ready to go. But you know what? Hopefully for UT Dallas, it won't get to that point. So yeah, I don't hate this pick. Kind of fighting fire with fire, close up with close up. Bit of a boxing match we're going to see here. Definitely going to be very fast paced. A lot of damage flying onto the board really quickly. So very interesting pick here.
Yeah, the only risk associated with it is that they have a Terry on their team, actually in person there with Pen Pal, because Chef Louis played with this switch tag as well. So it's going to be at least familiar territory, but if Fox plays like he usually does, he probably will be able to keep the pace quite well. I mean, maybe one stock will go down in the process, but that's still great for UT Dallas at this point. All I have to do is match the pace at which Wayne State is taking stocks, and they'll win.
Yeah, and if I'm Pen Pal, 2 stocks has to be my goal right here, even though you're already at 112%. And Terry does have that goal meter, so one jab from Fox might spell death, but hey, it shows what the hell I know. That spike was fantastic coming through from Pen Pal. Just what they needed to close this gap a little bit. Now, if they can manage to take one more, then you will definitely have a game going, but this could be it. The jab, charging tackle, no, actually not quite enough to get that KO, Max.
All right, Terry stuck at the ledge now. Me Brawler, very dangerous in the corner. Let's see. Oh, okay, Fox gonna find the dash tack, a different tackle there. Just slamming the shoulders right into Sans and sending Pen Pal out of here. All right, so Fluke Nest with the Ridley is gonna have to come in. I feel like Ridley can do some dirty stuff to Terry, just in terms of edge guards, in terms of outspacing him. But man, once Terry gets his hands on this character, it's just gonna be combo city.
Yeah, again, much like that first match, I expect to see a lot of damage coming onto the board really, really quickly. But like you said, if Fluke Nest can manage to get Fox off stage, or Fox being Terry off stage, that like 1 or 2 hits, and that's basically going to be the stock, which is probably going to be their game plan going into this. But at the same time, like you said, all Terry has to do is get 1 or 2 jabs, and you're eating 40% like per combo, especially against a character like Ridley. It's going to be really tough. Having Ridley as an anchor, odd choice, but again, they wouldn't have made it this far if they weren't talented. So I'm just excited to see where they go with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus, there is still another game, or potentially 2 more games, being in a best of 3 format here. Both teams have a good amount of time to adjust to each other, make some swaps on their roster, or maybe just make some swaps to their order. And if it didn't work out the first time, maybe a different game plan is just what you need, because individual skill matters so much less in a format like crew battles. There are so many external factors to consider, not just the order of your team, but also the order of the opponent's team, the momentum that you're having going in, the analysis that your teammates are able to provide to you during the course of the match. So, mid-set coaching in regular brackets is not allowed, but in crews, it's not only allowed, but encouraged. And it really is 3 people or the entire collective of a crew fighting up against each other. Whatever you're able to derive from watching your teammates' matches, whether it's in real time or after the fact, is huge here.
And yeah, like you said, coaching is definitely encouraged. And it's really it's one brain trust of people against another brain trust of people. I know you're only seeing a 1v1 match, but I could absolutely assure you that each of these teams' teammates are in the back yelling advice to them, telling them what to do. And in this time in between matches, they're definitely talking over strategy, what they saw, what they can probably have done better, what their teammate could do better versus what they did. So yeah, definitely going to be a lot of strategy and a lot of talking right now. And that's one of the reasons why I love crew battles so much. It's like, again, on the surface, it just seems like a bunch of one-on-one battles, but it's like there's like 10 different chess matches going on in the background that we're not actually seeing. So I wish we had, I wish I was a fly on the wall in the room just so I can hear what these two teams are talking about right now, because I'm actually really intrigued to see what their strategy is going with originally right now.
Yeah, well, I think that was just their only option. Oh, you know what? We actually haven't seen Taunt unless that's an old tag for Pen Pal, but I'm not 100% sure. Some players have had like older tags logged in the roster lineups, so that could be a factor. But either way, I don't think we'll see Taunt throughout the course of CENC just because he hasn't made an appearance yet.
Already we're seeing Fox off to a really good start. A quick 40% off that jab power dunk, the try and shoot Terry combo, and doing a really good job of just getting a lot of chip damage right here, trying to widen this gap just a little bit. Good. I like that power wave as a bit of a tech chase right there on this Drizzly. And right now, Flukeness just unable to get anything going, whiffing grabs, whiffing forward tilts. This has just been really tough in the early going so far, but right now, right on cue, cooking a little bit, closing the gap a bit, but might not be enough to take this stock before Fox gets a chance to.
Oh, that was not the right punish. I think down tilt may have been able to go through, pop Terry up into something. But speaking of getting popped up, Fox doing just that. A charged rising tackle, taking the first stock off of Fluke Nest here. Now UTD up by an entire player. It is very rare to see these guys lose, and even more rare from a position like this.
Oh yeah, I don't want to count Wayne State out quite yet, but this is definitely not looking too good for them right now. Oh my goodness. Asking a Ridley to take off 5 stocks off of, remember, you still have Koi, probably who's the last person on UT Dallas, so even if Flukeness does manage to scrape by this one, that's a very talented Robin that they have waiting as their prize. So it's really not looking too great for Wayne State right now. I like that edge guard though, keeping themselves in it. Still doable, still very doable. If Flukeness can take this off without losing another one though, that could have been something.
Love to see a neutral air instead of the third fair there. Pretty sure that would have caught Terry and just put him in a really compromising position. Either way, Fluke Nest gonna drop the second stock, and I think that's where the chances of this comeback may have just evaporated. It's different when you're going in 2 to 3 to the final player, but here at 1 to 4 for your team, there's a chance that Fox just cleans this one up right here.
And yeah, I would imagine that's probably going to be the case as he charges a beautiful forward smash. Fantastic read and fantastic play from Fox to clean that one up. UT Dallas going up 1-0 in this first set of the day over Wayne State. Now, let's think some strategy. If I'm Wayne State right now, what do I change? Do I send in Fluke Nest first or second just to avoid having Ridley as an anchor? Because I'm thinking that might be the play.
Yeah, I think just in terms of UTD's character lineup, you might want to send the Ridley in first just to soften them up a little bit, not have to fall back on potentially 3 bad matchups against zoners to actually win. So that's one thing. Potentially also, if Taunt is present and doesn't play a character that gets blown up by zoners, maybe we get to see Taunt make his debut here. Not 100% sure. Of course, these teams know each other way better than we do from just a couple glimpses into their game plans that we've seen throughout the weekend. But I don't know. I think some things just got to change. Graffiti, what an incredible start this time around. 5 stocks down the drain right off the bat. You got to prevent that at all costs. And if you can stop the bleeding early, then I think any match is winnable in crews. You just have to play the remainder of your roster very smartly. So I think going for a very top-heavy start is exactly what Wayne State needs to do right now. Whoever they think has the best chances of cleaning up any of the 3 potential matchups.
And the crazy thing about UT Dallas is we didn't even see potentially their best player in Koi. It's between Graffiti and Koi for that top player on their team, in my opinion. And we didn't even see Koi, which is really crazy to know that even though they won, they still had that nuclear bomb like in their back pocket that they could have pulled out at any point in time. So again, getting through UT Dallas for any team today is going to be very, very, very tough. I definitely don't envy Wayne State's position, but you know what? They didn't do terribly there. A couple of mishaps, a couple of cleanups, for a couple stocks, just, you know, a couple trades, I should say, went the opposite way. This easily could have been a much closer match, like we saw in that game with was it Pen Pal and Terry, where they got that trade? Oh no, Pen Pal and Graffiti. Was it Pen Pal and Graffiti? Yeah, where they got that bad trade that just ended up going in Graffiti's favor. If that went the opposite way, that's one whole stock that we could have been seeing on the Wayne State side. So even though it was a 5-stock win, this again very easily could have gone differently.
Yeah, and also don't forget about Aikido on UTD's team. One of the most clutch players I've ever seen in crew battles. Seems like this team likes to fall back on him when they're in a pinch and when they're pushed to their limit. So if Wayne State manages to do that, we could see Aikido come out and anchor. Of course, Snake, a fantastic character for that position in general. And I don't know, I do want to see someone just completely push UTD to their limits here. They do perform well in that situation, but yeah, Wayne State, there were some glimmers of hope, right? And they didn't play bad by any means. There were just a couple exchanges that if they had gone a little differently, we could have been looking at a potential last stock and definitely last player situation.
Exactly. And we are getting word from production here. They are going to be starting on PS2. I almost said PlayStation 2, on Pokemon Stadium 2. And they are waiting for their blind picks right now. So neither team knows who the other one is going to send in. And once we get that information, we will relay that back to you. Oh, okay. Never mind. Here we go. They're sending in Koi as Robin, UTD is, and Wayne State is going to be starting with Pen Pal as the Me Brawler. So this is going to be the first time we see Koi today. Yeah, I saw what you just said there, Max. The first time we are seeing Koi today, pulling out this Robin. Again, a very, very fantastic player, arguably the best player on UT Dallas's team. Which is crazy to say, even though they have Graffiti, that they potentially have someone even better. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup, Robin versus Me Brawler.
Yeah, it's going to be rushdown versus keep away / spacing. Of course, Robin equipped very well in a lot of categories. Some of the best projectiles in the game. Thoron also just like a full screen nuke. Arc fire with the ability to combo into strong aerials or smash attacks. And then you've got the Levin sword when you get close. So it's not like it gets any easier. But the one advantage I'd say Me Brawler has here is that the rushdown speed is really significant and the frame data up close is much better than Robin. So if we're playing at a sword's length or a full screen length, I like Robin here. But, you know, fist length, Me Brawler definitely has an edge. We'll see if Pen Pal's able to overwhelm Koi, making his debut for the day. Pen Pal, we already have seen what she's capable of today and previously in the weekend, and it's quite strong. So I'm definitely curious as to how this one is going to go. The players, of course, just getting situated in the lobby. We'll have gameplay for you guys any second.
One thing I love about Koi as we get into this first game, again, Koi with the Robin repping UT Dallas and Pen Pal with the Me Brawler repping Wayne State. But one thing I absolutely love about Koi's Robin is they are not afraid to just swing that Levin sword. It does have limited uses, and we're seeing that right now. Koi will just swing that thing everywhere and force you to react to it, whether that's a dodge or whatever the case may be, a roll or something like that. But they do not care about wasting it. They get limited uses out of it, and they're going to use every single one, and that is something I definitely appreciate. But either way right now, Pen Pal off to a hot start, 80% already on Koi, and a fantastic snipe with that shot put. But oh man, Koi still off stage. Wow, Max, that was a fantastic edge guard.
Yeah, you saw Robin was actually hanging on the ledge right there and got hit by the shot put. That is a picture perfect 2-frame right there. And wow, back air going to come through. Pen Pal off to a really hot start. UT Dallas on the back foot for the first time.
Yeah, this is, I feel like, the first time all weekend they've been at a deficit, if I'm not mistaken. Even though it is only a 1-stock deficit, that's still very impressive, because again, this is the team that I probably have winning it all. But right now, Koi is looking to stop this bleeding a little bit, but this rush down pressure from Pen Pal looking like it might be a little bit too much, as well as these shot puts coming in super clutch right now. And we see that flip kick there using to avoid the Arc Thunder, but couldn't use it there to avoid the Arc Fire up smash, and now we are tied up.
And to think that Pen Pal could have had an even fatter lead if she had just not gotten the accidental turnaround on a nair to down tilt on the left side at the beginning of that stock. Koi could be sitting at a much higher percent range right now. Either way, Pen Pal gonna get right back in it. Just make sure she lands all her confirms this time.
Oh yeah, and wow, the Arc Thunder and the shot put clanking right there could have been pretty dangerous. But man, Pen Pal is getting so much usage out of these shot puts right now. And I feel like because Robin's recovery is just so linear, like yeah, you can angle a little bit. Shot puts have been eating Koi up right now.
Oh, Pen Pal has now 2 times accidentally turned around for a down tilt that could have been really consequential to the match.
Yeah.
Either way, just gonna see some shot puts come out, see what this ledge trap holds, hopping right over that arc fire. Excellent job and trying to dribble that shot put into the 2-frame space that worked out before. Yeah, wow, I love how Pen Pal stands on the platforms to get the proper angles. Oh, totally unnecessary. Come on.
Sorry to make the Sands pun, but Koi is having a very bad time trying to get out of this ledge right now. That was an insane display there from Pen Pal. Just those shot puts, getting so much mileage out of them as a combo tool, as an edge guarding tool. I really feel like Koi ate about 80% off of just shot puts right there on that edge guard, but does manage to tie up the stock count. So either way, no matter who wins, this will only be a 1-stock game going into the next game here. And Koi right now, Jen, you said earlier, just on the back foot for basically this entire match.
All right, stocks are even. Wayne State, I'm not going to say they absolutely need to win this first encounter here, but you just want to cut Koi off at taking 2 stocks if you can help it.
Absolutely. Because Koi is definitely one of those players where if they get momentum, they will definitely run right through you. So to be able to stuff that out right off the jump will be very vital for Wayne State. And it's looking like they might be able to do it. Oh, if that shot put didn't hit. Oh boy.
And another perfect lineup.
Perfect. That was just a perfect angle. Man, my man definitely went. Pen Pal definitely went to math class. that angle was perfect. And you know what? Getting rid of Koi this early is super, super, super important. We didn't see Koi last time, but remember they still have Graffiti left, who is arguably just as good, if not better, than Koi. But regardless, getting rid of Koi this early without having Koi take out any of your players is going to be very vital for Wayne State going forward.
And I think Meat Brawler is certainly one of those characters that can get one over on you quickly, depending on the stage choice. I don't think they're going to counterpick 2 Battlefield, but in the event that we get a high platform involved in this next match, there's a very strong likelihood that Pen Pal can just take you off the top with Piston Punch and just sneak in an early stock. I would love to see Pen Pal take 4 or 5 this time around. I think they're kind of counting on her to be that huge momentum swing against the demonic UT Dallas lineup, and trying to take this to a game 3 would be very difficult otherwise.
And we are getting word from Duction here that they are TD is sending in Fox with the Terry as we get some of these replays going on right now, and we are seeing that fantastic shot put usage here from Pen Pal. She did a fantastic job of just covering all the angles off stage, racking on a ton of damage with those shot puts. Here's another one here. See right there, forcing Koi to air dodge and then punishing the air dodge with perfect placement of that second shot put. So even if you don't hit the shot put, it's still really dangerous. Whatever option you use to avoid it is still really, really dangerous if Pen Pal or any Meat Brawler knows what you're going to do. And again, just hanging on the ledge a little bit too long there. Again, perfect shot put placement right there from Pen Pal. And again, we are getting word from production. They are sending in Fox with the Terry, and they are going to Town and City. So trying to fight fire with fire yet again. We saw this matchup in the first set. Trying to fight a boxer with a boxer.
Yes, the only difference being that Meat Brawler has a projectile that's a disgusting edge guard, and I think that could be a huge problem for Terry, whose recovery is, a little bit flexible, but also very limited in its own right. We saw how well Pen Pal was able to force some of those stocks out with shot put against Robin, and we already have seen these 2 square off, and Pen Pal was at least able to get on the board for sure. It was definitely competitive between herself and Fox. So here we go. The game is going to start. Town and City being the stage. I mean, there's a high ceiling here, right? But there's also a high platform, and that could mean good things for Pen Pal. if we're able to see some of those up air chains into the piston punch. Platform layout's a little bit more spread out than it is on something like Battlefield, though, so it's going to be a little harder.
Yeah, definitely going to be a little bit harder, but you know what? If I'm Pen Pal, my goal is only to take off 1 stock and I'm happy. If you can take off 4 stocks in a crew battle, I feel like you have definitely done your job. And again, sorry if I'm Pen Pal, and if I'm Fox, I just got to do whatever I can to hold on to at least 1, and it is not looking too good for them right now as Pen Pal just off to a fantastic start once again. My goodness, but Terry does have that go ready and waiting. Are they even going to be able to use it though? Because with the way Pen Pal is playing, man, this is incredible.
Oh, Fox getting a little hungry, trying to make sure that at least he gets some damage off on the Buster Wolf. Oh, up smash out of shield. Hold up. This is starting to look really good for Pen Pal. You're right, Mies. If she takes 4 stocks, she has more than pulled her weight in this crew battle. Potentially a 5th on the way.
Honestly, yeah, you're only at 70%, and it's still relatively doable, even though a jab on Burning Knuckle off the ledge will probably be a KO, definitely at this point. But you know what? Still definitely doable for Pen Pal to take another stock, especially if they keep cooking like this. Oh my god.
What is this character's neutral air? It just beat Burn Knuckle in a head-to-head. That move beats Lucina's aerials.
What? Does it actually?
Yeah, it's like got a giant disjointed lance attached to it. Me Brawler's foot does go out pretty far, though. I don't know. I'm going to have to check ultimateframedata.com. But Pen Pal clearly is aware of the hitboxes this character has. Oh,
wow. Oh, the SDI falling out of that Buster Wolf. Oh, my God. Pen Pal, the Smash Gods are on your side, but they weren't on your side right there as we do get the Power Geyser, UT Dallas, and Fox managing to slow that bleeding a little bit. But my goodness, Pen Pal with the Me Brawler taking off 4 stocks as your lead person. You can't really ask for much more than that.
And to think that if Pen Pal had just punished the missed Buster Wolf on reaction rather than like by force of instinct and habit, that could have been an up smash out of shield and yet another stock gone off of Fox. So the bleeding has stopped. Okay, we've got a 6 stock to 5 situation. It's definitely not terrible for UTD. They are definitely capable of making this one either even or pulling out in the advantage at the end of this match. But I don't know. It depends who we see come in. I don't think you should go with the Ridley here.
No.
It just seems like a mistake. Terry has too easy of a time comboing and closing stocks on this character. But also the Terry mirror match doesn't sound too appealing either. Fox, yeah, okay, it is Chef Louis with the Terry. So literally fighting fire with fire in the most literal sense that you could imagine. They're going to be doing a ditto. And I have to say, Chef Louis was able to OCV an entire team himself. So there's no reason to doubt the player whatsoever, yeah.
Damn, I was not here for that, but man, I definitely believe you. Seeing how Chef Terry played in that first set, played very, very well. So again, a battle of the Terrys coming up right here. And man, I really feel like that Buster Wolf right there, if this one right here, if that didn't get punished with a grab, if that was an up smash or something like that, that's one easy stock that could have been in that could have been in Wayne State's favor. But either way, doesn't matter at this point. But once again, they are sending in the Terry of their own, so we are going to be seeing an all Terry battle right now. I don't know who's better between these two.
Yeah, honestly, Chef Louis super impressed me. If you asked me before this weekend, I would have said Fox is probably the best Terry in the collegiate space. And now Chef Louis with a chance of his own to prove that he's got some sauce. We've seen it throughout the weekend here at CENC, and I'm definitely impressed by this challenger team who really hasn't they don't have like the same legacy as UTD just because they haven't been around as long, right? It seems like UTD is kind of like the veteran, expected favorite, but Wayne State certainly making a name for themselves.
Oh, Fox with that unfortunate SD off of the power dunk. If you're Wayne State, you will take that 6 day or 7 days out of the week. But man, Fox, you definitely needed that stock. Just now they're down 2, potentially down 3. Okay, never mind. Closing the gap a little bit, but either way, losing a stock like that when you're already down, that is so unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely going to be a huge blow to UT Dallas. Whoever is anchoring now going to need to put in overtime, especially if Chef Louis doesn't drop another stock here. Oh, but he will do just that. Fox with the kicks. Forward smash, and this is all of a sudden even 4 stocks apiece, and Fox looking like he's in firm control of this match here. Knows his own character quite well, it would appear.
But yeah, definitely making up for that SD with that fantastic forward smash, and now racking on a ton of damage, going for the hard read, trying to get another forward smash. Couldn't quite get that one, but man, Fox just turning this match all the way around. Definitely looked like they might have fumbled the bag a little bit early on, but again, just closing the gap on this, and they're basically each one combo away from taking this game from each other.
Yeah, and Chef Louis 0.2% away from having go. That could have been hugely different if he was north of 100 in that situation. Fox loves forward smash with Terry. Oh!
I was about to say that. Definitely love those forward smashing. That's probably going to be game. The jab, power dunk. Oh, no, not quite. Got to remember, Chef Louis does still have go right here, but the dash attack still not enough. Oh, my goodness. Fantastic DI from Terry right now. Oh, another forward smash. Dash attack.
Oh, Chef Louis almost able to survive just long enough to close that one out, but kind of getting mowed down by Fox there, even with the SD early on. Wow, what a reversal of fortunes here in favor of UT Dallas. I mean, that's why they're the best in the business. It can sometimes look like they're slipping up and they're just right back in it. So now we're going to have to see Wayne State send in their anchor. I don't know if Taunt is present, but if it's Fluke Nest with Ridley again, that's kind of rough. You got to tie this one stock up against Terry, which is really hard because of go, without losing one in the process, and then you got to beat the anchor.
Yeah, again, if Ridley is the last person here, last character here, it's going to be tough. You got to take off, I think, but Fox only has one stock left if I'm not mistaken. So it's, again, definitely doable. But again, asking Ridley to take 4 stocks off of you, and you have Graffiti waiting, Graffiti waiting for you as well. That's going to or Aikido, thank you, or Aikido waiting. 2 characters who I feel like could really body Ridley. Both zoner characters, both thrive against characters who have big hurt boxes. Again, it's Wayne State just in a relatively tough position right now. Or I really don't know what to do. Do they have a substitute?
I don't know. It really comes down to if Taunt is present, what character Taunt plays. But no, it's going to be Fluke Nest with the Ridley coming in for the final match. Let's take a look at some of these replays here real quick. Fox was just unstoppable after that SD. Yeah, bouncing off the wall of Battlefield, or small Battlefield. Very unfortunate. But here, look at that. Hitting the shield with an aerial, I believe it was up air, and then canceling right into the power dunk. Hitting with a bizarre hitbox.
Yeah.
Here, it's a huge forward smash. Saying, I know you guys love that power dunk to try to get back down to the ground.
Man, Fox really loves that forward. Fox really, really loves getting usage out of that forward smash. You know what? Whiffed a couple of them, but made them when it mattered the most. And again, we are getting word of that. They are sending in Fluke Nest the Ridley. So again, a very big ask right here. Asking Fluke Nest here to take 1 stock off Fox and then 3 potentially off of either Aikido Snake or Graffiti's Wii Fit trainer. So a very big ask. But you know what? I definitely believe in them. Again, I keep saying it. They made it this far for a reason. If anybody can do it, it is Fluke Nest. But let's just be honest, it is going to be very difficult. Very difficult.
Yes, first test is going to be against Fox's last stock here. So we'll see how he's able to combat this Terry. Last time around didn't look too great. We didn't see UTD push to their anchor. They won by a 4-stock margin, and they have 4 stocks left right now. However, it's much more even footing than the last crew battle kicked off on. So I don't know. 3 to 4. Not an impossible comeback by any means. We're just going to need to see some pristine Ridley gameplay right now.
And we are getting word they are going to Kalos Pokemon League, so bit of a big stage. I feel like this can definitely work in Ridley's favor, at least in this one game, because it gives you a lot of room to run away from Terry. You can camp out with fireballs and stuff like that. We'll definitely see how this goes as we see Fox losing those first 2 stocks right here. But again, guys, if you are just joining us, this is UT Dallas with 4 stocks. They won the first set, and Wayne State down to their potential last person of the entire tournament, putting a lot of pressure on Fluke Nest and their Ridley right now to continue their tournament life.
Ooh, the accidental pivot grab there from Fox, swagging out with the multi-parries, but unfortunately not going to work out. So far, though, it looks like Mr. Drake and Josh Fluke Nest is kind of gaming. Taking 40 uncontested to kick it off, but Terry just hits so hard. That's not going to last too long.
And the thing about Terry is no lead is big enough to where they can't jab you basically twice and bring it right back, whether they have go meter or not. That jab power dunk and the jab burning knuckle are just fantastic damage tools in that character's kit. Right now, haven't really come into play too much, but I do love that crack shoot, kind of using it as a bit of an anti-air right there, stuffing out Ridley's jump.
Yeah, that move is just absurd on so many levels. Blows up cross-ups, jump-ins, stuff right in front of you, spot dodges. Okay. Gonna have to release. Yeah. Oh, and Fluke Nest slow to the draw on the punish, ends up taking a burn knuckle on that roll. Oh, that was kind of devastating. Might have been the death blow to Wayne State here, but we'll see what Fox is capable of. I mean, I highly doubt he's going to be taking another stock just because Ridley has a ton of kill power and he's heavier than the average character. But with Go in play, that's already 40 off one exchange.
Exactly what I was going to say. They do have Go ready, so another 30 to 20 to 30 or so percent, and you're basically going to be in kill percentage. But that fantastic back air coming through from Fluke Nest is going to stop this bleeding quite a bit. But again, I keep bringing it up. You're down 2 stocks. UT Dallas still has Graffiti with the Wii Fit. They still got Akito with the Snake. Either way, it's kind of a pick your poison. It's both going to be really tough for Ridley, and Fluke Nest really needed to not lose that 1 stock in that game. And I think you said it earlier, that might be it. Don't want to count them out, but losing that 1 stock might have been the win condition for UT Dallas here.
Yeah, so, hold up. It's actually neither Akito nor Graffiti. It's going to be Cosma coming in with the Rob, which I think is definitely the safest pick. I was going to say, you got some drawbacks to both Snake and Robin, right? Snake can get taken for a ride, kept in disadvantage forever, edge guarded, etc. Wii Fit Trainer might have a little trouble closing the stocks out without the aid of deep breathing or some really niche moves that are kind of hard to hit. But Rob, you want to talk about a character who plays a great keep away game and can seal the deal on some stocks? He has both of those attributes for sure. So Cosma, actually believed to be the strongest overall player on the UTD roster, has made state PR, has made Dallas-Fort Worth region PR many, many times. And this player is a huge threat. So I think UT Dallas having Cosma at their disposal today when he may have been busy earlier in the weekend, that is a huge level up for them.
Man, but it's crazy that you say that Cosmo might be the best player because we've seen how disgusting both Graffiti, Koi, both Graffiti, Koi, and even Akito are. But to say that they had this person, Cosmo, just in the back who is potentially and probably better than both of them is something I did not expect to see at all. And again, I do agree with the Rob pick. I feel like Rob, especially, in the Wi-Fi environment, that character's good tools definitely get a lot more or a lot better. And against Ridley, I feel like those tools get even better on top of that. So I definitely agree with this pick. But yeah, I didn't even know they had Casma, even waiting.
Yeah, such a strong player. And of course, that's why this team is able to win so many championships. Their roster is strong all the way through in the 5v5 format, in the 3v3 format. It doesn't matter. You know what else is strong? The Lenovo Legion gang. They got the Y25 monitor, which can deliver in the toughest and most critical situations. Guys, you want to be playing on hardware that can match the speed of your thought process. So please make sure you check out the Y25 monitor, Lenovo.com. Plenty of other retailers can all hook you up with it. So if you're interested in upgrading your screen, please go ahead and check that out.
Yeah, Lenovo makes some really good products. I'm actually using a Lenovo monitor right now, so I can attest to how good they are. But back to the game. Again, we have Fluke Nest here having to take 3 stocks off of Cosmos Rob. This is going to be... I keep repeating myself, but I can't stress this enough for those who may not be as familiar with Smash Brothers. This is going to be very, very difficult for Fluke Nest to do. I feel like all of Rob's tools are basically tools almost built specifically for killing characters like Ridley, and we're getting word from production here that we are going to Town and City, so a big stage, definitely in Rob's favor again, in my opinion. Again, this is going to be hard, man. I keep repeating myself, but it's going to be hard.
Especially at the ledge, I think once there's a gyro present at that get-up distance, Ridley is just kind of at a loss of ways to get out of disadvantage. We'll see, though, because this character, he's quick, he's got a lot of range, and he's got even more power. So Fluke Nest could rip the rug out from underneath Cosma and take this to a third crew battle between the two teams. So far, though, it's looking like the keep-away game is strong, looking like the item play is strong, and Cosma not letting up at all. Oh my god, it's over. It's over.
Max, I'm done. Bye. I'm out. There's no point in watching the rest of this match after we just witnessed a murder like that. My god, and that is exactly what I was talking about. I feel like every tool that Rob has in their arsenal is built specifically for taking out Ridley stocks, like we saw right there. I'm doing my best not to yell, okay? But that almost broke my yelling rule.
Somebody call the Wayne State Troopers because we have just witnessed a murder in the first degree. That was definitely premeditated.
Oh my goodness. And I know that Kazma's teammates are popping off right now after seeing that. It already at 90% on the second stock. Cosmo's still sitting very healthy with 3 stocks of their own, just looking for this last opportunity here to get a KO. And man, I'm still on that first stock, bro. I'm like, what was that?
I'm gonna be real, I actually forgot that Fluke Nest had 2 stocks, which is why I said it was over, but I think the sentiment still prevails. You are gonna have a really hard time making a 1-3 comeback against a character that wins the matchup so strongly. Yeah, down throw, up tilt, up air, you better DI that properly, and if you didn't, you're gonna pay the price. UT Dallas advances to the grand finals.
Again, not surprising at all. UT Dallas, again, I said it earlier, probably my favorite to win the entire thing. They just have so much talent, so much experienced talent as well. But you know what? Shout outs to Wayne State for making it this far. I believe they finished tied for 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. So shout outs to them making it this far. Very good school, repping Nebraska. Nebraska definitely doesn't have a popular Smash scene. So to see people from that region make it this far against so many talented players and so many talented schools, shout out to you guys for repping your state and your region to this degree. But man, UTD, again, I'm not surprised they made it this far. Whoever they have to face in grand finals is going to have a very, very hard time to play, whether that's NJCU or MSU. Yeah, they're going to have a really tough time as we get into some of these replays.
Yeah, the performance by Wayne State this weekend, honestly, pretty inspirational. If you're coming from a region that doesn't get too much love in the world of Smash, and if you're coming from a school that, is just getting their feet wet when it comes to these collegiate tournaments, I would be very happy with the 3rd place finish, especially with the saturation of talent here at CENC. So just an excellent job overall to everybody on the Wayne State team. You guys crushed it. No reason to be sad. You lost to a multi-time champion team. Just come back stronger for next year. And I believe we saw their roster had 0 seniors on it. So I think that bodes well for them in the future.
And you got to remember, they're probably going to be getting a new wave of freshmen as well. So if they have those people to learn off of, then you know what? The future of Wayne State is in very, very good hands. So again, shout outs to you guys for repping your state and your school. Really proud of you guys for making it this far. But anyways, on to the next match. We have NJCU versus MSU. Michigan, definitely one of the powerhouse Smash regions. But you know what? New Jersey City University. Is that close? Is that close by to you, Max?
Yes, it is actually quite close to me. Yeah, I believe they are located in Jersey City, if I'm not mistaken, or at least very close to it. So it looks like our first players up are going to be Artie on Pyra and Mithra, and then Tom on MSU, who is going Zero Suit. Actually, I believe Tom is Mitsuki fan. So in case you guys are returning from watching earlier in the weekend, Mitsuki fan has played quite a lot and done great things for this team. But let's take a look at this roster. We got Artie, Supersonic, and Ziglet. They have all, at least Artie and Ziglet we've seen play, and then Hydra is not pictured here, but very strong Palutena in Hydra. We've got Ziglet with Luigi, and Pocket Palutena. So another very young roster here, all freshmen and sophomores. NJCU potentially going to be one of those big name schools to watch out for, especially, UT Dallas, we saw they have 3 juniors, right? What happens in 2 years when they lose all those talented players? Maybe NJCU can be one of the teams to fill their shoes as some of the college greats. That said, I just want to point this out, completely unrelated to any of these teams specifically, but a strong program will definitely attract strong Smash players. People are at the point where, especially if you offer them a little bit of scholarship money, they will want to go to your school. You'll become a destination if you're able to support something like an esports team, a big Smash team. Players just want to go and be able to capitalize on their interests to the fullest.
And over here on the Michigan State University side, again, Michigan, one of the powerhouse regions in the Smash scene. We have Scotch, Zatu, Drip. That is a fantastic tag, by the way. And Sky, Luigi, 2 juniors, and a very good freshman as well here. So again, another relatively youngish team, Sky Luigi being a freshman. I'm sure they have a couple other freshmen who just maybe couldn't make the team here, but 2 juniors. So they have at least another really good year of Smash coming through. And again, I said it before, these aren't even some of the well-known players that we know Michigan State has. So they have a very deep roster of people that they could sub in or sub out at any point in time. But these 3 guys made it this far, so I'm excited to see where they go. And to kind of further on the point that you said, these tournaments and stuff like this, they act almost like advertisements for your school's Smash team and stuff like that, because I'm sure there are a lot of Smashers out there that don't even know that collegiate programs offer Smash as the thing. So like if you're in Michigan State, if you're in New Jersey or whatever, and you're thinking about going to one of those universities and you're a Smasher, this might be that thing that makes you decide to go to this school versus another school and stuff like that. So I'm really excited to see where these schools are in the future. Again, I keep talking about Michigan. I know New Jersey and that whole area, they also are just ripe with Smash talent. Kids coming out of high school and stuff like that. So hopefully they see this, they're watching this, and they decide to go to these schools to continue the legacy of their Smash programs.
Yep, it might be hard to establish yourself as a D1 athletics school from the ground up, because there's already just so much infrastructure and red tape you got to go through. But to become a destination for Smash could be very easy. Offer the kids some scholarships, make sure you recruit some strong talent coming out of high school, and guess what? You could be a prime destination as a school for esports, for Smash, whichever game you decide you want to spec into the most, or all of them. If you got it like that. So any school coordinators watching this, I think there's definitely a big takeaway to be had. And big shout outs to events like CENC, of course, for providing this kind of space, for making these programs possible and worthwhile for these schools. Definitely changes the direction of some of these kids' lives. You know what I'm saying? Just giving them a little extra push to go to college. It could have some very positive consequences for them.
And we've talked about this before, Max, the fact that these kids are now growing up and they can get scholarships to go and play Smash Bros. It's definitely a lot different than when we were growing up, where I feel like all of our practice was at, locals and against our boys at, Smash Fest and stuff like that. So the fact that these kids can be training in an actual environment. And one more thing, I know a lot of schools are actually hiring coaches now. So to have that coaching, if you're new to Smash and stuff like that, you don't have to rely on like YouTube videos and going to weeklies and stuff like that. To have somebody who's there specifically for teaching you the ins and outs of this game, it's going to be fantastic. But anyways, we are getting right into this as MSU is sending out the ZSS first and NJCU with Artie and this Pyra Mithra. Let's see how this goes. Two very quick characters.
Yep, Mitsuki fan, the man of many names. He is on the roster as Zatu Drip. He was in the production chat as Tom. And here on the screen, he is Mitsuki fan. So that's all the same person. If anybody is a little bit confused by that. Artie, meanwhile, his name isn't even Arthur or anything, but that's his tag everywhere. So you can count on that for sure. Either way, Mithra, I think, honestly, a huge demon for a character like Zero Suit Samus, who doesn't have the best out of shield game and is pretty comboable just because she's a bit of a fastballer and she's very tall. However, she is very mobile. So I think when it comes to circumventing stuff like Pyra's ledge traps with the blazing end, she's actually got a couple advantages in her favor.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I feel like if Artie uses Mithra, I feel like Mithra matches up very well against this character. Oh, okay, good blazing end there to take that stock. But I feel like Mithra matches up very well against Zero Suit Samus. But Pyra being as slow as they are, even though the hitboxes are really big, ZSS is such a good evasive character that I feel like a lot of the stuff that Mithra or Pyra wants to do might not necessarily work, even though they did manage to get that blazing end right there. But yeah, I feel like it's going to be a very interesting matchup as we do see that boost kick tying this up. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see where and when Artie chooses to use Pyra and Mithra, because we might not see them use them or switch characters in places where we would expect to see other Pyras and Mithra switch characters, if you know what I mean.
I totally agree. This is a character that you can kind of freeform your way through with. A lot of people actually play almost solo Pyra online, which makes total sense. She is demonic with a little bit of delay involved. But that said, I think Artie is probably playing close to optimally, where you use Mithra for most of the whole game, even at the higher percents, just to win advantage, and then you switch to Pyra. But okay, here we have, I'm not going to say a desperate call to Pyra, but like 76%, that's a sign that you really want this stock to be over with sooner than later.
And I would imagine we're going to start seeing a bunch of down airs and a bunch of up Bs coming through right now. An up B at this percent with this amount of range will definitely KO. Oh, maybe not. Oh my goodness, and the flub from that was just like 17 flubs back to back. Missed the up smash, but didn't matter because Artie said, you know what, take that stock anyways, man, you deserve it. SDing, unfortunately, right there. You really hate to see that, but either way, we're going to start to see Artie fishing for these down airs and these up Bs to try to finish off the stock.
And a problem I see happen all too many times to Pyra and Mythra players is that you'll switch to Pyra to try to clean up a stock, and you just end up getting tossed because her neutral, while not terrible by any means, is definitely lacking in comparison to her speedy counterpart. So here we're going to have it go back to relatively even. Mythra's back. She's going to be able to land a lot of hits consecutively. None of them doing too much damage with the exception of that side B. Jesus Christ. Lightning Buster. Or sorry, no, that's the neutral B. Photon Edge.
Yeah.
Dealing like 23 for the full thing.
Oh, insane move. It's really easy. I feel like the hitbox is a bit deceptive on it. It is relatively easy to stuff out. I feel like ZSS's neutral B might actually stuff it out, but we will see if they even get the chance to use it. But oh my god, Artie is kind of going off a little bit right there. And again, probably going to start to see the fishing for the down airs and the Providence ends right here, or Providence revolts right here.
Okay, switching back to Mythra just for a little extra drift coming back to the stage, but drifting right into Zero Suit's shield, something you never want to do. The boost kick coming right out, and a classic finisher for ZSS. We're going to see it come through there, whereas Mitsuki Fan did not do it on the berry that he had before.
Yeah, you hate to see that little flub there, but didn't matter in the end as we see MSU taking a one-stock lead going into... Yeah, MSU taking a one-stock lead going into this next game. Again, leads in crew battles, fantastic. You hate to be going down, especially in the three-person crew battle. You don't have much room to really make up for anything. So you're going to be asking the next person for NJCU to be taken off at least two more stocks than they lose here, just to tie it up to give them a chance. Because again, this only is a three-person crew battle, not the typical 5 that we are used to seeing. So every stock matters that much more.
Yep, and we've seen Mitsuki Fan put some pretty significant dents in opposing teams right here. This was kind of a close call, only coming out of it with one stock. So potentially about to get cut off at that 3 mark, depending on who NJCU sends in, how well they perform. But man, in these replays, it just looked like Mitsuki Fan was a little bit more solid than Artie in a lot of important situations, namely when it came to getting those kills. You know, when Artie was switching over to Pyra and trying to make some big plays, or like doing the high air dodge onto the stage right into boost kick, Artie was just Mitsuki Fan was just ice cold the whole time.
Yeah, but you know what? Still did a decent job. Still managed to take off a couple stocks as well. So definitely didn't fumble that too much, putting their next person in a pretty decent position to only have to take off one stock. And they are sending in Ziglet with the Palu. Definitely, he usually plays Luigi, but sending in the Palu to clean this up. And they are going to Yoshi's Story. So a stage that definitely benefits both of these characters. Both of these characters like having small blast zones, can kill you off the top relatively easily. So we'll see how this goes. But I do like the Palu pick over going Luigi, which is what Ziglet usually uses. Just it's a lot safer. It's a lot safer.
Definitely gonna co-sign that as well, bro, because Luigi gets camped out by Zero Suit super hard. Side B, back air, not going to be able to find many of those grabs. Meanwhile, Politana, just a solid character overall, able to pressure ZSS's shield and space outside of boost kick range, shut down some of those normals with back air and dash attack, and then, of course, killing her very early. Up air, I think, is going to take Zero Suit stock around like 95%.
Yeah. Especially if you could manage to get one off of the platforms, because again, Yoshi's Story has, I think, probably the smallest blast zones of all the legal stages. If not the smallest, it's like second. So yeah, both of these are characters who like to kill off the top as well, so it can benefit both of them. This could come back to potentially bite Ziglet if he does let Mitsuki Fan get a good combo going with those ladders that Zero Suit Samus is known for. So we will definitely see how this goes. This definitely works in both of their favors. This can really go either way.
Yeah, I think possibly the rationale behind allowing Zero Suit to play here is that the ladders aren't quite what they used to be in Smash 4. They still do exist. Definitely scary. You can even get killed just by the raw up air or by up smash at the end of it all. So definitely a bit of a double-edged sword. But if Ziglet is confident here, then I think that's as good of a pick as any. And we'll see in just one short SD plus respawn invincibility expiring how this works out.
And let's get right into this again. We have NJCU down 1 to MSU, trying to stop this, or trying to close the gap on this lead a little bit. Ziglet rocking the Palu instead of the regular Luigi right now. Mitsuki Fan off to a good start and almost got one of those ladders going off jump. That could have been deadly if he managed to get that second up air.
Well, Mitsuki fan has just been so strong all weekend. I can't ignore that. I mean, but so has Ziglet. We saw Ziglet actually 9-stock a team in NJCU's first round on Friday. So, yeah, you're just seeing these powerhouses go at it and actually determining, you know, you're actually getting to see the skill gap between them instead of them just mowing down the competition. Sorry, guys, words are very difficult.
Yes, they are. But yeah, early on, we definitely were seeing a lot of body bags. So it's really nice to be able to see some decent close matches at these late stages of the bracket. But right now, Mitsuki fan, aka Zatu Drift, aka Tom, aka the man of many names, doing a very, very good job of just playing keep away, using these flip kicks so well, not letting Palutena get anything really going. It's 61%, but I feel like all of this were straight hits as he does get that up smash, not managing to KO quite yet. But either way, still only at 61%, and with Palutena not being the most explosive character, this might be really bad for Ziglet.
Oh, the parry and the forward smash. Yep, beautiful. All right. Already taking 4 stocks. Mitsuki fan doing a great job in this crew battle just to start things off for his team. Of course, the others are going to have to pick up any potential slack, but it's looking like he's just trying to pave the way for them.
Good catch. Beautiful catch with that up air, catching that flip kick on the later parts of it. I really like that was kind of brave because a lot of people don't like even trying to intercept the flip kick because of how nasty that hitbox is, but good awareness there from Ziglet, and again, just doing whatever they can to take this last stock. Has Mitsuki fan at 121, a good backer will definitely do it, but again, ZSS being such an evasive character, such a good, I guess, defensive character in that regard, it's going to be really tough for you to get this KO.
Same can be said for Mitsuki fan, though. Of course, only 40% on the opposition. I don't think we're going to see 5 come out. Back throw will kill. A lot of Palutena's aerials will kill. Dash attack will kill. And there we go. Finally putting Mitsuki fan to bed. Man, what a run, though. 4 stocks deep into the NJCU roster. And now it's probably going to be... it's going to be Scotch or Steiner coming out. Steiner is a Falco player. Scotch is Bayonetta and Pikachu. So... yeah, if I had a guess, they'll probably throw in Scotch with Pikachu.
Yeah, Pikachu and Bayonetta not the greatest in the crew battle format. Again, Pikachu is arguably one of the best characters in the regular singles format, but the character's inability to consistently take stocks off of their opponent definitely comes back to bite them in this format. And you can say the same thing with Bayonetta. They can rack up so much damage in the blink of an eye. You'll go to 0 to 80 before you even process what's happening to you. But they will always let you back into that game because they don't have that many kill options. So it's going to be interesting to see if that's the route they go, who they're going to pick. I would definitely go Pikachu over Bayonetta, but we are going to be getting into some of these replays right here. And is this the parry forward smash?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Gorgeous.
Yeah. Trying to scam Mitsuki fan on shield right there, but he was just way too aware, and just an excellent way to further the lead that your team has. Either way, it is going to be Scotch with Pikachu coming out. So I definitely agree with what you said, Mies. Pikachu being a character that sometimes has some difficulty securing kills and is also very light could be a problem. On paper, I'd say Pikachu probably has a slight edge over Palutena. That's one of the matchups that he wins that kind of propelled him into early prominence in the metagame. Of course, everyone kind of knew Pikachu was going to be strong in general, but Palutena was so dominant earlier on in Ultimate and still is to this day. So I think just a great pick on paper, but especially when you add Wi-Fi delay into the mix, I feel like Palutena is going to be getting a few more hits than she normally would, and those hits are much chunkier than whatever Pikachu is going to be doing. And also, of course, you've got a teleport recovery to potentially escape some really bad edge guards.
And yeah, Pikachu, a character who definitely needs combos to get a lot of their damage going. They don't really have, with the exception of maybe Thunder, they don't really have that big explosive move that can kind of rack on a quick, 10-15% of you. They rely on strings and frame traps and combos and stuff like that. And again, on the Wi-Fi environment where precision is definitely a lot more difficult, it's going to be tough for this Pikachu to really get anything consistent going. But again, they made it this far, and they made it this far for a reason, so I do not want to doubt them too much. But again, we do have to mention the fact that, again, on Wi-Fi, precision is difficult, and Pikachu being a precision character, we might see a little bit of a struggle here from Scotch.
Yeah, yesterday when we saw Scotch bring out the Pikachu, he just took a little bit to get going, but once he warmed up, he was destructive, and I think he 3-stocked an opponent. So Scotch, that could potentially just be like a caveat to his gameplay. It's like, when this guy gets on a roll, he's really dangerous, but beforehand, he's a little bit cold. And of course, because this is best of 3, we might have to wait until game 2 to see it. But either way, NJCU, they're still trailing here, so hopefully Scotch can channel some of this momentum and just be able to power up nice and early.
And already the back air strings coming through. Back air forward, a quick 28%, and that's exactly what you're going to need as Pikachu if you really want to do anything. Again, this character can rack up damage in a hurry, but does struggle to consistently get those KOs, which is definitely not an issue that Palutena has, so we'll see if that comes into play right here. But right now in the early goings, both of them kind of just feeling each other out. I feel like no one really wants to commit to anything too hard right now because both of these characters have fantastic punish games, and one whiff move can spell a quick 30%, if not more, to your stock.
Pretty even start so far, but of course Ziglet needs to play just a little bit better, you know, like a 50% markup on every play when you're going into the match 2 to 3. Like you said, Ziglet will have less trouble killing here, but a little bit more trouble when it comes to winning the neutral, racking up the damage. And even in spite of that, we're seeing Ziglet actually tack on more percent in the early game here.
Yeah, definitely true. But right now, Ziglet definitely holding this percent lead right now, doing a really good job. Fantastic grab right there. Good read. Down tilt with the 2-frame, and there we go. Up air KO for Ziglet, bringing this back to a tied game. And you know what? At 78% against Pikachu, you know what? Not a bad spot for Ziglet either.
Yeah, definitely putting in a little bit extra work against his opponent. Oh, if that neutral air completed, we could have seen Pikachu sitting at 40 now instead of 1.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. That neutral air is such a good combo tool, especially against a character like Pikachu. You can rack on a lot of damage very quickly, but right now is where we're going to start to see Scotch probably struggle because, again, getting these KOs with Pikachu is a difficult task. Unless you get a hard read like that forward smash, just barely missing. Good roll on the ledge from Ziglet there. That would have been deadly if it landed.
Oh, throwing the explosive flame out, catches the neutral get up. That last hitbox swelled up just a little bit. Ooh, and the point blank auto reticle. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Ziglet. Already close to evening this one up after being down a full stock to kick it off.
And again, 116, this Palutena knocking on death's door, but Pikachu just unable to get this KO. Fishing for that down smash, couldn't quite get it. I really don't know what Scotch is going to do to get this KO as they almost lose a second stock to that back air. That was just pixels away from one more stock from Scotch. Raw dash attack, not enough to do it. And again, Max, I keep saying it, this is going to be really hard for Scotch to clean up.
Yeah, dash attack, up throw, smash attacks. Those are pretty much the path to victory for Scotch right now. And it looks like neither of those, or none of those options are going to be very easy to land. As long as Ziglet's aware of dash attack, which is definitely the sneakiest and most surprising of all.
Yeah, definitely true. Forward air off the ledge, couldn't quite catch the jump. And again, Ziglet, a fantastic job of Ziglet right here. Was playing from behind this entire game, but now is primed to take the lead. Still alive at 164. All you need is one dash attack or a run-up reverse forward smash? Hello?
There were so many other ways I thought that tech chase was going to go, and that was literally like bottom of the list. Wow, Ziglet taking 2 stocks without even dropping one just yet. If we see 3 for the price of 0 here, I'm definitely going to lose my mind.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we might actually see right here. As Ziglet still alive at 170%, still has Scotch at 58 as the up throw finally getting a KO at 191%. And you cannot let your opponent live that long if you are going to be, or if you want to be doing a crew battle, or if you want to win a crew battle, I should say. And that's why I feel like Pikachu definitely struggles in this format.
Perhaps we are about to see Scotch start heating up, though he did need a little bit of time just to rev the ignition the other day. And so far, since this last stock has come out for Ziglet, it's been looking a lot better. All right, yeah. Keep in mind, the crews are dead even right now. So actually, like, this is the first stock that actually really matters in this match. Ziglet could have taken a big lead at the beginning, and, you know, he's definitely setting the pace here, but it's all for naught if MSU still comes out on top.
Oh, and that jab just whiffing, and Pikachu just having that tiny hitbox coming into play right there and coming super clutch. That could be the jolt of life that Scotch needs to kind of stop this. Oh no, but they Indeed, and you know what, man? I am going to blame that on Wi-Fi because Pikachu's recovery is one of those recoveries that is super specific with how and when you have to put in that second quick attack input. And I have a feeling that lag or delay might have eaten that input right there because it's, again, when you have a good Pikachu, you rarely ever see them SD like that. So I am going to give them the benefit of the doubt there and blame that on Wi-Fi. But either way, Ziglet coming clutch, was down a stock and now puts his team up a stock going into this next match with MSU having to send in their last player, whoever that may be.
Is going to be Steiner on the Falco, player who also was doing some great work throughout the weekend. Wow, that tech chase was one for the ages, man. Yeah. And then here we see the 191% kill. That would have killed quite some time ago. Pikachu's up throw, actually sneaky, one of the strongest in the game for no reason. And Scotch almost able to bring this one back. And yeah, I think maybe he thought the first one would catch the ledge and just watch the angle. Or, like you said, it could be a little bit of a delay. That recovery does require a bit of a finesse in terms of the inputs. That said, Scotch did what he had to do to some degree. He got one stock off of Ziglet, made this at least very possible for the final player to come in and do some work. But Palutena versus Falco, I think, you don't really have a choice if Steiner's your last guy available, but it's a bit of a self-counter pick. I think Palutena is excellent in this matchup. She combos Falco just as hard as he combos her. And when it comes to landing the raw kill moves, definitely going to give the edge to Paulo here, especially when edge guards come into play as well.
Yeah, someone who actually mains Falco, I can attest that this matchup is complete dookie for this character. It's going to be very, very hard to get anything on Palutena. And like you said, with Falco being a fast faller, those combos, those near combos especially from Palutena are going to eat this character up. And on top of that, Falco has a very linear recovery. All you have is side B into up B. Or the explosive flame could eat that up as well. So it's going to be a very tough time here for Falcos. But at the same time, Falco has a lot of the same stuff that Pikachu has in terms of they can rack up damage in a hurry, but Falco is a bit more consistent with the KOs, has a very solid back air that can get the KO, down tilt to KO move now. You can kill with up throw and back throw if you manage to land the laser hit of it as well. So might be a bit of an easier time getting that KO, and it is only one stock as well. So not too much of an ask here from Steiner, but either way, getting those hits to even get the opportunity to get the KO is going to be tough against a Palutena.
Yeah, this character's neutral is known for being pretty airtight. Falco's not so much. He is one of those characters that gets a massive reward on hit, but getting the hit is tough, like you said. So as soon as this invincibility expires, we'll see who's able to make the first breakaway in this match. Ziglet, again, not playing his main of Luigi. I'm sure he'd much rather be Luigi in a matchup like Falco, but no complaints with the matchup he is actually playing.
And there you go, Falco landing that up tilt right there. And guys, if you're not familiar with Falco and how Falco plays in this game, that up tilt is probably the deadliest move in this character's arsenal. Once you land it, you're basically put into an unskippable cutscene. You can rack up 50, 60, even 70 damage sometimes, if not just lose your stock altogether. But right now with Ziglet at 78%, we're probably at the point in time where those up tilt combos are not going to be true, but up tilt into back air is a thing. Like I just said right there, that up tilt in Falco's arsenal is just definitely that character's best move. At low percent, you can combo from 0 to anywhere from 20 to 80, depending on what you're feeling like that day. And at higher percentages like that, you can combo up tilt right into a back air. And that back air, even though it is a lot slower than it was in the previous game in Smash 4, still a very potent kill move like we saw right there.
Yeah, Steiner not feeling like wasting any time. Clearly made short work of that last stock from Ziglet. And now, if I had to guess, we're going to get another Palutena coming in at the hands of Hydra, who is actually a Palutena main and known around New Jersey for being a pretty solid player. To my knowledge, I haven't been too plugged in with locals since Ultimate. Spent a lot of time in New York.
Yeah.
But yeah, that said, I've definitely heard Hydra's name. I've definitely seen Hydra play as of yesterday, and he is very clean. Like, as good as Ziglet's Paulo was, keep in mind, that's just a secondary, right? We're going to get to see a little bit of a more refined Palutena game plan and potentially some more hands-on matchup knowledge. I don't doubt that Ziglet could win Falco versus Luigi with his main where he's most comfortable, but being that Falco's a little bit underplayed, can't blame him for not knowing how to tackle it with his secondary. This time around, though, Hydra, a little bit more seasoned with the character, we could see a much different outcome.
And yeah, man, having to fight two Palutinas as Falco, even though Steiner did a good job of cleaning that up, not an enviable position at all. But you know what? I feel like based on that quick stock that we did see from Steiner, I feel like they definitely have experience in this matchup. I feel like everybody does, really. But I feel like I feel like definitely knows what they're doing against his character. And like you just touched on, Falco, a very underplayed and underused character. Not every people may know about the combos, you might see the Twitter clips and stuff like that, but not everybody knows how to escape them. And if you don't know how to escape them, like I said earlier, it's basically an unskippable cutscene. Like you get hit once at 0 and you're at 60% if not just being dead altogether. So we'll definitely see how this goes. And I am getting word from production that Yoshi's, Kalos, FD were all banned, and Hydra is going Palutena, like you said earlier. So gonna be interesting to see how Steiner deals with his second Palutena of the set.
Right. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like Palutena just on paper should kind of walk away with this one, but Falco has that X factor, right? He has such a solid base of kill confirms, of ways to rack up percent, that even if you're not supposed to be getting these openings, eventually your opponent's going to give something up, and as long as you're able to maximize on it, then we could see it happen. Falco definitely wins a lot of matchups that he shouldn't when it comes to in practice versus on paper.
Yeah, again, as someone who plays Falco, I definitely agree with that. There's a lot of matchups that, again, this character really should lose, but again, with all you need is like 1 or 2 openings with this character and to optimize those combos. And again, off of one up tilt, you can do anywhere from like 20 to like 80%, depending on the character, depending on how they DI, depending on all this kind of stuff. And a plethora of stuff this character can do off that up tilt is like, it's really like it's a sandbox of that you can just do whatever you want to and it'll work. You can like just push buttons and it'll really work. Well, we'll see if that comes into play here against Hydra's Palutena. But like you said, not a favorable matchup for Falco. All Palu needs is like 1 up tilt, and you can basically carry Falco from one side of the stage to the other, and probably even kill them outright. And again, Falco's recovery is not too good at all. Palutena's down tilt especially is really good at stuffing out anything that this character wants to do. But anyways, we're getting into this last match of set number 1 between NJCU and MSU, and right off the jump, Hydra off to a fantastic start, a quick 53%.
You can already just see Hydra's Palu a little bit faster, a little bit more precise than Ziglet's. And again, that's no disrespect to Ziglet as a player, just that he is a Luigi main, cosplaying as a Palutena player for certain matchups here. So no fault to him whatsoever, but Hydra here to clean it up, it seems. All right, Steiner just looking for that one crucial hit. We could see the percents get even off of that, but I don't know. It's looking pretty unlikely with the way Hydra's playing. One up air from underneath could close the door on this stock. You saw the attempt. I saw it flash above Palutena's head. I heard the sound effect, but it just didn't manage to land.
And already 127%, and that's going to be a very, very strange SD from Steiner right there. I feel like he would have lost the stock anyways, but to lose it like that is just kind of sad to see. And off the jump, Hydra all over Steiner, 64% already laughing, and this pressure from Hydra has been fantastic. Oh! Max, call it. Yo, call the set. Call the set. It's done.
I got you, bro. I got you. If you need a breather. Oh my God. Hydra just absolutely steamrolling the competition here. You see that classic down tilt into forward smash on the air dodge. That's a sign of fear from your opponent. And if you're Hydra, you're going to capitalize all the way. Looking for a 2-frame with the up smash. We're just seeing the Palutena exhibition here.
Hydra is in Steiner's head right now. Did you see that roll read off the ledge, running back and getting that grab? I think Hydra knows what Steiner is going to do before the thoughts even in Steiner's head.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. I was going to say matchup inexperience against Falco could be what gets Steiner through this, but man, it seems that Hydra has no problem with that. We do have a good Falco player named Mega. I'm pretty sure Mega switched from Ike to Falco in this game, or at least does play Falco. Could be tripping, but I know he's in the NJCU area.
Okay. Well, good to know. And again, yeah, matchup inexperience as we see Hydra land that up air to take the first set for MSU. Like you said, matchup inexperience has to be a thing, or, could have potentially been a thing in that set, but it definitely looked like Hydra knew all of the ins and outs of Falco, especially on that ledge. Mentioned it earlier. Since Falco's recovery is so linear, that down tilt will basically eat it. Whether it's the Phantasm or the Firebird, that down tilt will basically eat both of them up, and we did see Hydra get a lot of mileage out of that move right there. And you know what? Unsurprisingly, Palutena taking that over the Falco there as MSU takes the first game of the set. And let's see some of these replays here.
NJCU taking the first game.
Sorry, NJCU. Sorry about that. My bad.
No, you're all good. You're all good. Oh, God, that down tilt into the forward smash, that is a classic. And you see Steiner throwing a lot of these air dodges out. That is definitely a sign of fear, a sign of panic. And Hydra capitalizing on that all the way, 3-stocking his final opponent and securing a 3-stock victory for his team. So NJCU sitting up pretty right now on this 1-0 lead. They're one crew battle away from making it to the grand finals. I think they would be a worthy match for UT Dallas for sure. And I'm curious as to how that one's going to go. Of course, I'm kind of like silently pulling for the home crowd here. It's just hard for me as a resident of New Jersey to see NJ in a team's acronym and not want them to win. But MSU, they've come so far. They fought really hard against UCM yesterday just to make it here, and it would definitely be sad to see them go down like this. I think what they're going to need to do is maybe switch up their team order a little bit, perhaps save Mitsuki Fan for Hydra, because, I mean, he clearly had a handle on the Palutena matchup.
And we are getting word from production here. Steiner is starting with Falco and Ziglet starting with the Luigi. And I think you said earlier, Ziglet actually ran through an entire team's 9 stocks like a day or two ago. So, and this matchup, again, coming from someone who plays Falco, is very bad. That is the nicest way I can put it. This is a terrible matchup for Falco, especially being a fast faller. That is the character archetype that Luigi eats up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner like every day of the week. So avoiding that grab, which is a lot easier said than done, is going to be vital for Falco. But on the other side, man, even if you do manage to land that up tilt that I keep bringing up for Falco, Luigi can just tap A and basically turn your combo into his combo. So this is going to be, again, very difficult for Falco to do anything. But at the same time, they might have anticipated them. They might have anticipated them sending in the Ziglet first and might just want to get the Falco out of the way. That might be a strategy here. But again, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think Ziglet playing Luigi, actually getting to use his main in this crew battle is going to be huge. I could anticipate Mitsuki Fan coming out second to answer with Zero Suit. Not that that's the worst matchup in the game by any means, but I think Zero Suit does confidently beat Luigi. Man, this might be 3 stocks from Steiner just thrown in the trash, though. I mean, Ziglet has shown some serious proficiency when it comes to completing 0 to deaths. Like you said, the combos can get reversed on Falco by Luigi just with the simple neutral air. And Falco's not one of those characters who has a big, wide, sweeping, safe aerial to land with, and that's so important against Luigi. Something like a Lucina Fair, a Zero Suit back air even. Of course, that's a much more narrow move, but it is just nice and safe. Falco, when he lands his back air close to the ground, he gets put in a bit of landing lag, might be shield grabbable for Luigi. And just in general, you don't have the safe pressure tools, I'd say, with the exception of down tilt, to really keep Luigi at bay and prevent him from getting those grabs.
One aerial tool we might see get a lot of usage here from Falco is actually that forward air, because that last hit of the forward air is very deceptive in the size of its hitbox. It's a little bit bigger than the other hits of it. If you're not ready for it, I have seen people lose, kind of randomly lose stocks to that as well. But again, all Ziglet needs is 3 grabs to win this game. And I am not exaggerating that by any means at all. All they need is 3 grabs at basically any percent to win this game. So it's going to be tough for Falco to do anything, especially being a character who depends very heavily on combos, and Luigi being a character who all they have to do is tap A to get out of your combo. And that, again, that is not an exaggeration. All they have to do is tap A. So we'll see how this goes.
Steiner might play a very keep away heavy game. Wow. Okay. Speaking of tapping buttons to get out of your combo, the startup of Cyclone being invincible is also really important for Luigi's combo escape game. I think we might see Steiner just play very heavy keep away though, because he started off with 12% in lasers. Not a bad way to open things up. And you know what? Steiner's actually kind of cooking in this matchup right now. 25%. I think we could still see Luigi kill off a grab, but yeah, edge guards like this are going to be brutal. Oh, lucky misfire there, though.
Yeah, that definitely was a lucky misfire. Steiner was ready and waiting to get that edge guard, but yeah, like you said, Steiner playing this damn near perfectly, getting a lot of damage off those lasers, playing a good keep away game right here and avoiding those grabs at all costs. I think with the amount of rage that Ziglet has, and with Steiner being at 50%, I don't know if those Luigi combos are going to be in play anymore. But either way, man, Steiner off to a fantastic start in a very unfavorable matchup.
Yeah, and you know what, Mies? You were spot on with the forward air from Falco. It's not shield grabbable by Luigi. If Falco just sticks out a jab afterward, it's going to be a great pressure tool on multiple fronts. And also, it's a good way to secure stocks. But you know what? Never mind. 106 after the hit. Luigi's up smash so ridiculously powerful. And now with Falco at 0, this could be really bad.
That could be it. And welcome to the Luigi Show. One grab and you are gone. And all he needs is one more of those, and that is going to be it. Oh, GG. Yeah. I lied. Never mind. Making it back. And managing to get that down tilt. You know what? Steiner got one stock. Okay, that's fine. You know what? If I'm him, I'm okay. I'm okay with that.
Well, still definitely a chance to take another one. Just has to play extremely patiently. We saw any breaks in this camping and spacing-based gameplay immediately leads to destruction against Luigi. Back air dash attack. Yeah, I guess that's not a true combo on a fast faller like that. Oh, the shine.
Ooh. And I feel like we're going to start to see Siglet fish for that grab. I don't know if at 45% if the Luigi combos are still a thing right now, but we will definitely see even percentages right now. But here comes that up smash once again. Yeah, Siglet, this is fishing for that grab. They really want to end this game. Ooh, good forward air, and this is where Ziegler has to take advantage of, Steiner has to take advantage of Ziegler whenever they are off stage, because that is where Luigi is at their most vulnerable, and that is where Falco can, if he wants to come back, that is where he has to come back.
Oh, and another misfire!
Another misfire! Oh my god, the Smash Gods right now definitely on Ziegler's side. Got two perfect misfires right when he needed them the most.
And we're going to see that up tilt not punishable by up smash on shield. Okay. Damage starting to build for Ziegler. This could be the matter of just a clean forward air off stage, an up smash on the stage. I don't know, but either way, Steiner is knocking on death for himself.
Yeah, we might be getting to the point where down tilt from Luigi, from Falco might actually kill, but does get that neutral area. And you know what, Max, me and you were talking about how tough this was going to be for Steiner, but managing to make this an even game with the potential to actually take this game in a matchup that is, again, to put it lightly, incredibly bad for Falco.
Yeah, we saw just how quickly that one stock evaporated when Ziegler got a grab, but now I think the only thing he can do off down throw is down B, which may not kill from ground level at this percent.
Yep.
Steiner making the most of this chance. Ooh. I mean, honestly, even taking two stocks is good enough because you basically got counterpicked on the double blind. So I'm sure the MSU team could shake this one off, but it would be amazing to see Steiner win it. Nope, never mind. Crosses up the DI with the down B, and that's going to be game one. And a one-stock lead going in favor of NJCU.
And you know what? If I'm Steiner, even though I lost, I am not upset with how I did there, because really, again, all Luigi needed was 3 grabs to take that stock, or to basically win the entire game. And you managed to survive long enough to take 2 stocks off. And again, we have, I forget who MSU has. They have the Zero Suit still left, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they have ZSS and Pikachu left.
So either way, I'm sending in Zero Suit Samus right now to clean up this last Luigi stock, because Zero Suit Samus against Luigi is a very good matchup in my opinion for Zero Suit Samus, just based on the fact that character's evasiveness is just so good. You're not really going to be able to see Luigi get any grabs as we get into some of these replays.
Yeah, that forward smash just so ill-advised, and the up smash killing ridiculously early.
And here we're going to see the Luigi Cyclone combo. Oh my god, once you get grabbed by that, there is nothing you can do except pray that they drop the combos. And apparently Steiner did not pray enough, as he does lose that second stock as well to that Cyclone. You know what, again, good job from Steiner. Again, if you're unfamiliar with Smash Bros. or this matchup, this is like, I cannot say enough how bad this is for Falco. So to be able to manage to take off those 2 stocks, you're setting up your team to be in a really good position going forward.
Yeah, I know my Falco definitely just got 3 stocked by that Luigi, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Props to Steiner keeping it close. Okay, they're actually going to send in Scotch, but on Bayonetta rather than Pikachu this time around. That said, Pikachu versus Luigi, I would not want to be Pikachu in that matchup either. Even if you're able to avoid the 0 to deaths with your small frame, you're still just getting out-chunked hit for hit. Luigi's up smash comes to mind as being a great move in the matchup. But Bayonetta, that's a little bit weird. She's very easy to combo. I was definitely expecting Mitsuki fan to come out, but it looks like they want him to anchor. Maybe just saying, all right, this is our most solid player. We're going to need him to clean up the mess at the end. Maybe also to go up against Hydra's Palutena. But what they need to do is make quick work of Zigglet here. Hope that Artie comes in next and just play against Pyro and Mythra perfectly. And then Hydra, who seems to be like the anchor, the true demon on NJCU's side, got to beat him in a 1v1 anchor versus anchor fight with Mitsuki fan at the end.
And production is telling me that they are going to Kalos Pokemon League. And again, the Baya pick, very, very strange character in crew battles. Has a lot of issues that Pikachu has. Again, can rack up damage on you 0 to 80 before you even process what's happening. But again, only really has back air to kill you, back air and forward throw as consistent kill moves. This might be really, really hard. And again, all Luigi needs is 3 grabs to win. I cannot say that enough. All Zigglet needs is 3 grabs to win. Even though Bats Within, if Scotch does spam air dodge, might come into play right there.
It won't against the grab.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes.
Okay, Scotch setting himself up to have a lot of special landing lag going down onto the platform instead. I like that escape route. Kalos, I think, an incredible stage for Bayonetta just because you have the walls. Yep. You can bounce off them with side B. You can cling to them. Oh no. Zigglet, excellent survivalist instinct right there, throwing out the back hit of up air to shake Bayo.
And right now, Zigglet doing a good job of trying to camp away with the fireballs. Doesn't really want to play the boxing match right now with how Scotch is playing, but this could be a stock. Oh, no, not even going for the down air combo. I don't know. Luigi people, maybe you can tell me. I don't know if that's true on Bayonetta or not, but I'm actually surprised that he didn't go for the touch of death right there.
Yeah, might have been out of range in terms of the percents. Not sure. We're going to see Scotch with a big combo of his own. No, actually gets cut short, perhaps hesitating a little bit too much on the platform. Oh, dash attack. I like the mix-up. Probably expecting grab to come out, maybe inputting a spot dodge and just getting picked up.
Even game in these early goings right now. Scotch just looking to take off this 1 stock. And again, if I am Zigglet, all I really need to do is take off 1 to give my team a 2-stock lead right here, going into the last person, or going into the next person, I should say. But yeah, dead even game, a lot of straight hits. 2 characters known for their long combo strings, but neither have really been able to get anything going consistently.
They gotta block the entirety of that jab, set up a potential edge guard. No, Scotch just staying right there, hoping to catch a neutral get up or a jump with forward smash. Can't blame him for that, but yeah, taking stocks for Bayonetta is very hard without the aid of Witch Time into a smash attack or just a clean back air in the corner. Wow, narrowly escaping with his life. Scotch should be thanking the stars for that one. Oh my God, this guy really just went for a misfire.
He got 2 in the previous match. Why not go for a 3rd one? And no punish there on the Bayo forward smash dash attack from Scotch, putting Zigglet in a really bad position. Ooh, I like that first hit forward there. Good catch with the witch twist as well. And
no, come on, dude, you're dead.
Oh my God.
Okay, forward throw.
Oh my God, that game really does not want Zigglet to lose. But doesn't matter as Scotch gets that back air to clean up the stock and to tie up the game at 6 stocks apiece. Going into this next character right here could have been really, really bad, but that was a really good catch with the back air at the top corner of the screen there. So good job to Scotch for keeping this close.
And to think that he had that one tied up even just a few seconds earlier with the witch twist edge guard, but it didn't work out because of the misfire. Man, props to Scotch for keeping his head on straight. Even with the switch to Bayonetta, the Pikachu did some work before, and he's showing that he's not a one-trick pony. He can play a character that most people have in mid-tier or lower on their lists. Bayonetta, I think she's a little bit slept on right now, personally. I do think she lacks in a lot of categories, but people are forgetting that she'll still one-touch you for 50, 60 damage sometimes, and that can't be ignored.
And if you're a character that doesn't have a good horizontal recovery, especially, that character can still carry you pretty much off the side and hit you with some guns and put you to a point where you can't basically come back. And if you do come back, you're going to be eating at least another 20 to 30% just for trying to recover. So definitely a stepped on character. I would 100% agree with you, Max. But anyways, we are going to be getting the next character picks coming in right now. But when we get that to you guys, we'll relay that back to you guys. But who do you send in against this Bayonetta? I'm trying to think of strategy here.
I think if you're NJCU, you want to save Hydra for last at all costs.
Yeah.
Right. He clearly, made the strongest performance of the entire team last time around, 3-stocking Steiner. And, Ziegler couldn't even do that in a hard counterpick matchup. So I think that's certainly a promising sign of his abilities as an anchor. Probably what you do is you send in Artie, hope that he's able to keep it close or win the matchup. And then maybe even take another stock off of Mitski fan. And then you have Hydra clean it up. That's how you win if you're NJCU, in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely think the Artie pick might be a good one if that's the route that they go. Mithra, I feel like, can do a lot of stuff to kind of just snuff out what Bayonetta wants to do. Again, Bayonetta being really, really light, those up Bs and those downers from Pyra are going to be very vital to winning that as well. So I think I do agree with you. I feel like I, at all costs, probably save Hydra for last and probably go Artie with the Pyra Mithra right now. But again, we will get that to you guys once we learn. And for everyone who is just joining us, this is the CENC Collegiate Esports National Championship. Mies and Max here are going to carry you through to the finals. This is the last day. We've had such a good weekend of collegiate Smash Brothers, man. It has been a trip from the first day to now, and I've been having a blast being able to work this event. It's been crazy.
Same, and it's a pleasure to work with you as well, Mies. It's been, before a couple weeks ago when we got to sneak in a block together, it had been quite some time, but good to see you once more. And yeah, it is Artie who's coming in. I don't know if these guys are listening to us on commentary, but maybe we're divulging the strats.
We might be actually doing that, but yeah, Artie with the Pyra Mithra coming through. I definitely agree with this pick. I feel like Mithra/Pyra has a lot of tools that can kind of just deal with Bayonetta and make Bayonetta just not have fun anymore. So we'll see how it goes here. And again, yeah, saving Hydra for last. I definitely agree with that. Hydra's definitely, I feel like at this point in time, has made a clear case for being this team's best player. And if you don't send in your anchor first, if you don't send in your best player first, you typically usually send them last. So yeah, the Artie pick, not too surprising.
Yep. And JCU, if you guys need a coach, hit me up.
Yeah, he's right down the street. We got to get some Canadian universities in here, man. I'm from Toronto. We don't have any representation here. We got to get some Canadian universities. Y'all got to expand. But until that, right now I'm seeing FD, Smashville, and Small Battlefield all being banned. I would imagine you're going to probably town. I feel like you probably go to town here if honestly, I'm Pyra Mithra.
Honestly, I'd take regular Battlefield. Even though it's Bayonetta, I think Mithra is disgusting on that stage. Yeah. But that said, it's all going to be up to what Artie is most comfortable with. And by the way, I just want to point out, Canadian schools have had some really, really good runs in collegiate before. I definitely point to York University's Melee team back when Joe was on the team. They had all kinds of threats going on there, and making it to TMG Nationals, I believe, or at least very, very far in TMG. And then U of T made it to the first Smash 4 Collegiate Nationals that we hosted. And I'm trying to think what other like very notable runs have happened from Canadian schools, but either way, there are a lot of really strong ones out there. So, the future's bright in Canada as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shouts to Joe, by the way, big homie. But yeah, right now we are just getting situated. Right now, they are going to PS2, so we were actually both wrong, and they're just waiting for everyone to get situated in the lobby. And if you are just joining us, this is NJCU versus MSU, tied up at 6 stocks apiece. Winner gets the honor of taking on UT Dallas in the grand finals. And here we go into this next game. Artie with the Pyra Mithra, Scotch with the Bayonetta. Let's see how this is going to go. Past DLC versus the current DLC. Yep. Definitely very interesting there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. 2 generations of downloadable characters here.
A quick 72% here from Scotch, looking really good in this early part of the match. But again, it's going to struggle to get the consistent KOs against Pyra and Mithra, which is definitely a spot where Pyra and Mithra do not struggle, especially if you're Pyra with that up B or those downers and stuff like that. But again, really good start in this early going for Scotch.
Yeah, doing what Bayo does best, racking up that damage. Now, unfortunately, she can't press down B and switch over to Pyronetta, but she can press down B and land a smash attack if Artie gets a little too happy with some of these buttons, which I think is certainly in Mithra's toolkit, right? Like the tendency to just mash on stuff. But that said, we've got Witch Time on both of these characters, so never mind.
I totally forgot that Mithra has Foresight, which basically works almost identical to Witch Time. Not exactly the same, but either way, Scotch managed to take off that first stock, only 54% as well. And did we even see Artie switch to Pyra? Oh, there it is. I don't even think he saw Artie switch to Pyra in that first stock at all.
No, this is definitely a sign of some hunger to take the stock, though. 92 on damage. What?
92% uncharged. And that was like a no doubt KO right there.
Yep.
My lord. Anyways.
Using the Lightning Buster. That is, in my opinion, one of the most broken moves in the game. For those of you guys that don't know, you saw that white flash. She's invincible frames 3 to 8 on release, which is unfair. And it's a multi-hit move, and it's pretty safe, and you can turn it around, and it's got a hitbox above her, and it's got a hitbox behind her. Like, what does that move not do?
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it sets every character's weight to the same thing. So no matter if you're Bowser or if you're Pichu, you are going to die at the exact same percent as already gets that Pyra forward smash. But yeah, that Lightning Buster is I don't want to call it broken, but it is a fantastic move. And these characters just trading stocks forward smash for forward smash right now. Stocks flying off the board, and we are all tied up at 4 apiece. NJCU looking to close this out right now, though.
Yeah, Bayo literally does pack a punch. I mean, not just in terms of the animations on those smash attacks, but in terms of their knockback. So even though it's a little hard to line it up, if you manage to do so, your opponent's going to die really early. Good on Artie, knowing that heel slide 2 can't come out on shield right there. Uh-oh. Both of them looking to get something started. And it's going to be a bit of a swap back and forth in terms of who's winning the exchanges. Ooh, great tech chase.
Beautiful tech chase with that forward smash. Obviously, Mythos forward smash not being the strongest, but being incredibly fast. Decent tech chase option if you think they're going to neutral get up or roll or whatever the case may be, as we saw right there. And yeah, we are going to start to see the Prominence Revolts and the Blazing Ends coming out. Probably a couple of downers, and that is the Prominence Revolt killing incredibly early. NJCU now 3 stocks away from taking on UT Dallas in the grand finals here at CENC.
Yeah, and Artie's certainly delivering on that counter pick. I mean, we were talking about how they might have to just wait it out and clutch it with Hydra, but Artie turning up in a big way. Definitely the best performance we've seen from him this weekend on the sticks. Pyra and Myth are, man, such a dangerous character. You got 2 characters that excel in the most important aspects of Smash, which is winning neutral / building damage and then taking stocks. So a great job right there. And honestly, a matchup that looks pretty hard for Bayonetta, getting smothered in terms of frame data, getting outranged because Bayo only fights their body. I'd say that's a pretty tough break and a very smart choice to put this player in. And then, of course, you have the safety net of Hydra waiting in the wings. It's going to be Mitsuki Fan on Zero Suit Samus, making an attempt to even this one up.
I think they say PT right there. Is that Pokemon? Are they going Pokemon Trainer?
Yep, that is actually
Pokemon Trainer. Oh.
That's actually who we saw first from Mitsuki Fan in these crew battles. So when the ZSS came out, I was initially surprised. But yeah, actually, I kind of like the PT pick here as well. Palutena probably has her way with this character overall. Like, all 3 of them probably lose to Palu. And I think Zero Suit might be better. But to deal with Pyra and Mithra, you've got now 3 characters that are very strong in their own regards, right? Like, this is a kind of the same character, right? You can switch based on the situation. And you also have Ivysaur to land devastating edge guards against really the one department in which Pyra and Mithra suffer, which is recovery.
And yeah, that Ivysaur down there against a character like Pyra and Mithra, who both recover vertically and are really relatively vulnerable when they're recovering vertically as well. I feel like that down there from Ivysaur is going to kind of eat them up if they get that opportunity to use them. Same thing with Charizard's down here, not as good as Ivysaur's, but still a very good move off stage, especially against characters like Pyra and Mithra who have a vertical recovery. So we'll see how this goes. Yeah, but fighting a Switch character with a Switch character, interesting pick. And they are going to be going to Town and City. I feel like this does benefit both of these characters relatively well. But yeah, we'll see. Very interesting counter pick with the Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah, I think Zero Suit really doesn't have much trouble against Pyra and Mithra. I mean, I think that Mithra probably wins the matchup solidly, but it's not like horrible. It's not like you need to definitely counterpick. So, wonder what the rationale is here for Mitsuki Fan. This could be the character he's most comfortable with. I think, he did make his on-screen debut with them. So, maybe just going to what he knows best, knowing that his team has their backs up against the wall. They're down 4-3, and they're also down a game. Squirtle.
That was fantastic. That was a fantastic one, by the way.
Thank you, bro. They're working on that for years.
You should apply to the anime. But anyways, right now, the Pokemon trainer counter pick from Mitsuki Fan coming through, and right now NJCU and Artie looking to clean this up and not even take it to their last person. But again, if Mitsuki Fan does manage to win this, they have Hydra waiting for them, a fantastic Palutena player, and that is not a prize that I would very much like to win if I do manage to get through this match. But either way, NJCU is hoping it doesn't even get to that point because they really want to beat UT Dallas in the finals right now. And oh lord,
not only was the follow-up very impressive and Mitsuki Fan like recognizing that, reacting in time to line up the Vine Whip, but I gotta point out how clean the spacing on that forward air was against Mithra's side B, the Photon Edge. That has hitboxes like all over the place, literally just on top of her, in front of her, behind her. It, of course, kind of suffers from like Fox Illusion syndrome, where the character's hurtbox is in front, but still just excellent recognition, not even trading and getting clipped up by one of those multi-hits. So excellent job by Mitsuki Fan, evening the stocks up in just a matter of seconds. Now we're going to get to see the battle of these two teams' anchors, Palutena, played by Hydra, and of course Pokemon Trainer with Mitsuki Fan behind him.
And it's going to be in trying to get rid of 3 stocks off Hydra is going to be very, very difficult to do. But that little glimpse of Pokemon Trainer that I did see was very, very solid. Really good Ivysaur there. Would have liked to see a bit more of the Squirtle just for my own, data purposes. But either way, that Ivysaur is very, very solid. But I feel like Palutena is one of those characters that just doesn't have that many bad matchups against anybody. And I feel like Palutena against Pokemon Trainer, no matter which Pokemon you send out, Palutena has different things that she can do to all 3 of them, especially Charizard being as heavy as that character is. Again, we'll have to wait and see how this goes, but man, having to take 3 stocks off of Hydra is going to be tough for anybody.
Yep. Fortunately, though, for MSU, they do have even footing in terms of stocks. One thing I want to point out is that based on the games we've seen of him this weekend, it seems that Mitsuki Fan's specialty is actually the Zard. So what might appear to be the worst matchup of the 3 against Palutena could actually be the X factor that gets Mitsuki Fan through this. He has a lot of really good setups, great up smash punish game, lines up some dirty back airs and forward tilts near the ledge. So that could be huge. If we see this go to a game 3, I would not doubt the Charizard has a big part in that.
Oh yeah, if they will have any chance of winning this, Charizard is, I feel like, going to have to be the most important Pokemon that Mitsuki Fan sends out. Just able to take stocks really early. An incredible back air, which is, I feel like, a move that not enough people talk about. That move is ridiculously powerful, especially if you get the tipper end of it right on the fire on Charizard's tail right there. I've seen people lose stocks at like 40 to that move before. So I really feel like Charizard is going to be the most important Pokemon, both offensively and defensively, because on the other hand, if Hydra sees that Charizard, I would imagine that they're going to start licking their chops because they know that those combos are going to be plenty and fruitful as well. But it kind of goes both ways.
It definitely does. Charizard also a little bit easy to juggle just because of how big his frame is. You could pin him down with some up airs, some frame traps into the up air, or potentially back air right afterwards. So Mitsuki Fan's going to have to be dotting his I's and crossing his T's every time Zard is on the field, but the reward could be massive. And that's also the only one of the Pokemon that can go toe-to-toe with Palutena in terms of range and actually beat her in that category.
Yeah. And one more thing we got to mention is that Ivysaur down there on Palutena's teleport recovery, because teleport recoveries are notoriously, I don't want to say easy, but susceptible to getting 2-framed at the ledge. So if we see those Ivysaur down there's come out at the right time, we might see Hydra actually lose some stocks relatively early because of how big that Ivysaur down there is. So that's one thing to keep in note, everybody who's watching.
Yeah, something very subtle that I noticed in the last crew battle between these two is that Hydra actually did do the intentional miss on the ledge snap of his teleport once. And, to avoid getting 2-framed and then falling to the ledge right outside of the range of whatever his opponent threw out. So the fact that he's got that in his arsenal is actually potentially huge for what you just mentioned. There is counterplay to it, but it is risky, of course. Coming above the ledge, that's not something you want to do. If your opponent's ready for that, you'll eat an even harder punish.
And right now into this last game again, NJCU looking to close this set off and move on to grand finals, and MSU just fighting for their tournament life right now. We'll see how this goes as Hydra gets off to a quick 50% lead right now, running away from the Squirtle, not even trying to play the combo game, just trying to get some straight hits and stuff like that. I'd imagine we're going to see a switch soon here from Mitsuki Fan just for a bit more survivability. Squirtle being one of the lighter characters in the game, but we'll see how it goes. Yep, there's the switch right there, trying to get that Vine Whip combo. Couldn't quite land a good DI from Hydra right there. Now again, I would imagine we're going to see another switch. Yep, there it is. Charizard just for a little bit more build and a bit more survivability. Yeah, definitely came into play right there.
Oh, the nair into the throat.
Okay, yeah, excellent job. Hydra not letting up whatsoever in the corner. Now Mitsuki Fan on the back foot here. The last stand for MSU and potentially the last game. Wow.
Very clutch Pokemon switch right there. Again, you do get a couple frames of invincibility when you are switching Pokemon, and a fantastic victory from Hydra.
Are you alive?
Who goes for forward smash like that, and how did he survive that?
Dude, I don't know what I'm looking at here. And we see the switch to Squirtle. Yeah, Ivysaur shortly to follow. Up air, potentially the only thing that's really going to have a good shot of landing and taking the stock from Palutena. Looking for the Razor Leafs to set up into it. Very good patience there by Hydra, holding shield for the entire duration of neutral air.
But man, we gotta check the launch rate or something, man, because I was surprised that forward smash from Charizard did not KO. Oh my goodness, that was insane. But right now, Hydra 151% trying to hang on to the stock for dear life right now, but does have Mitsuki Fan up in the air, which is Ivysaur's worst spot. I feel like all of the Pokemon really kind of struggle landing in their own different ways, with the exception of maybe Squirtle. Charizard and Ivysaur definitely have that problem, but either way, right now we're seeing Charizard is trying to get back to stage, going for up smash. Dash attack not quite enough, but getting hit with that explosive flame. The damage was not very effective, but didn't matter in the end because Charizard was up near that blast zone. And this is looking like it's going to be an NJCU victory unless MSU pulls something out of their hat right now.
Oh wow, staying Squirtle with his opponent at 167 here. Maybe just thinking, all right, pretty much anything can kill. Might as well go with my best shot at winning the neutral, but you could end up paying the price for that. Ivysaur gonna roll back on stage. Oh!
Okay, Hydra. Okay, Hydra's playing with this food right now. Hydra's playing with their food right now. Up throw, up air. I like the attempt. I like the attempt.
Oh, and just getting these switches out. So smart.
A bit
Still hanging on. Jeez.
But a bit of a risky switch when you're at 82% of Squirtle. I would imagine we're going to see the Charizard come out any second now. Just for a bit more survivability. Up there it is. Has Hydra at 183. Forward throw. I'm surprised the back was going to come up with fantastic tech chase there on the ledge with the explosive playback. Great play.
Yo, I'm not going to lie to you, Mias. I think Hydra is staking his claim as the most dominant player in the entire tournament right now, and that includes UTD. So I think this is kind of going to be a battle in grand finals of like Anchor versus entire team. Wow, cleaning that one right up. Hydra almost three-stocking Mitsuki Fan at the end of it all, securing a 2-0 victory for NJCU and sending them into the grand finals against UTD.
Man, this is going to be quite the show coming up. Quite the show coming up in this grand finals. But you know what? MSU, very, very talented school. Don't be too down on yourselves. Very talented region as well. I know, again, if you're unfamiliar with Smash, Michigan is probably one of the top 10 regions in the world when it comes to this game. So very talented region right there. Very talented school. They have a very bright future with all the young kids coming up out of high school and stuff like that who are probably going to be going to that program. So shout outs to them for making it this far, knocking out tied at third place, I believe, with Wayne State. So again, shouts to Michigan State University. But anyways, grand finals coming up next. But before that, we're going to get a couple of replays right here from Hydra and this nasty Palutena.
Yeah, he played so perfectly in this game and just baiting the switch out. Oh my god. It looked like he was just a step ahead of Mitsuki Fan at pretty much every juncture here. And this is where we're going to see it all go down. Yeah, the back air. Oh man. Just incredibly clean gameplay from Hydra. I am very curious as to how the UT Dallas team is going to deal with him. I think because they have 3 extremely strong players all the way through their roster, it won't be such a big ask. But you got to make sure that you limit the damage this guy can do to your team, and also want to rip as big of a hole in their roster as possible beforehand. Ziglet and Artie, definitely nothing to sneeze at either. So this is, I mean, it's definitely 3 strong players all the way through, right? But I think the overall roster, UTD is favored, and the anchor situation, NJCU is favored. So this is going to be very, very interesting. Palutena also matches up very well with all the characters on UTD's roster.
But before we get to grand finals, everybody, we are going to have a quick break. We'll be back at the end of it, guys.
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives.
And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
One, just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. One multiplies. Countless lives have been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The Kay Yao Cancer Fund. The power of one. They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth. Cookies.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
It started in the city.
It started on a sandlot.
It started on a Sunday.
The focus.
The drive.
The dream.
You knew how it felt.
You knew we needed the tools necessary.
You knew we needed funds to travel to tournaments.
You provided me with the best equipment.
You gave me opportunity.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Voodoo Ranger. Live dangerously.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our 4th child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the Kay Yao Cancer Fund because cancer can't wait.
Does that stomach ever sleep?
Not without its bland protein bar, which should be coming now.
These ain't protein bars. These are cookies.
Sorry, stomach, these are ours.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is going to fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CENC National Collegiate Championship here for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Mies and Max here. We're going to be carrying you through this grand finals. And you know what? We've had a lot of fantastic schools coming through, but there can only be one. And we are down to the final two, UT Dallas versus New Jersey City University. Two incredibly talented teams with incredibly talented players and diverse rosters of characters as well. And you know what? I feel like both of these teams deserve to win, but the thing about competition, what makes competition so beautiful is that somebody has to lose. And you know what? I said before, I'm putting my money on UT Dallas. I know you're a New Jersey guy. I know you're close. I know we're at opposite ends here, but man, UT Dallas has just been so impressive up to this point. It's very hard to bet against them.
Yeah, man. I mean, the UTD guys, they're all definitely homies of mine as well, so it is pretty impossible for me to say who I want to win. In terms of who I think will win, I think that's also pretty difficult to answer, bro, because, I mean, we've seen some just consistently great stuff from UT Dallas across multiple leagues. Graffiti, Aikido, and Koi are the three that you see pictured here, but there's also Fox with the Terry. There's also Cosmo with the Rob, who's actually going to be the point man for UTD this time around. And all of these players are so talented. And when you have a deeper roster, you know, at least 5 players that we know of are present, and they have something like 10 or 11 in total to choose from when they're all available. Yeah, like that is how you win all these championships, right? Just the flexibility is so important. But on the other hand, it's fine. On the other hand, though, there's Artie, Ziglet, Hydra, not pictured here, and Supersonic, who we haven't seen play yet. He is the freshman of the group, though, so I could understand maybe just wanting to let him chill on the bench for a bit and let a more experienced player handle things, especially when you're in the grand finals. This team has surprised the hell out of me, man, and I actually think that this might be the closest UTD will come to losing a championship. This might be their hottest competition yet. We saw them square off against the full MSU roster a couple weeks ago, and it was pretty close. It came down to the last stock, and Aikido clutched it out. But this time around, I don't know. They didn't have to fight against a Politana on Hydra's level.
No, that's definitely true. I really feel like UT Dallas was, I don't want to, disrespect the other schools, but they were playing people who just were not as talented as they are. Let's just be honest with it. And I feel like Hydra is the first player I've seen in this bracket where I'm just like, yo, this guy might actually be better than Koi and Graffiti, if not at least being as good as those two players. So I feel like are definitely two of the best players they have on that team, and Cosmo as well, who I think they're actually starting out with. So this is going to be a battle. It's going to be a fight. I don't want to count out Ziglet and Artie. I know we're talking all about Hydra, but those two are fantastic players in their own right, so I don't want to count those guys out. But like Hydra versus, well, if it's Graffiti or if it's Koi, I feel like that's going to be the matchup that we're all going to be, I guess, anticipating and waiting for. But yeah, these are really two, I don't want to say evenly matched schools. I do feel like UT Dallas is deeper with their roster, but I feel like Hydra being as good as they are is arguably the best player on either team. And so it's tough to pick who's going to win. It's really tough to pick who's going to win. I still think it's Dallas, but it's hard.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think the smaller crew size, right, being 3v3 rather than 5v5 or something larger than that, that can only benefit NJCU here, right? Because, I mean, in terms of top-down talent all the way through every single player in the school, UT Dallas is unmatched, and that's pretty much beyond question. But, you know, Ziegler and Artie, they have absolutely held their own. They're very talented in their own right. And then if you have an anchor like Hydra and you only need to get through 3 players on the opposing team, that can be a huge blessing. That said, Cosma, he's been state PR in Texas before, which is one of the strongest states in the entire country. Yep. So also starting off on a great matchup for UT Dallas in terms of the characters. This could bode really well for them.
But man, that gyro setup at the ledge there for Cosmo almost worked out. That would have been a gorgeous spike right there. But yeah, like you said, definitely a favorable matchup for Rob. It is going to be really difficult. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
Just running him down.
Oh, my goodness. Anyways, like you said, a favorable matchup for Rob. Like you can see right there, this character just has so many damn options to deal with Luigi. And the thing about Luigi is if they can't get in on you, they really can't do anything except throw a couple of fireballs and kind of hope they just land. And I feel like Rob is just perfectly built for dealing with characters like Luigi who need to get up in your face.
Yep, and if the opponent takes too much damage along the way, Luigi's not able to land those death combos. They're so important for him. Right here, we see Cosmo sitting at 62. I think down throw up B might still work here, but that's a little hard to execute, especially online. And you could maybe get a clutch DI mix-up and hope that Ziegler doesn't react to it. And you know what? He's just telegraphing these grab attempts too much.
Yeah, these are... You know what? Didn't telegraph that up B, though. I don't think Cosmo saw that one coming at all. You know what? I think all of those grab attempts, as we see Cosmo get that stock, might have just been for conditioning because Ziegler was waiting to get that up B opportunity. So that might have been what the plan was. Definitely worked out right there. Either way, Cosmo still up a whole stock right now and not looking like he's going to let go of it either.
Yeah, Luigi's one of those characters that reaps massive reward for conditioning your opponent. And of course, with such a powerful tool as grab, you can bet your bottom dollar they're going to spend a lot of time trying to avoid it. Looks like Cosma is probably not about to get death comboed here. Yeah, but still comboed nonetheless.
That was a really nasty combo. I actually thought the up B was trying to cut you off. I really thought the up B was actually going to come out off the ledge there, but either way, Cosmo dominant 2 stock of victory over Ziegler and putting UT Dallas up 2 stocks already going into this second game. And you guys, again, got to remember, even if they do get past Cosmo, they still got Aikido, they still got Koi, they still got Graffiti, they still have 3 incredibly talented players waiting for them. But right now, if I am NJCU, do I send in the Pyra Mytha right now, or do I try to send in Hydra to close the gap and risk losing them early? I feel like that's probably what they're discussing right now.
Yeah, it's definitely on the top of their minds, and I'm sure that both plans could work out, but I think it is time to send Hydra in. Cosmo, potentially the strongest individual player, just based on, you know, local and state power rankings for the UTD team. You want to snuff this guy out as soon as possible, even if it's at the expense of your own anchor stocks. But yeah, just look at that, man. Down throw, up tilt, up air. A tale as old as time when you're fighting Rob. Got to make sure you DI all of that perfectly, pretty much. And I feel like Luigi could have maybe lived with perfect DI, but it's so hard to tell which way you're going to get sent by Rob's up air.
Yeah, it's a really, really, really weird move. Yeah, it's hard to DI. Sometimes you DI the wrong way and you get sent left. Sometimes you get sent right. It's kind of inconsistent, which definitely works out in Rob's favor. And one thing I do have to mention is that both of these teams are the respective 1 seeds coming out of the region. So this matchup definitely seemed like it was fated to happen as well. But either way, Cosmo getting UT Dallas off to a really good start again, a 2 stock victory already, and being up 2 stocks, you know, off the first match is vital, especially in a grand final setting. And again, I can't stress this enough. It's 3-man teams. It's not 5-person teams like a normal crew battle is. So every stock is that much more important. And being down 2 stocks early might already be the game, especially considering who UT Dallas has left on their roster.
Yeah, I feel like a 5-man best of 1 and a 3-man best of 3, they're worlds apart, right? And this should honestly be treated as a completely separate format from, you know, some other leagues that we've seen where it is just 5v5 best of 1. And UT Dallas, they've excelled in that department time and time again. But do they have what it takes to do it without being able to flex the fact that their roster's strong all the way through, so many players deep, whereas NJCU, they've got like a little bit of a more top-heavy lineup, and that could be really important to winning here. Because think about it, if Hydra comes in and somehow just takes the 2 stocks off of Cosmo without losing one in the process, then maybe like wins by a 2-stock margin against the next player for UTD, they're in some serious trouble. And we have not really seen them play out of that situation just because they've never been put in it before.
Yeah, definitely a team that excels at playing with a lead. I think the previous set that we saw was the only time we ever actually saw them have a stock, like trail in stocks, and they basically ended that really quick and brought it back. So definitely a team that is very comfortable playing with the lead. And I feel like on the other hand, New Jersey City, like, they're kind of in the same boat where they're used to playing with the lead, but I feel like this is going to be a really good test for them, as they are going to be sending in Hydra's Palu to see, do they have the fortitude to be able to play from behind and keep their composure and stuff like that. But yeah, they are sending in Hydra's Palutena in a second, probably to try to just close the gap on this lead before it gets a bit too out of hand. Going to be excited to see how that goes, and I believe they still have RD left after that. So I think it'll be safe to say, if Hydra doesn't take off like 4 stocks at least, that this first set at least will probably go to UTD.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And here, it's not only that Hydra is a really dangerous anchor, but also that it's Palutena, who fares so well against every character on UTD's side. You think about Terry, Snake, Robin, all characters that lose to her up close and far away. Rob, of course, gets the hell comboed out of. So we're just waiting on some bans from UT Dallas, finding out where Cosmo does not want to play. I would guess that Hydra probably wants to play on a smaller stage, just because you don't want to have Rob running away from you. You want to rush him down as quickly and efficiently as possible.
So I would imagine, if I'm Palu, I'm going to like a PS2. Maybe not PS2, sorry, like small battlefield. Yeah, maybe even like a PS2, something like that. Definitely don't want to go to something like Town and City or Kalos against a Rob. You just want to suffocate Rob as much as you can. Don't give them room to run around, toss their gyros, toss the lasers and stuff like that. So those are the bans I would imagine. And I would imagine that we're probably going to be going to like a PS2 or a small battlefield, or maybe even a Yoshi's, something of that nature. But I think production just getting that ready for us as well. Oh, okay, man, I was wrong.
Smart bans.
Yoshi's, Smashville, and Battlefield were all banned. So we might actually be going to something like Town and City or a Kalos. Very interesting there. Very interesting. Not what I would have expected.
I think Hydra's best option out of these remaining stages would be Pokemon Stadium 2. It's still a big stage, but at least there's some platforms involved, and the boundaries aren't massive on it. Oh, small battlefield. Okay. True. Forgot that stage exists. I always forget about it. But yeah, okay, small battlefield, pretty much as good as it gets for Hydra. So shrunken PS2, literally like exactly what you're looking for when all the triplats, or both of the triplats, and the tiny Smashville are out of the picture.
Yeah, I definitely like this pick again. Just, you want to take away Rob's room to run around and kind of camp you out and put up that tent. As we get into this next game right here, again, UT Dallas already up 2 stocks. Cosmo only losing 1 stock in that first match. And yeah, if I'm Hydra, I feel like your goal, it is a big ask, but I feel like, oh God, you have to take off like 4 stocks. But can we talk about that gyro play from Hydra real quick? What in the world was that?
Yeah, you know what? We saw him come in on a Rob yesterday and just completely made quick work of him, using the gyro to his aid as well. So this is something that's definitely in Hydra's wheelhouse.
And right now, a quick 75% for Hydra right now. 8-8, and this is still going and going and going. And again, this small battlefield pick working wonders for Hydra. Cosmo has no room to run and no room to set up shop with the gyros and the lasers and whatever else this character really wants to do. So I do really like this pick right here. I'm going to see a back air come through. Oh, no. Forward air missing. Either way, man, Cosmo hasn't been able to get anything going in this game, Max.
I can't believe that back air reach right there. It looked like Cosmo DI'd properly for the down throw as well. Oh, trying to make quick work of this stock using the side B. I don't think it would have killed at only 46, but still scary to see that come out. Oh, and the shield blocking the laser too.
Oh, I completely forgot that was even the thing on the dash attack. So yeah, for those who don't know, Palutena's shield in her left hand right there, during dash attack and during back air, it is completely invincible. So no move will actually touch her while that move is active, which is a really, really good tool that she has in her arsenal as well for offense and for defense. As we are seeing pixels away from getting that setup, but that's probably going to be a stock right there. It's not. Cosma can't get anything going for them. Never mind. I lied. Good up smash. Good up push. Oh my lord.
Hydra, so many quick moments of brilliance in that first stock from him, but it's not enough to actually tie it up, having to take 2 stocks from Cosma here. But you know what? I think as long as he walks away with 2 from this match, there's still a lot of potential for NJCU to swing this into their favor.
Yeah, definitely true. We're seeing Cosma here trying to fish for those upbeat, or for those side beats, I should say. Not able to get any of it. And Cosma, or sorry, Hydra, really one solid hit away from cleaning up these 2 stocks right here from Cosma. Just trying to do whatever they can to do it. These explosive flames, so many explosive flames. Oh my god, and get that up air to take the game, softening that blow a little bit. Now it's only a 1 stock lead, I believe, for UTD as they send in their next player. And you kind of touched on it earlier, Max. No matter who they send in, whether that's Aikido with the Snake, Graffiti with the Wii Fit, or Koi with the Robin, Palutena kind of rinses all of those characters. And especially when you have a Palutena of Hydra's caliber, it really feels like on UTD's side, no matter who they send in, it's gonna be a really tough time for them.
Yep, and it's going to be Fox with Terry coming out. So, just yet again, a rough matchup against Palutena. You get comboed, you get outranged, you potentially even get out-killed just because Palutena has an easier time landing her setups, probably. But it's just going to be so hard for Terry to get in close against the range that Palutena brings to the table. You've also got stuff like back air and dash attack, turning off your hitboxes and just making sure they don't do anything. So we'll see how it goes. Fox, of course, a very capable player. We saw him, after one pretty unfortunate error when he missed his recovery, just absolutely dominating the Terry on Wayne State side, Chef Louis. So, he's definitely got what it takes. And this is a character who's built around making comebacks too. So going in with an extra stock, very, very nice for Terry.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Going in with an extra stock against Palutena, especially against a Palutena of Hydra's caliber, definitely benefits you to have a bit of cushion. And again, you got to remember, if you do get past Hydra and Palutena, not to disrespect Artie or anything, but this is the biggest hurdle that is on this team from my experience as well. So you'd have to like their chances against Artie in the next match if they do manage to get past Hydra. And again, if I'm Hydra, all I really need to do here is take off like 2 stocks. If I take off 2 stocks and I can set Artie up with only 1 stock or so deficit, I feel like you've done a really good job, because Artie's definitely capable of making that small of a comeback. But still, you do have to get past Hydra first. And Terry, interesting pick, very interesting pick. I feel like of the characters available, kind of like you just said, it's probably the best character that they have against Palutena, even though none of the options were that great. But yeah, we'll see how that goes.
I think I maybe would have preferred to see Aikido on Snake come in, but either way, that could go really wrong really fast at the same time. So we'll see what Fox is able to do. I mean, this guy is just so dangerous on hit. Like, he has his confirms down, he has his pressure down. Very capable Terry player. And it's just going to come down to closing the gap in terms of distance and maintaining the gap in terms of stocks.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the key to victory here. And I feel like Terry is one of those characters who doesn't care about matchups. As soon as they get their hands on you, it doesn't matter who you are. You're eating like 40% no matter what. And you're getting KO'd at like 70 to 80 no matter what. So let's just see how that's going to come into play right here, as both of these players right now try to feel each other out. Fox with a quick 35 or so percent lead. Playing very defensively. Again, you don't really want to get touched by Palutena, because they will just continue the combos on for a long time, just like that one right there. Good SDI to pop out of it, though.
Yeah, Fox very deliberate with that. You saw Terry basically teleport out of the neutral air from Palutena. So that's an extremely important thing to have knowledge of and practice with going up against this character, especially when your character loses to her.
Yeah, absolutely true. Absolutely true. And right now we're going to see Fox probably look for the jabs into the burning knuckle or to the power dunk. And wow, a lot of whips coming out there from Fox.
And not going to lie, man. just based on the pace of this match, I'm starting to like UTD in the first game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think too. Oh, and the charging tackle just beating out the move that Palatino threw out right there. That, man, the last hitbox of that charging tackle, it doesn't look very big, but it's kind of a bit of an explosion. It's a lot bigger than what it looks like visually. So you do have to be wary of that when you're trying to stuff out Terry's recovery.
Oh, and speaking of,
down tilt back air, tried and true.
Yeah, that is such a reliable way to close stocks out off stage. And now we see no go on the side of Fox, but I mean, he is doing quite well in terms of the percent lead. Hydra, though, starting off fire back, and he lost his jump. This might be fatal for UTD.
Oh my goodness, and Hydra just coming through Fox with that very unfortunate SD, and that SD might be the stock that gives NJCU a little bit of life here in that first game, and in this first game, because now we're all tied up. Hydra managing all by themselves to turn this from a 2-stock deficit into a potential 1-stock lead going into the last game, and with the pace of this, and with the pace of how this is going right now, it's looking like they might actually have that lead going into the last game. Oh, my Lord.
Oh, that's it. On the forward smash. Jesus, Fox, he got a little bit of a power-up after the SD against Wayne State, but here it was quite the opposite. Loses that stock in a tragic fashion, and then Hydra just steamrolls him right afterward. Losing his stock in the process, of course, to the up smash, but taking 3 for the price of 1. That is what you want to be doing if you're NJCU. Now they're actually up 4-3. Hydra still in play. Could very much repeat history and take another 2 or 3 stocks. We're going to get some replays real quick. Here's Hydra getting that back throw. Yep, throws out the fake explosive flame just to dissuade Fox from the high recovery. And then, yeah, you're forced to air dodge or do a rising tackle that's going to get caught. And that's easy pickings. Here, I think this is where we see, the no double jump. I didn't even notice where he lost it, to be honest. I was looking for the ripples.
But they didn't even really need the double jump at that point. A side B or something might have been able to, or no, definitely would have been able to get them back. But I guess they just wanted to mix up the recovery options and just didn't realize that their jump was gone. That was very, very unfortunate for UTD, but a massive blessing there for NJCU. Again, turning a 2-stock deficit now into a 1-stock lead. Hydra definitely coming clutch. A very good play to send them in second instead of sending them in last. But now, if I am UTD, none of my character options are that great, but they are sending in Graffiti with the Wii Fit, actually. Again, from a character-to-character matchup, not a player-to-player matchup, from a character-to-character matchup, this is going to be really tough for Graffiti and Wii Fit to do. But Graffiti is just so nice with this Wii Fit, man. This character keeps surprising me every time I get to see them play. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Graffiti kind of run the tables right here, because again, it's only 1 stock they have to take off of Hydra. And in a Graffiti versus Artie matchup, again, not to disrespect Artie, fantastic player, but I personally have to take Graffiti in that matchup if we do get to that point.
Yeah, I am totally with you on all of that, Mies. I think that's exactly the path to victory for UTD here. We need to see Graffiti clean this one up without dropping a stock. And even if he drops 1, it is possible that he could win 2-3 against Artie, but obviously you don't want to be behind going into the final match when you're the anchor. Hydra, big ask here. I think NJCU is counting on him to take at least 1 stock with the one that he has remaining, but of course the matchup lends itself well to his character, much more so than the opposition.
And yeah, again, Graffiti, you absolutely cannot lose a stock here. Being down 2-1 against a Pyra, who can take stocks off of you at like 70, at like the earliest consistently, is going to be really, really hard. So you definitely don't want to go into that matchup already down. So this is going to be very, very vital, as we're getting word from production that they are going to be going to Final Destination for this first game, or for this game here right here. Is this the first time you've seen FD today? I feel like
it actually might be. Yeah, FD kind of an unpopular pick with most people, but of course, if you play a zoner like Wii Fit Trainer, you're going to want to get right over there if you have the opportunity. Hydra, I'm sure, isn't too upset about this. You know, Palutena, she's got a reflector. She's got 2 great projectiles of her own, and it doesn't seem too stacked against her, but I'm sure Graffiti's just looking for every possible advantage, and it starts with the stage.
But yeah, FD pick, definitely very interesting. I feel like it benefits both of them and it hurts both of them in certain ways. But Palutena, I feel like, is one of those characters that just does well no matter what stage you're really going to. So again, we'll see how this goes. Wait, does Hydra have to lose another stock? Okay, they're starting over. Yeah, they're starting over. So I think Hydra forgot that they were on 2 stocks, or on 1 stock, and hit them with an auto reticle. So we're just going to restart that match for you guys in a second. But yeah, this FD pick, very interesting. Haven't seen FD too much. I feel like most people, if they want to go to FD, they just go to Kalos instead, or like Town and City instead. Right. So very, very strange pick. I feel like, again, it benefits both of them in certain ways, hurts both of them in certain ways. Obviously, no platforms, I feel like, kind of hurts WeFit a lot, because WeFit is such a good character at playing around those platforms, whether it's with sharking with, up tilts or up airs, or, it's bouncing, having something else to bounce the soccer ball off of. But yeah, that's very interesting FD pick.
Yep, I totally see the logic on Graffiti's end, but we'll see how Hydra's able to circumvent that. Again, I think the ask here for Hydra is to take a stock, and the ask for Graffiti is to not only eliminate Hydra, but also just be able to clutch it out against Artie in that 1v1, hopefully on even footing.
Oh yeah, for sure. And even WeFit against Hydra or Pyra Mithra that's not a favorable matchup either. But we'll see if they get to that point. But right now, Hydra off to a very hot start, 54% already, and just forcing Graffiti to not move off of this left side of the stage. Very, very, very suffocating offense right here, and a really interesting roll read right there. Almost got that forward smash. Don't know if that would have KO'd, but that would have been massive damage if they did manage to land that.
Yo, I actually think it would have killed, man. That move is so stupidly strong. Okay, and we've got such an even fight between these two. Hydra gonna need to start turning up the pace just a little bit. Oh, all these explosive flames, though, making it dangerous for Graffiti to recover, making him second guess everything.
Never seen Graffiti almost back. Fantastic read at the angle. I don't know if they're making it back from that one. And yes, they do. And that is the beautiful thing about a teleport recovery. A lot of the time, it feels like there are depths you can't come back from. But just like that, in the blink of an eye, Hydra is back and ready and in a decent position to take the stock. And there it is, Hydra taking off yet another stock off of UT Dallas and setting his team up perfectly as Graffiti cleans that up. But now Graffiti is going into this last game down a stock against Pyra and a Mithra, if that is who Artie does opt to use again. Man, they really needed to hold on to that last stock. Oh, this is going to be tough for UT Dallas. I'm starting to doubt my pick, Max. I'm starting to doubt it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Graffiti, of course, so strong in the 1v1 situation here. Artie, I feel like, is just edged out a little bit in terms of the individual talent, but that's fine, right? Graffiti has been around the block. He's been doing this at the collegiate level for so long. Artie, a little bit more green to the Smash community, so can't be too upset. Of course, you're going to have to make comebacks or, defeat players that have a little bit of an advantage over you in terms of experience. And of course, when you've got your teammate Hydra paving the way for you, just creating that one stock lead, that could be all it takes. And this could be one of those moments where Artie does a little bit of soul searching and comes out a better player as a result of it. Winning here would be huge just in general for this player, right? To be like, all right, you know what? I got it. I'm not the weak link in the team. And even if I am, that just means that my teammates are so strong that it doesn't matter.
And I feel like one of the biggest measures of how good a player truly is how do they respond to adversity? How do they respond to being down where the situation isn't necessarily favorable for them? Because you know what? Anybody can be good when everything is favorable for them. You have a good matchup. You have you're playing in front of your home crowd or whatever the case may be. But a test of a truly great player is how well they do when they're facing adversity. And I feel like both of these players are kind of facing a little bit of adversity right now. From Graffiti's side, it's again, just from a Smash Brothers perspective, on paper, it's a really bad matchup in my opinion for WeFit. And on the other hand, I feel like Artie, again, not disrespecting him at all, but I just feel like from a player-to-player matchup, I feel like Graffiti is just the more talented player. So being forced to, basically be put in a do-or-die situation against a player who I believe is more talented, again, just adversity from both sides, and we'll see who responds to it better.
Yeah, of course, NGCU still working with a very strong roster of 3. Already no slouch by any means. You don't get to grand finals without having a roster that's strong all the way through. Again, time on the sticks is just a huge part of it all. You know, I think Artie has the potential to equal or surpass Graffiti, but right now, Graffiti, he's been around the block, man. He's been to these national collegiate championships before in a bunch of different leagues, and UTD has not failed to secure one of them yet. So, of course, the odds are stacked against UTD in terms of stocks for game number 1 here. We'll see if Artie's able to deliver on expectations. Definitely not the hugest ask, right? Like, you just got to take 2 stocks before you lose 3. It's definitely possible. And yeah, Artie is coming out with Pyre and Mithra. It's confirmed by production now. So we just need to see him put a cap on this match. And then if Hydra's able to deliver on 6 more stocks in game 2, this could be NJCU taking it 2-0 and sending UT Dallas to their first defeat.
Yeah, Hydra, I feel like is definitely, if you don't know who Hydra was before this, you definitely have to have that name in the back of your mind now, especially when the, you know, major tournaments and stuff come back. This player has impressed me from like the second I started seeing them today. Like, I have been so impressed. If they had an MVP award for this tournament, I feel like you'd have to give it to Hydra for their performance here. But yeah, like you just said, Artie is up next using Aegis, Pyra, and Mithra, and they are going to be going to Battlefield. So again, I like the stage for both players. Both of these characters are characters who can play off of platforms very, very well, whether that's sharking them from underneath with Wii Fit, or whether that's spamming down airs with Pyra from above with Artie. Or so we'll see how that comes into play right here. But again, all you got to do if you're Artie is take off these 2 stocks without losing 3. Definitely a very doable thing. But with Graffiti being your opponent, it's going to be a lot harder than it looks.
Oh, that charged up lightning buster though. Okay, yo, this is looking great for Artie so far. Wow, throwing out the up B, maybe just trying to get rid of the soccer ball. And you see him throwing out a lot of these kill moves already. I think he wants to send a clear message to Graffiti, which he does with that forward smash. Good Lord, a reverse 3 stock is in the works, or needs to be in the works for UT Dallas, or else it's going to be game 1 going to NJCU.
Oh my goodness, and I think you were right. I feel like he switched to Pyra early just to send a message. Like, I'm not even giving you the chance to beat me. Oh my goodness, but that's going to be an SD right there for Artie, just what Graffiti needed as they get the deep breathing, recovering a couple percentage points of health right there. And now it is a 1-stock game. Graffiti, again, definitely doable, but again, we're seeing Artie just switch to Pyra, just fishing for these attacks, wants to end this as early as possible.
Yep, and I think that's just Artie's weakness, is that he's a little bit less patient than someone like Graffiti, especially given the character that his opponent plays, right? Like, you want to be camping with Wii Fit at all costs. Mithra can entice you to rush down. Whoa! How did that catch?
Sakurai hitboxes, that's how it caught. DLC, baby. But either way, that Providence Revolt putting Graffiti in a tough position off stage right here. And man, he is just swinging for the fences with these forward smashes. That's it. Plays the end right here. I think he might have gone for the footstool attempt. Couldn't quite get it. Either way, Artie in a fantastic position. Sniper.
Got rid of the jump. Oh! And okay. Barely going to make it back up the side B. And even Mithra's forward smash enough to do it. That is game 1 going to NJCU. They are 1 crew battle away from pulling off the upset of a lifetime. Wow, Artie, props to him, keeping his head on straight. We were having our doubts. We saw shades of that impatience coming out, you know, throwing a lot of the forward smashes, trying to get these kill moves out here. But guess what? They actually all worked.
Because, hey, the thing with Pyra is you can send out like 10 of them. All you really need to hit is like 2. Especially when the opponent only has 2 stocks left. So a very good strategy from him, kind of just to throw them out and see what lands. And it definitely worked out again as NJCU takes game 1 over probably the favorite in the tournament, UT Dallas. Like you said, UT Dallas, a very nationally recognized team. They've pretty much won every event they've entered. So maybe NJCU might be their foil. This might be the first time we actually see UT Dallas lose a collegiate tournament.
Certainly possible. I think if I'm UT Dallas, when I'm hitting the drawing board, in terms of the players that they fielded, probably what you're going to want to do is not send Terry in against Palutena. I think you definitely need to explore some other option. My guess would probably be Aikido is the better pick. Like, Snake loses to Palutena, but not by too much. I think Palutena probably destroys Terry. And we saw it right there. You know, it was like a 3 stock for 1 trade. That is what cost them the first game here. I mean, if we saw an even fight between Artie and Graffiti, Artie still could have won for sure, but it would have been a lot harder to do so.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I'm just trying to think of who I send in first now if I am UT Dallas, because if I am NJCU, I'm doing the exact same thing I just did. I am sending in whoever I send in first, I'm sending in Hydra second, just in case, just to clean up some stocks like that. But if I'm if I am UTD, what do I do? I think we're gonna get a couple of replays of it right here of Hydra just dominating UTD right now. You saw that gyro combo, that was fantastic.
Oh man, explosive flame, yeah. And that up air.
Last hit of up air there. It looks really weak, but it hits really, really, really strong. And we see the Terry here. Is this where he lost the jump? Oh no, it's not quite. Down tilt back here. And I feel like this is where we saw Fox. And I feel like this right here.
Oh, there it is. There, I saw the jump right before he hit the first neutral air.
Oh yeah. I think that SD was the turning point right there. Because imagine if Fox didn't SD right there and managed to take a stock off of Hydra after. Or something like that, potentially could have ended up winning that game if we're being honest. And now that would have made Graffiti's job that much easier. But I really feel like that SD was the turning point of the set. If you're Fox, you got to be kicking yourself for that one right there. But hopefully they learn their lesson. Hopefully they aren't beating themselves too much about it, and they're learning and talking about it. But we'll see how this goes in the next set. But again, if I'm UTD, I'm just trying to think of who do I send in first. Do I just send in Cosmo first? Because Cosmo got up to a good start.
Yeah, I do think that Cosmo was the right play, especially because they were leading with Ziglet, right? So you want to win Luigi versus Rob as hard as possible. You almost saw a 3-stock, honestly. Yeah. So not sure if we have both blind picks. I'm just going to not. Okay, yeah, it's going to be Ziglet and Graffiti this time around. So they're going to save Cosmo, field Graffiti first, and potentially go for a bit of the same strategy, right? Use this heavy keep away game against Luigi, prevent him from getting grabs on you, and then hopefully win that match by at least 1 stock. You know, if you could get 2 like Cosmo did, that's huge. But then when Hydra came in and took 6 stocks,
crazy.
Yeah, but you know what? This does open up a different win condition for NJCU here. I actually kind of like their chances based on sticking with their lead. Because guess what? If Ziglet loses to to Graffiti's Wii Fit, and then they answer with Artie, who's already shown to be capable of beating the Wii Fit with a stock advantage, then they could just save Hydra for last and mow down the rest of the team.
Yeah, definitely true. And yeah, getting Graffiti out of the way potentially this early is going to be vital for them. And again, I don't know how well Luigi's combos work on Wii Fit, but assuming that they do, again, all you need is 3 grabs. 3 grabs, and that's the game. But with Wii Fit being such a good keep away character, you know, likes to stay up in the air, likes to just run away from you, toss the sun salutation and soccer balls and stuff like that, it's going to be very hard for Luigi and Ziglet to actually get those 3 grabs that they need to win. So, I don't know how much I like Luigi here. I like Luigi as the lead. I don't know if I like Luigi against Wii Fit. I guess that's what I'm trying to say, though.
Right. I think I feel the same way. It was the same thing with Cosmo, right? Like, Luigi definitely loses this matchup, but you probably just want to throw the character out first. You know, he's the easiest to counterpick, especially for a team like UTD that's full of keep away characters. You know, just let Ziglet do what he can do and fall back on the rest of the team. And, you know, it's not even Ziglet's not a great player. Like, he has shown the capability to one character victory an entire team. So I don't know. We'll just see how it pays off. UTD, of course, they have not gotten all these titles under their belt without some serious ability to adapt and change their game plans. And of course, having such a deep roster full of players in roughly the same skill range is integral to doing this. I wonder if we're even going to see the same 3 the whole way through this time.
It would have been interesting if we actually saw Ziglet up for Palutena as well. That would have been a cool pick too. But we are starting off on Final Destination right here. And again, it's going to be very tough for Luigi to get those grabs based on the fact that Wii Fit likes to stay up in the air and run away from their opponent, and is always throwing a wall of projectiles at you, whether that's the soccer ball or the sun salutation. And can we talk about that little interaction right there? My goodness, the soccer ball plays from Graffiti still so impressive.
Yeah, this keep away game, extremely dangerous for a character like Luigi to deal with. He needs to be up in your face at all times, needs to be landing those grabs. And you know what? You can't grab an opponent who's planking the ledge either. Graffiti certainly not shy about falling back on that when he needs to.
And yeah, 58% only on this stock. No misfire there for Zigglet. Oh, whew, that would have been a cute edge guard if they managed to get it. Forward tilt, still not enough to get the KO. More deep breathing. Playing around with that soccer ball.
Oh!
Hello? What was that mix-up?
Wait, whoa! You saw the neutral air clank? The sun salutation?
What is that? What is this video game? What is this video game?
Who made this, man?
What is this video game, man? Oh my gosh, that was just a plethora of incredibly strange interactions that we saw right there. And you know what? These are two of the weirdest characters in the game, so I expect nothing less coming through from both of them as well. But either way, 97% right here for Graffiti. Zigglet doing whatever they can to take this stock. A lot of straight hits. Probably going to start looking for that back here soon, or an up smash off the ledge.
Okay, Luigi able to circumnavigate all those projectiles right there. That's pretty good for him. But yeah, the second Graffiti gets in, we can start seeing the damage rack up. Oh, yeah, knew he wouldn't have enough time to deep breathing safely.
Yeah, and good job to Graffiti here, just staying alive a little bit longer than maybe he really should be. Getting Zigglet to 71% already on the second stock. Looking primed to take this next one if they can manage to take advantage of this deep breathing before it runs out. Falling out of that cycle, very unfortunate here. Good snipe. No misfire. Ooh, they're going deep for that edge guard.
Yeah, both of them just content with playing in the depths of the blast zone there. Oh, and the end of the down B comes through. It looked like Graffiti was aware of it, but trying to punish a little bit too early. And I think right now, as long as Ziglet's able to take 2 stocks, that's huge.
Yeah, absolutely true. Absolutely true. Right now, 143 though. One good hit from WeFit, especially with deep breathing. Oh no, deep breathing's gone. But one good hit from WeFit, I think, regardless, is definitely gonna take this stock, especially with Luigi at 169%. But again, if I am Zigglet, I feel like I just gotta take off one more and I'm happy. One more stock and I'm content.
That could just be one more grab as well. Gonna have a second chance at it if he dies here. Of course, he's gonna respawn into another stock. Oh, wow. Looking for some edge guards of his own. Zigglet taking a little bit more risks this time. Oh, no way. Oh, it didn't kill. That would have been so huge.
Oh, my goodness. That would have been a massive turn of events for Zigglet if that managed to KO. I'm actually kind of surprised that it didn't, if I'm being honest with you, as Graffiti gets that back air. Again, using that deep breathing to heal about 1-2%. Give himself a little bit more survivability here as Zigglet has his last stock. Oh, no. Oh, that downer would have been absolutely vicious, and there it is. That's probably going to be the... Oh, no! Luigi making it back? Oh, my God. And he just wants these down... He really wants these downers.
Yo. Everybody is shooting a kill right now. Okay, we're going to see Graffiti go for the deep breathing. Oh! Zigglet trying to do everything in his power to end this edge guard right here. Is that enough distance? Yo!
They are going so... There is... Spike from Zigglet. Oh my, they were going so hard off stage there, Max. That was incredible.
Okay, spot dodges through the grab. Oh, and air dodge. That is going to be fatal for Zigglet. Wow, what an incredible performance, though. Able to tie the knot on that last edge guard. And this time, Zigglet taking 2 instead of just 1. That's actually really huge. I mean, NJC was already able to win the first crew battle in general. UTD switching up their roster lineup here, but perhaps for the wrong reasons. I think Cosma First was actually a great pick.
Yeah, as do I. And if I am NJCU, I think I just send in Hydra again to clean up this one stock, because you have to imagine you like Hydra's chances against Graffiti with 1 stock. And then if they manage to take off that 1 stock without losing a stock of their own, it's basically Hydra versus, you know, an evenly matched Hydra versus whoever UTD wants to send out. And like we saw in that first set, Hydra can basically run through a team by themselves no matter how talented the opponents are. So I would imagine the Hydra pick is going to come up next here for NJCU. But again, we will see. We will definitely see. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a bunch of different ways to tie this one up. Maybe saving Hydra for last is the pick. Maybe sending in Hydra right now is what you should do. But either way, I think, just based on the fact that we've seen Artie is capable of beating Graffiti in a 1v1 situation without losing too much, I think it's probably the right time to bring him out right now.
Yeah, Yeah, definitely true. Anyways, we're just waiting for production to get those numbers or get those characters and such not to us. And if you are just joining us, everybody, NJCU did win the first set with a fantastic display from Hydra, basically mounting a single one-person comeback all on his own, setting it up for Artie to finish it off. So the tentative favorites, UT Dallas, is actually down a set right now. And if you're unfamiliar with UT Dallas, they have basically won every single collegiate event this team has attended, and now they're fighting off the back foot for what is probably the first time. And now they're not sending in Hydra, they're sending in Artie with the Pyra Mithra just to clean up this last stock. Okay, they're going to be saving Hydra for last.
Yep, Artie has definitely shown to be capable in this matchup, and I think Pyra and Mithra are very strong against Wii Fit as well. So we'll see if Graffiti is maybe able to make some counter adjustments, because he did get kind of pieced up, and that ended up costing them the crew battle. Let's see how it goes.
But yeah, I do like saving Hydra for last because, here's the thing. You are up a whole set. So even if it is a mistake, you have a whole other set to work with because you did win that first one. So you know what? I do like this pick now that I think about it a little bit more. Give Hydra a little bit of rest after he basically ran through, I think, like 6 stocks all by themselves. So solid pick. And you know what? Artie did play incredibly well against Graffiti in the first set. So you know what? This is a good choice. I do like this choice a lot. We'll see if he can continue that momentum, or if Graffiti learned their lesson after that kind of getting like you said, pieced up in that first set.
Yeah, I think it's still anyone's game. Of course, UTD being up a stock looks good for them, but even better for NJCU being up an entire crew battle here.
Yeah. But again, I think right now we are just getting the stage selections here. Battlefield, Smashville, and a Yoshi Story were the bands. So I would imagine we're probably Town, maybe? No, maybe Town. Nope, Small Battlefield. Small
Battlefield. Okay, wanting to limit the amount of space Wii Fit has to run around and throw stuff. Of course, Mithra great at closing the distance anyway. And here you have a little bit less room to run away from Pyra as well, which is that's very scary when she comes out.
And yeah, Pyra against Wii Fit, especially against Wii Fit's recovery, that Prominence Revolt will completely eat that recovery up if you time it correctly because of the hitbox being that big. And on top of that, Blazing End, a very good move at the ledge, especially because the Wii Fit's kind of extends their hitbox or hurtbox a little bit when they recover because they do that little, twirly thing. So those moves are going to be really, really good against Wii Fit on the ledge here. And on Small Battlefield, a stage that has, medium-sized blast zones, those big kill moves from Artie and from Pyra are going to, be a really big factor as well.
Yeah, we'll see how it all plays out. I think it's going to be extremely important for Graffiti to take at least one here for UTD to have a legitimate shot at winning this thing, or at least, tying it up at one crew battle apiece, taking it to a game 3.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's going to be very important too, because hey, we saw what Hydra could do with the 2-stock deficit. Imagine if they send in Hydra with either a lead or a tied game. I feel like it's basically a wrap at that point. But we're getting right into this next game. UT Dallas up a whole stock against NJCU. And gotta remember, NJCU, like we just said, we keep talking about Hydra. They still have Hydra waiting in the back to send in at any point in time. But again, right now, if I am Graffiti, 1 stock is my goal, because you absolutely need to go against Hydra with a lead. You cannot go up against Hydra tied or at a deficit, or it's a wrap for you.
So far, Graffiti holding on to this percent lead, but of course, you don't have Pyra, and closing stocks out is going to be a little bit harder in that kind of situation. Wii Fit, though, with some great offstage game. I think that's really the win condition here for Graffiti, is get an edge guard.
But we did see from that in that first set, Artie is not scared to just throw out smash attacks like we saw right there, getting punished for that one. Here's the thing. Again, I said earlier, you can miss 10 smash attacks, but all you really need to do is land 2 of them. If you're Pyra, and you can actually end up winning that game. That strategy not really working out right here for Artie, as he did get punished, and Graffiti looking really, really, really good. Got some stuttering here. It looks like the players are just gonna keep fighting. Yep, they're just gonna play through it a little bit. Definitely commendable from both of them. But again, right now, Graffiti very, very hot start. Learned their lesson from that first game where they kind of got rinsed by Artie and tried to get the back hit of that forward air spike. But that forward smash?
Yo, cutting Graffiti off at only 4 stocks taken here, that was huge for Artie. A couple more seconds of gameplay, and we could have seen Pyra or Mithra get killed there. I mean, 97%, right? But I think it was like 82 before the hit. I mean, you're certainly dead to Pyra. I don't remember the percent, but either way, there's no shot of surviving that if you're even like slightly red in that percent gauge.
Yeah, but it's crazy how different that could have been. We saw Graffiti go for that spike hitbox of the forwarder, that back foot of it will actually spike you if it hits you. Tried to go for it, barely missed, and this would have been a completely different game if they managed to land that. And that's the thing I love about not just Smash Bros, but crew battles, but one hit can literally shift the momentum from one team to another. Like we saw in the last set as well. Like even like with that SD that Fox had in the last set, that one SD was basically where I feel like UTD ended up losing. And right there, if Graffiti managed to land that forward air, this is a completely different game and a completely different set going forward. But right now, I believe they're going to be sending in Cosma with the Rob, the character who you thought they should have started out with, and I actually definitely agree with that. So we're going to see Cosma versus Pyra Mithra coming up right here. Town, Kalos, and Final Destination are the bands, and they're going to be playing on PS2. I keep wanting to say PlayStation 2 when I see PS2, but it's starting on Pokemon Stadium 2.
Yo, imagine there was a stage that was just a PS2 in the game. That would be so jokes.
That would be funny. Oh my god. But yeah, we are going to be starting out or going to PS2 here. Cosmo with the Rob, I like the pick. Going to play a bit more defensive. Kind of similar to what Leafin wants to do with just running away. But Artie definitely seems to know how to deal with that, especially with Pyra and Mithra being such good zone breakers. But yeah, we'll see how that goes.
All right.
Good let's play here.
Wow, Artie loves that up smash with Mithra. I gotta say, it's a really good move, man. One of the best anti-airs out there. Oh, and the foresight to roll through. Yo, Artie holding his own against Cosmo so far. If we see too many stocks lost from Rob here, that just means Hydra gets to come in and do even less.
Yep. Again, you do not want to go up against Hydra with a deficit. If you're Cosmo, you have to take off. You have to take off these 2 stocks at the very least without losing 2 of your own. Edgeguard here, down air, and getting a soft spot, but it was barely making it back. Those magnet hands for Mithra coming clutch right there for that forward smash. No recovering from that one as Cosmo now only has to take off 1 stock, but again, if he does win this, his prize is having to fight against Hydra, which I do not want to do.
Oh, and you know what, Artie, I think he's just too in a hurry to get some of these kills. We saw Cosma noticing that habit of going for spot dodge into a smash attack. That's what cost him his first stock. But now Cosma potentially about to get cost a stock of his own. Wow, grabbed right out of the up B startup.
If that up smash landed though, the kill would have been a ton of damage. Ooh, boy. Artie fishing.
Oh no! Cosmo runs right into it, trying to avoid it. Of course, Rob's so flexible on his recovery. Oh yeah, Artie is just too hungry for the kill right now. Oh, and he gets dragged off the ledge.
Still making it though, still making it back. I feel like a downer is going to come through. Oh, no, it didn't. But good catch with that up smash right there. Cosma doing their job to perfection right there. But now, the MVP, the GOAT, the God Hydra is coming in to close off this set for NJCU. And gotta remember, if they lose, they still have another set to work with because, again, this is a 2 out of 3. They did win the first one. So you know what? Keeping Hydra for last in this set, I can't say I disagree with it. Gives Hydra a little bit of a break, especially after they, had to do a lot of work in set number 2. But man, this is going to be hard.
Yeah, if Artie was able to...
Sorry.
No, you're good. If Artie was even able to take 1 stock off of Cosma there, I think we could have been looking at such a different game. Hydra did take 6 stocks in the first crew battle, but I don't know. It looks like, Cosma plus whoever comes in last might be a little bit more of a tall order. We'll see how it shakes out. Of course, Hydra is coming in with the Palutena, just confirmed from production. No doubt about that. but does he have what it takes to go on another 6-stock run?
I really feel like they do. I really feel like he does have it in him. Again, I've just been so impressed every time I've seen Hydra play today. It's hard for me to bet, even down this much. It's hard for me to bet against them, and especially considering the fact that every character that UTD has left kind of just gets eaten up by Palutena. Whether that's Rob, whether that's Robin, whether that's Snake. Snake doesn't really get eaten up that much, but still, they're all relatively tough matchups against a Palutena. So it's going to be a very tall order here for both sides. A tall order for Hydra because you're asking them to take 6 stocks, and a tall order from UTD side because you're asking them to win against a god pretty much disguising themselves as a Smash player. But we'll see as this goes right here. Hydra off to a fantastic start already, a quick 34%, and keeping Cosmo on their toes.
Oh, wow, looking for up smash out of shield. Not sure if that's the punish you want there, Cosmo. Just got to go for the simple, faster stuff. Palutena is so safe.
My goodness gracious. 79 already? Up smash? That's 70. Oh, no, it didn't hit.
Wow. Great control of the up B from Cosmo, and great call to use get up attack. You're fully invincible until the hitbox comes out. So as long as your opponent's within range of it, that charge smash will not work.
Cosmo playing around with his gyro perfectly, still has a hold of it. The drop down, catch.
Yeah, we were talking about how Artie was a little too hungry for some of these smash attacks. Cosmo telling a very similar story here, throwing up smashes out at percents that it's not even going to kill, just to try to hit Palutena. Oh, and the first stock down the drain. All right, Hydra setting the pace of this match.
And you know what? If I'm Hydra, if I can win this match with 2 stocks, I really feel like, again, if I was a betting man, I might take Hydra with 2 stocks over whoever UTD can send out. So keeping that second stock of his is going to be very vital. And if he keeps playing like this, he might not even lose this first one. My lord.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, bro. And if this is an even fight going into the final game, I'm pretty sure NJCU has this one secured. Though, the X factor that we haven't seen yet is Aikido. Actually, I don't know if we've seen Koi today either, but it could just be one of those players that hasn't made their debut onto the sticks yet that wins it for them. All right, either way, Cosmo finally finding one of those up smashes after several attempts.
And right now, like I said, if Hydra can win this with 2 stocks left, which it's looking like it might actually happen, I definitely like Hydra's chances against whoever UTD sends out. I feel like Cosmo just hasn't really been able to get anything consistent going. It's been a lot of straight hits. None of those kind of long Rob strings that we're used to typically seeing. I feel like that's just because Palutena and Hydra have been doing such a good job of stuffing out everything Cosmo wants to do.
Oh my god, wow, the down tilt hitting backwards there. And with 100% already on Cosmo's last stock. Oh, never mind, he's just gone. Oh my god, just dragged into the up smash from so far beneath.
Hitbox.
Yo.
Hello, what is that hitbox? Oh my goodness, Hydra is showing why they are the MVP of this tournament so far, surviving that with 2 stocks and now potential game point for NJCU coming out, and all of UTD's hopes are going to be falling upon the next person they send out, whether that's Koi or Aikido, Snake or Robin. I would imagine Aikido. I would imagine it's Aikido. I don't know. No disrespect to Koi. Do you really want to put all of your tournament life in the hands of Robin? I don't know if I want to do that. I would imagine Aikido's coming out. Let's see what production says.
I've seen Aikido make some insanely clutch plays. This one isn't even a comeback, right? Like, you're up 1 stock at this point. So, I don't know. I think you got to put this one in the hands of Aikido. And that's if he's even available. I know that Greg from UTD had mentioned that some of the team was going to be busy this week, or weekend, rather.
Actually, both wrong. They're sending in Terry, Fox with the Terry, to try to survive, to try to, continue their tournament life, if you want to say it like that. The bands are FD, Kalos, and the town, so we're probably going to be going, well, not probably, we will definitely be going to a small stage, seeing as the 3 big stages are all off the board right now. But yeah, UTD putting their tournament hopes on Fox and Terry, and we are going to small battlefield as well. A good stage for both of these characters. How do you feel about this, Max?
Honestly, man, I'm not feeling great if I'm UTD. We saw what happened the last time these two squared up. Even though Fox lost his stock really, really early, just to an accidental double jump, getting eaten up. I think Terry does lose quite hard to Politano. That said, Fox is an extremely capable player, right? And potentially this extra stock lead that he has over Hydra is going to be integral to his success. Again, only time will tell. I'm very excited to see how this one pans out because UTD losing is very rare. I love the team. I love all the players on it, so I definitely don't want to see them go down. But, every dog has their day, right? And we'll see if today is NJCU's day.
And
fancy.
Yeah, that was really crisp. So Hydra coming into this last match down a whole stock, but I really feel like if you're Hydra, if you're up one stock on Hydra, the game is basically tied. If we're being honest with you, it's that 2 stock cushion, I feel, to really stand a chance. But let's see if Fox and Terry here prove me wrong. Already off to a quick 57% start, so looking good in the early goings.
Oh! Hydra, of course, able to make it back, but kind of a scary moment right there. You don't want your heart to flutter like that in the middle of a do-or-die match like this. Fox adopting a much more keep-away oriented playstyle for this game, it seems. 70% untouched and almost 80 now.
Yeah, getting a lot of mileage out of these power rays right here. Even if they're not hitting, they're forcing Hydra to jump away or whatever. Just picking them on their toes, but here we go. Here's a bit of damage coming to Hydra finally. Big 51%. Tried to get a little bit more, but couldn't get much. But either way, 51% off of one interaction is fantastic. And just like that, Matt, we're all tied up.
Yeah, Hydra with a chance to fire back is very scary. So I think it's all going to be about who makes the big breakaway and takes the stock first. Oh, Terry looking for a combo that wasn't there. Down tilt just a little bit off the mark in terms of leading to burn knuckle. And now with Fox stuck at the ledge, I definitely like Hydra's chances of walking away with this one. But of course, still got another stock to deal with.
I feel like whoever takes this first stock is probably going to end up winning the match. That's just my opinion. But yeah, we're going to start to see Palutena here. Hydra looking for those back airs, but Terry does have that go all ready and set right now. That's going to be a bunch of wolf. Yes, it is. There we go. Fox putting themselves in a fantastic position to continue UTD's life here at this. Wow.
Really good recovery that was.
Yup.
Okay, it looks like Fox is going to hang on to the stock a little longer. I feel like if he tacks on like a good 50 right here, we're going to game 3.
Yeah, definitely true. Good reflect right here. And again, Fox getting a lot of mileage out of these power waves. Good recovery, jumping over. We're going to, fishing for back airs right now is Hydra.
Yeah, Hydra saying, I can play keep away too. I've got projectiles. I have no problem sitting on the other stage, or side of the stage, even if I'm down 2 stocks here.
Yeah. So many power. This is the most power waves I've ever seen coming from a Terry.
Probably.
in my entire life. Ooh,
oh, wow.
Completely.
Yeah. I don't know how he got it that way. Maybe he meant to do a different input. This game is sometimes a little bit too lenient with what will give you certain quarter circles and DPs.
Yeah. No 2-frame at the ledge right there. Fox looking fantastic. Gonna see an up throw. Oh, no. Back throw, not quite enough to get the KO from center stage. Man, Fox is just woken up right now, looking like a brand new player. Keeping Hydra on just back foot now.
And you know what? I gotta appreciate UTD having the conviction to stick with this player, even after a kind of lackluster performance in the first round. Fox has just done so much work across all his time on the UTD roster, and there's no reason to doubt him just based on one shaky game. 180%. Terry living well past his welcome here. Going for that auto-cancel power dunk, but you know what? Hydra going to snuff out the stocks anyway. Got a huge mountain to climb. 2 very clean stocks from Terry. 81% on yourself already. You're very close to losing that.
Yeah, definitely true. If you get, at basically this percentage, a jab power dunk or jab burning knuckle at the ledge will definitely be enough to KO you. So if I'm Hydra, you have to avoid that jab at all costs, and your edge guards have to be perfect. As you saw that wind box, almost stuffing out Terry a little bit. Oh, this could be it.
Oh, the early rising tackle. Okay, I like it.
Man, Fox's recoveries in this game have been phenomenal. So good. He's mixing them up very, very well. Sometimes he's pulling the trigger a bit early or a bit late just to mix Hydra up a little bit. And Hydra still hasn't really been able to figure out how to stuff out Terry's recovery, or Fox's recovery.
Oh! The up smash. I was going to say we're 0.2 away from Go being online, but it doesn't even matter. The dash attack, more than unsafe enough to get punished by Terry's extremely strong up smash out of shield. Kind of an unappreciated and underrated button, honestly. It's got a huge disjoint, tons of kill power, and it just got UT Dallas on the board. We are tied up 1-1 in terms of crew battles. This is the end of the road, guys. No matter what happens, these 9 stocks are all that remain between one of these teams and taking a CENC title.
And I wouldn't have it any other way. Having a game 3 set between 2 incredibly talented teams here, a winner takes all set. Honestly, I would not have it any other way. I feel like my money's still on the table with UT Dallas, okay? I was getting a little nervous there. I was getting a little bit nervous there, but, my money's still on the table for UT Dallas right there, especially if Terry and Fox with that Terry can continue to play Hydra just like that. I feel like that might be the counter pick for Hydra in the future based on that last game. So I'm feeling UTD might wait for NJCU to send in Hydra and then just send in Fox after that. But again, we'll see how this goes. Either way, this is going to be winner takes all set. Pride is on the line, money on the line, their school's reputation on the line. And again, I would not have this any other way. This has been a fantastic weekend so far.
Yeah, bro. I think, now we're going to see how each team has figured things out, how the adaptations to their roster are going to go. Again, UT Dallas with a couple more players that they haven't shown yet at their disposal. Can't say the same for NJCU. I think they've pretty much showed their hand in terms of what players, what characters are available. I would like to maybe see Ziglet try Palutena. You mentioned that at the beginning of the last one. And I think what UTD is doing is just, sending in a very zoning heavy character to match Ziglet as the point. And it's worked pretty consistently. Ziglet has not been able to pop off, not been able to get any 0 to deaths in the grand finals here. So I think potentially falling back on his secondary might be the game plan.
Yeah, I feel like UTD is... I don't want to say they struggle with... I don't know if the players themselves struggle with Palutena, but it's a theme where I feel like every single character they have on that team loses to Palutena. So having 2 Palutenas on your side, again, it's a lot more consistent than Luigi. Luigi definitely relies on those combos very much, and I feel like whether it's Rob, whether it's or WeFit, both of those are characters who are really good at avoiding Luigi's grab combos. So I really feel like just opting for a double Palutena might be the play, even if Ziglet might be a little bit worse with Palutena. I just think it's a much safer play. You can get a lot safer damage, a lot safer kills, and you're not relying on, you're not really relying on like Luigi gimmicks to kind of carry you through the match. So I really think like going double Palutena might be the play here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, she's just got so many solid matchups across the board, particularly against other keep away characters, potentially or especially against big targets, of which Snake, Rob, Terry, Robin, I mean, WeFit Trainer, they all fall into both of those categories. I don't know, man. I'm honestly kind of sweating if I'm UTD right now. That was not exactly too close for comfort in the second set, but the first one should certainly put you on to the fact that you should be scared of this roster, and they might be looking to end the streak that this team has been on for now 2 years, I think.
It's been 2 years? Oh my goodness, I didn't realize it was that long. My lord. But
they win everything, bro.
Man, if anybody can do it, it's Hydra and his NJCU team putting on a fantastic show so far. And everybody, if you are just joining us, this is the Collegiate Esports National Championship. Mies and Max here. This is going to be the last game of what's been a very intense back and forth grand finals between UT Dallas and New Jersey City University. And man, these players are just so talented. And one thing I love about collegiate tournaments like this is it exposes the masses to players who they may not have heard of previous to. Because if you're not following like the New Jersey scene, or if you're not following the Texas scene, or we saw Wayne State earlier, and I know many people don't follow the Nebraska scene, they're learning that a lot of these places, even though we all knew New Jersey and Texas were good or not, or were good already, but now there's a whole bunch of new names that you're learning that you haven't really seen before, that you're learning like, yo, these regions, we already knew they were good, but they're deep too. They're not just top heavy. They have people who we haven't even heard of before who are all incredibly talented, like Hydra, like Graffiti, like Koi, like all these players, like Artie. And that's why I love tournaments like this. It just lets us showcase just a different side of Smash that we don't normally get at like the major tournaments, at like, the Evos and the Frostbites and the CEOs and stuff like that. That's why I love tournaments like this.
Yeah, it's honestly such a pleasure, and I love seeing these guys get a little bit of time in the spotlight, and you might not see them in top 8 of a major, but they are extremely talented in their own right. Guys, skill in Smash is like a huge spectrum, right? Like there are players that, if you're looking on at home and you're like, oh, this is no MKLeo or a Tweak, like I'd mop the floor with them, think again. Because there are so many tiers. Like, dude, I'm going to throw this out there. Hydra is not even power ranked in New Jersey. And just look at him play. He is disgusting. Like, he's a legitimately really good Palutena. So, yeah, guys, there are so many players to look out for, especially in Ultimate, which just saw a huge injection of new blood to the scene. You never know who you should be sleeping on and who you shouldn't. I think the rule of thumb is that you shouldn't sleep on anybody.
And yeah, when IRL tournaments come back, we're going to see just an absolute storm of new talent and new blood who kind of entered in during the COVID Wi-Fi era, who are going to be now going to locals for the first time, where maybe their powers get a little bit unlocked because there's not going to be as much lag and stuff like that. So a lot of these players are players again who you might not have heard of off the bat, but man, you're going to be seeing a lot of these names in your state and local PRs coming in the next 2-3 years, especially with all these freshmen and stuff, these freshmen and sophomores that we're seeing. But either way, we are getting word from production that Graffiti is coming in with the Wii Fit, and Ziegler is opting to go with the Palutena like we predicted. So they are going to be going double Palutena. I do very much like that pick. I feel like Luigi struggles against every character that with the exception of maybe Terry. I feel like Luigi just struggles against every character that UTD has. So I do like this Palutena pick from Ziegler.
Yeah, this is going to come down to what's better on paper versus what's better in practice. The Palutena, of course, in terms of the raw matchup against Wii Fit and just all of UTD's characters, she certainly excels. Luigi does not. That said, how good is Ziglet's Palutena really? We've seen it do some damage, both in previous crew battles and today. So, I have no reason to doubt it, right? I think it's pretty solid overall. But there's also the slight possibility that as Luigi could have taken just one more stock, based on how comfortable he is with the character. Either way, it's going to be the same exact lead players as last time UTD was able to win, but characters are a little different. So we might see, Graffiti get eliminated here instead of winning by a margin of 1 stock.
And the bans for this one are Smashville, PS2, and Final Destination here. But yeah, no, and one more aspect of it is Ziegler's Palutena might not be warm anymore. You just went 2 sets. You just went 2 sets with Luigi, and switching from Luigi to Palutena. They're obviously very different characters, so we're gonna have to. In the early goings, you might see Ziegler maybe struggling a little bit as they kind of just get warmed up. But yeah, either way, I absolutely agree with this pick. This is gonna be very solid. But from Graffiti's side, you just had to fight Hydra's Palutena for however many games and however many sets that was. Going from Hydra's Palutena to Ziegler's Palutena might be, we might see Graffiti do pretty well, considering it is a little bit of a step down from what Hydra is. So we'll see if that comes into play too.
Right, and of course being used to one style of Palutena and now suddenly having to adjust, and of course being online, you don't even get the sense on a human level that it's like a different person sitting next to you, right? Yep. And you might just have too many preconceived notions based on the way Hydra was playing, etc. That said, I would imagine most players in Ultimate, despite how well their character does, are probably more comfortable fighting against Palutena than fighting against Luigi. Not only because there's much more ample room to practice against her, right? Like you have so many Palutenas in the world versus so few Luigis, but you also don't have that threat of getting 0 to death off 1 touch. And I think playing on edge against Luigi is what really gives the character such a mental edge and increases his ability to perform way more than it normally would.
Because yeah, against Luigi, you're trying so hard not to get grabs that you sometimes get into your own head, and getting into your own head like that forces you to make mistakes, forces you to maybe go for unsafe options or whatever the case may be, and that's what leads to you getting grabbed in 0 to death. And Palutena, even though being one of the best characters in the game, doesn't really have that one, I guess, explosive option that they can throw out at you. Like they have the neutral air chains and neutral air to up air and stuff like that, but that one kind of devastating combo that Luigi has, they don't have it. So we're gonna see Graffiti try to have to play around all the options that Palutena has here as we get into the 3rd and final set here at the Collegiate Esports National Championship between 2 very talented teams in UTD and New Jersey City University. I like this edge guard. This little ledge play here from Ziggler. Palutena definitely not looking too cold. I was a little bit scared that the Palutena might need a bit of a warm-up, but looking very good early on right now, Max.
Yeah, this is honestly a much better start than Luigi was off to. So even though this is not Ziglet's main, for my money, it's still doing really damn well.
Yeah,
I love that.
That would have been so cool. Oh my god, that would have been so cool if they ended up getting anything off of it. But unfortunately for Graffiti, couldn't really get that mix-up. But again, Ziggler doing relatively well right here with the Palutena that we haven't seen in like 2 sets.
Yeah, and showing the edge cancel teleport, that is the sign of a confident and practiced Palutena by all means. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Up smash. Oh, missing the up smash right there. But yeah, going for those teleports in a set like this, that's again, that definitely shows how confident you are with this character and your ability with this character. But we have a dead even game right now, only 1% separating these two players, now up to 17% right now. Graffiti doing whatever they can to get back on stage without getting clipped. Re-grabbing ledge, sun salutation, getting a little bit more space, and both of them are gonna start fishing for their kill options now.
Oh, the header, the MVP of that ledge trap situation, just allowing Graffiti to get away with murder, literally sending Ziggler off the top with down air. Yo, I'm pretty sure he was in deep breathing too, and that would not have happened without that buff.
Absolutely. Graffiti here just trying to do whatever they can to stay alive at 152. And again, I would imagine win or not win or lose, but if we see NJCU lose this game, I would imagine we're going to see Hydra once again. I just think they're going to want to clean up all of these stocks as early as possible if they're at a deficit. But right now, yeah. Just doing whatever they can. There we go. Finally managing to get that KO with the dash attack at 152.
Yeah, I think if that stock went on any longer for Graffiti, then we would have been looking at a very difficult finish. Wow, okay, down smash, cleaning up the Palutena. And this is what I was saying, the Luigi could have maybe just taken one more stock due to comfortability. There's still plenty of time for Ziggler to tie this one up and take it to only a 1 stock deficit. But if you lose by 2 here, I would definitely be fearing for my life if I were on NJCU's roster.
And again, even though they do have Hydra, and we did see Hydra turn a 2-stock deficit into a 1-stock lead in set 1, do you really want to put them in a position to have to do that again? And if I'm NJCU, I want to avoid having to put Hydra through that again. I really want, if I do lose this, I want this to only be a 1-stock deficit versus a 2.
Oh my god, there's some insane exchanges here, looking rough for both players at different moments. Yep, okay, gonna go right to the ledge. Great aim there from Ziggler. Angle's on point. But how is Graffiti gonna close the stock out? Maybe throw into deep breathing? Yup,
right on cue. Forward tilt coming through. Yep, we both called it.
I think that certainly would have ended the game with the deep breathing. Oh, and Ziggler looking to make a big swing here and take a stock with down air nice and early. Forward smash really being the other potential equalizer here. Oh, and they're both so close.
Up tilt. Wow, yeah, that was super close. Oh my god, Ziggler just trying to do something. Back air. Good conversion from Ziggler. Yes, that did. I feel like Ziggler might have been DIing away to avoid that off the down throw. That kind of came back to bite them in the butt after, but either way, Graffiti cleaning up that last stock going into this next game. UTD up 1 stock over NJCU in this 3rd set. So now if I am NJCU, do I just send in my nuke right now, or do I save that?
Really good question. I'm honestly not sure what the best way forward is. Last time we saw them put Artie in this position, but they lost the crew battle. And I don't know, man. There's so many variables that go into this. Graffiti, you can't help but think that if he had landed one of those forward tilts by the ledge and won this with 2 stocks, that UTD would be like celebrating already, right? Yeah. Like that 1 stock was so pivotal. And at this point, it's still a toss-up. It's still anyone's game. They do have the nuke that is Hydra waiting in the wings. They also have Artie. At some point, one of them is going to have to come in, and they need to make that decision right now. And yet we still have not seen who it is from production. So it's still a mystery to us. I actually don't know what I would do. If I were the coach right now, I genuinely don't know who I would send in.
I'm thinking because there's benefits to both. If you send in Hydra, but you lose him early, potentially, then I feel like that might be it for you. And Artie has proven that they can handle Graffiti, and it is only one stock off Graffiti. Oh man, this is tough.
But if you lose one in the process, we could see a repeat, right? Where Cosman just comes out, cleans up 2 stocks, doesn't lose one, and then it's 3-6. So
yeah. Oh man, I feel like my gut says send in Artie. That's what my gut says.
Same, honestly. But you're placing such a big task on Hydra's shoulders too. It's tough,
especially after you made. Again, Hydra had to flip the deficit around in that game, in that set 1. I don't know if you want to put him in that pressured situation again. Not saying they can't handle the pressure, because clearly they can. But again, do you want to put that much on one person twice in one set? That's why I really feel like the play, or what I would do, is send in Artie. You trust Artie to take off this one stock, and then you're basically tied up at 6 each. But there's a reason I'm sitting in this chair and not playing. So I really don't know what to do here. This is my heart rate. I'm checking my Fitbit right now. My heart rate is up to like 83 because of how intense this stuff.
This is actually intense. Dude, and you know what? Especially for UTD, I feel like they have a lot more to lose here. NJCU, this is kind of their breakout performance, right? They haven't gotten to that level of national recognition in the collegiate space yet, but I think they certainly should be on the list of teams to watch out for. I mean, you just have seen time and time again, these guys are able to dig themselves out of holes that look impossible to come back from. They're able to tangle with the best team in the country right now by quite a long shot, I would say. MSU, when they're at their full power, also definitely in the conversation. So I don't know, man. I think you're right. I would agree with your intuition that they should send Artie in right now. Just bank on him to deliver on just one stock here and maybe one stock on the next opponent. And then you've at least made it easier for Hydra. Not probably possible, but definitely easier. Yeah, it is going to be Artie coming in. All right. That's the move. We need to see a perfect stock, or not a perfect stock, but an unresponded to stock come out from Artie.
Yeah, if you're Artie, you absolutely under no circumstance can lose the stock right here. You have to go into the next player with this tied up. Or again, obviously it's not end of game if that happens, but you don't want to have to give yourself, another hurdle to have to jump over being down a stock still. So again, if you're Artie, absolutely have to take this one stock off Graffiti without losing one of your own. And he's definitely capable of doing it. We've seen him do it before. And the stage pick is going to be small battlefield. So definitely in Artie's favor here. Doesn't give WeFit a lot of room to run around and throw the soccer balls and the sun salutations and to plank and camp and do all that stuff that they want to do. And with Mithra being so quick and being able to cover so much space in basically no time at all, small battlefield is definitely going to be a good pick as we get into this next game. Again, UTD up one stock over NJCU here in the last set of grand finals.
And this is super, super intense. Graffiti actually almost got 2 off of Artie last time. Only managed to squeak by with 1, but I think there was like 97% on the Pyro. So if he can outperform that, then this might be bagged up for UTD. But yeah, if Artie plays any better and just can clean this stock up, reminiscent of the first crew battle, then NJCU might be your new collegiate champions.
Yep. And Artie, like we saw in those earlier matches, not afraid to throw out these smash attacks, whether he gets punished or not. And you know what? When you only got to take off one stock, I see no reason to just let those things fly. Again, with a Pyro, all you really need is one good hit at about this percentage, and that's going to be an easy stock for you.
Oh, okay. Grab between jab 2 and 3 right there. Oh, there's so much on the line right now. I'd say especially on Graffiti, bro. Like, you need to make this one stock count. Artie, I think, can kind of sit back in the cut and just know that he has an anchor at his aid that counterpicks this entire team.
Yeah. And I feel like we're going to start to see the smash attacks coming through from Artie right now. Nope, there's right on cue, that forward smash. Barely missing, but using that up tilt to cover the roll off ledge. Good coverage there from Artie. Oh, I think Artie wanted to go for another smash attack right there, but the Blazing End was still out. So when that Blazing End is out, Pirate does not have her sword any longer and cannot throw out any attacks. I feel like a forward smash at that point in time would have actually been very, very good.
Okay, we've got We Fit with Limit, aka that deep breathing online. Oh, trying to get creative. Yep, but just everything missing the mark there. Already hanging on still to this first stock. Blazing End looking like a hard counter to Wii Fit Soccer Ball, though.
Yeah.
Oh, and the catch!
Fantastic catch right there, but not enough to get the KO, and there we go, the forward tilt coming through from Graffiti. Oh my goodness, this is looking really bad for NJCU, down potentially 2 stocks if Graffiti can manage to take another one right here. Oh man, he really needed to take that stock without losing one. Gets that up smash, closing the gap a little bit, but not able to close the stock lead right here as UTD is still up a stock. This is looking kind of bad for NJCU right now, but they still have Hydra ready and waiting, regardless if RD loses or not. But still, you really needed to close the gap on that lead.
Honestly, I'm shocked that up smash didn't get interrupted. I think what Artie needs to do is just hit the lab and play without smash attacks for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just a little too happy throwing those out, and it cost him that stock. If we saw a more reserved game plan, there's a good chance Wii Fit would have struggled to find kill opportunities for much longer and also damage. Cosma is going to be coming in, so they're firing back in exactly the same fashion that they did before. This went really well for UTD. Cosmo was just patient enough to wait out the storm of smash attacks that Artie was throwing out and capitalize. Rob is one of those characters who can take one small opening and potentially get a stock off of it. Also, a great keep away game, cannot be ignored. Pyra, when she's on the screen, yeah, like, you have all this kill power, but your ability to close distance is much lower.
And I really feel like the strategy of throwing out, smash attacks and praying that they hit will definitely not work against Rob. I understand why you would go on use that against Graffiti since he only had a 1 stock left, but going against a 3 stock Rob, that strategy of throwing out smash attacks is not going to work, especially against a character who has such a potent punish game like Rob. Can take you from 0 to 60, if not death, off of a single interaction. So we'll see if Artie switches up the game plan a little bit, or if they're going to opt to swing for the fences once again. And talk about swinging for the fences, Cosmo trying to take a stock early with that throw off side B.
Such a great option at the ledge, though. That lightning buster. Artie knows when his characters had a strong advantage for sure, and able to capitalize on that. Nice down tilt tech chase. Okay, you know what? A stock off of Cosma here would be huge. Last time, I don't think we saw that happen.
No, I don't think we saw it at all, but already off to a fantastic start as we do see that Pyra switch. Probably going to start looking for those smash attacks again. Blazing End there, whiffing. There's that up smash. Can he get him? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no! What? He Providence revolted out of that little gyro combo. Oh my god, fantastic play there. Good awareness from Artie as well to know that you can even do that.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised there's that large of a gap. And yet again, the up smash not going to hit Rob. And that's going to be an easy punish for the kill. Rob's forward smash, I mean, sometimes that feels like a Pyra move, bro. It hits really strong for no reason.
That is exactly true right here. But right now, Artie just trying to take at least a 1 stock. Looking primed to do it. Went for the Flame Rover. Haven't seen that move come out too often, but that Providence Revolt is going to do it. Again, just maintaining this 1 stock deficit right now. But Artie has to take off at least 1 more without losing this one to tie the game up.
Okay, get the rush down, those dash attacks, the neutral air. Very difficult to punish. Very difficult to even anticipate and snuff out on startup.
Oh, that's cute. That flip, that little turnaround up tilt right there. Couldn't get much off of it, but it looked pretty. Photon edge right there.
Yo, hold the phone, bro. We might get another stock off Cosma this time.
I'm thinking that exact same thing. Up tilt. Oh no. Ooh. Bro, my chest. that's probably game.
Yeah.
Yep. That is going to be game. And now UT Dallas, University of Texas at Dallas, up 2 stocks here in the last game of Grand Finals. And of course, NJCU is going to be sending out the MVP, Hydra, the Palutena, to try to save their season and try to save their tournament life right now and potentially win this tournament for them. But you got to take 2 stocks off of Cosmo and then another 2 stocks off of what I would imagine is probably going to be Fox and Terry coming in for that last game. If anyone can do it, it's Hydra, but asking him to take off 6 or 5 stocks when you're down 2 stocks already, not looking too good.
It's a tall order, that is for sure. We'll see how UTD is able to handle this, if NJCU is able to make a miraculous comeback. But now with just Hydra left versus two powerhouse players on UTD's end, the odds are certainly stacked against them. Hydra, though, I mean, he's shown incredible individual capability throughout the day.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, you're going to watch Cosma drop a stock here. Almost dropped 2 in the last match. I feel like if we saw a switch to Pyra and a crazy forward smash that Cosmo wasn't ready for, that could have been everything. But we'll see. Hydra, are you capable of doing this?
Yep, with the tournament life on the line and your championship life on the line, there's no other person on NJCU whose hands I'd rather have this situation in than Hydra. Definitely a player capable of doing it. But if Cosmo has anything to say about it, this will be the last game and the last character that we see from UTD as well. Either way, Hydra off to a decent start right here, playing a decent keep away game, playing around with that gyro as well and trying to keep Cosmo on the ledge, but unable to do it. Dead even game early on.
Hey, Palutena looking for some of these ledge traps. The up smash, of course, so dangerous, as is down tilt. Those two together make it really difficult against characters with no hitboxes on their recoveries. You need something like a dolphin slash to poke through and really dissuade them from doing it. But against Rob, that is free. She's alive, but no, she's not. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. As soon as I saw them come back, because that teleport recoveries in this game, whether that's Sheik or Zelda, Palutena, Mewtwo, they're so easy to two-frame. And when you have a ginormous hitbox like that Rob down B, down air, it makes it that much easier to do so. Right now, Hydra looking like they might not have enough gas in the tank to pull this through, especially if you're losing stocks like that.
Yeah, dangerously close to kill percents here for Cosma. Neutral air off the stage? No, that is still going to get survived by the likes of Rob. Oh, but the up air will not. All right, 1 stock to 2, but it's really 4 stocks to 2. UTD sitting on a whole other player in the back. And you know what? Cosma potentially about to make this extra easy for whoever it is that comes in next, probably Fox, by potentially taking this next stock. Yeah, already almost 100%. Hydra's going to need to play out of his mind to walk away with this second stock.
Yeah, and we saw Cosmo try to end it all right there. Those first frames of down there came out, but getting stuffed out by the move that Hydra threw out. This might be stock. Oh, no, not quite.
Up air comes through. Good DI from Hydra, but sniping out the jump.
A little bit too early pulling the trigger on that down air. That would have definitely been a stock if it landed. Sweet spot or not. Hydra 149% is doing whatever they can to hold on to this stock. And you know what? If Hydra can make it out of this alive with both stocks, I lied. Not going to happen. Either way, however this goes, the last player for UTD, and it gets to that point, has a much easier job on their hands.
Yeah, I don't doubt Hydra's ability to make a 3-1 comeback, but Cosma might be in the middle of making a 2-3 comeback right here. We could very much see the entire crew battle end here. Never mind. Down throw to back air, still going to go through, even at a percent like that.
Now we're going to the final game of this tournament. We're going to see the last player from UTD, whoever that is, forced to only having to take off 1 stock on Hydra, who again has probably been the MVP of this tournament so far. But do you believe in miracles, Max? Because you know what? If anybody can make this comeback, it is Hydra. It's just hard for me to ever bet against this character or bet against this player right now based on everything we've seen so far. But this is going to be just, he's going to need a miracle.
Yeah, we saw him take 6 stocks in the first game, our first crew battle between these two, but guess what? Only has to take 5 this time, even if it's a 3-1 comeback that he's got to make. So Fox is coming back out. Terry, I think a great character to throw out just to take 1 stock. You know, you get to spend any amount of time on the screen with Go, and that's extremely threatening. Even if you don't land the kill with it, Buster Wolf does something like 32 damage. Power Geyser does, I think, 38 damage. Absolutely insane damage output from this character. So as long as you use your own stocks over time to soften Palutena up, you definitely have a legitimate chance of taking this one. That said, the first time they fought, Fox got absolutely clapped by Hydra. So this might be just what NJCU needs to make this one possible. I don't know if I believe in miracles, but I do believe in Hydra.
They are going to be going to Kalos Pokemon Stadium, and yeah, I do like this pick. Standing out Terry, like you said, with Go, you're basically at death percent anything above like 50, really, for being honest with you. So definitely a character capable of taking a quick and early stock, which is exactly what they need right now. Hey, lose your stock, buddy. There we go. But definitely a good pick for UTD to try to close this out. And Hydra, their entire tournament life is just on the line with this last stock. But if anybody can pull it off, it is them. We'll see how it goes right here as we get off to this last game. 30% on both players, and both of them opting to play pretty defensively in this first 30 seconds.
Okay, Fox doing great, tacking on 50 already, and with the way that Terry kills you, man, that's, if not the halfway point, maybe even a little bit more than the halfway point.
Probably a bit more. I feel like around the 70-75% mark is when we'll see like jab burning up, or jab buster will at least get kill screens. They might not necessarily KO, but I feel like at least the smarts and the KO screen is going to come out. And maybe he gets one. If Terry gets one, if Terry gets one jab right now, it's done. That's it. I lied.
Not quite. It's Carlos. Oh, Hydra's still gaming, bro. He's still got the sauce. All right. I mean, honestly, bro, I would say this is probably over for NJCU, but just having that kind of life in yourself, the ability to throw a taunt out with these on.
Never mind. But yeah, just a taunt in this situation, man.
Definitely the sign of a very confident, very strong-minded player. Oh, Hydra. Yo! All right, that's one.
Hey,
another taunt.
It's not over. Oh, trying to catch that teleport with the rising tackle. I like the attempt.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I think
Oh no. Okay. We're alive. We're good. That's it. It's going to be it. UT Dallas defending their 2-year-long run of basically winning every damn tournament that they enter. Shout outs to every player on that team. Fox, who else was on the team? Graffiti, Koi, Akito, everybody, Cosma, everybody, and man, big massive shout out to Hydra and everyone else on NJCU. Ziglet and Artie, y'all put on a fantastic show, but again, there can only be one winner at the end of the day, and again, that is UT Dallas, the #1 seed in the tournament, and showcasing why they're the #1 seed in the tournament and arguably the best school in all of America.
Yeah, guys, that was an incredible showing by both teams. I think once TK and I saw NJCU play on Friday, we were like, yeah, they're probably making it out of this side. Again, 2 back-to-back OCVs, one at the hands of Artie, one at the hands of Ziglet. And then we didn't even see Hydra at first. And then once we did, it was just like, all right, this guy, he's the one you got to watch out for. And honestly, I think all of them made a case for themselves in that department. Would definitely like to see more of these guys. They're, of course, the local team. They're like 20 minutes away from me. So, NJCU, I hope that you guys keep delivering performances like this and beyond in the future. UT Dallas, keep doing what you're doing, man. Obviously, there is something working in that formula and that program headed up by Gerg7, the legend himself. So, guys, we're going to actually get a quick interview with who I'm not sure, but stay tuned for that in just a second. Oh, hey!
Oh, we got Gerg, who you just mentioned, and Deasley from UTD. How are you guys doing?
I understand why you wouldn't know me. I didn't get a chance to play the whole event, but I'm here.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Your team won, and that's okay. Your team put on a fantastic show. Congratulations to both of you for running such a good program. How are you guys feeling right now after that last set? Because my heart rate is spiking. I can't imagine what it's like for you guys.
You know what? I think honestly, like, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, we knew we were going to come out on top. We were confident in our play. We know we had the counter picks. I think NJCU did a great job. Honestly, Hydra is an incredible player. But I think we were confident in our players. We knew what we had to do to get the job done, and it was just a matter of doing it. And so, the whole time it was just staying calm, staying positive, and then just coming out and doing our jobs.
Yeah, man, I would have been sweating a bit after that first Fox versus Hydra encounter, but the fact that you sent him in one game after that to handle him at the end, I think that's just a show of massive confidence in that player and his abilities. You know, obviously he lost one stock to something silly, like accidentally double jumping into the nair and not realizing it. But yeah, like what was your like mental process for that? Were you just like, shake it off, bro? We know you got this.
You know, Fox has always been a very good into Palu. Funny enough, these two actually played in a bracket about a month ago, and Hydra won. So even with that being said, we knew coming into this match, we were like, Hydra's the one we got to focus on. He's just a really strong player, and Fox is just always really good against Palu. I mean, even in the second crew battle today, we saw him camping a lot more. He spaced out a lot more than he did in the first set. Was playing way more patient. And I think that's the thing about Fox. He's very confident in the matchup, and I think he's a very logical, methodical player. You know, he does step by step. He knows a lot of frame data. He knows what moves are going to beat what, and we kind of had the confidence, and he knew what he was going to do, and kind of just came out rocking.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the best Terrys I've seen. Go ahead, Mies.
Sorry, so obviously you guys are probably one of the, if not the top school really in the country right now with how many times you guys have won. What is it about your program specifically and the talent that you guys get that separates you from all the other schools? Because you guys have been this impressive in any tournament I've seen you guys in, have been by far the most impressive school I've seen.
I think a big thing about it is Dallas in general is just a super developing, like, young area for Smash. I think a big joke right now is DFW unranked in terms of like DFW players compared to other Texas regions. And yeah, a lot of our players aren't on PR, but we have a lot of different players that are really good at their character and do really well and have, some really good wins for sure.
All right, guys. Well, before we wrap things up, we've got some Overwatch on the way for the stream, but I just want to say, do you guys have any final shout outs? Anyone you'd like to thank going forward, and where can we find you guys?
Well, I just want to thank the CENC folks for an awesome event. On a more emotional thing, I just want to thank our team. I mean, this has been a really hard year with online. I mean, they really are a family. I care so much about them. They work so hard at what they do. I mean, they just persevered. It's just been such a great year for them. I care so much about them. If anybody wants, UTD Esports on Twitter. That's where you can kind of give us a follow. It's where we post all of our Smash updates. But again, huge shout out to the CENC guys. And boys, our casters, you guys are awesome. You guys kick butt every time I hear both of you guys cast. Seriously, awesome job as always. Love you guys.
Yeah,
for sure.
Thank you so much for the casting.
Thank
It's
you.
awesome.
And honestly, thank you guys for putting on a good show. It's easy to be a good caster when the talent is just so readily available and showing off everything that they can do. But anyways, guys, that's going to be it for us. We are going to be kicking off to Overwatch. So if you're into that, please do not churn that Twitch page and stay tuned, everybody. Max and Mies, I hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you guys had a really good time. This was great. But that's the end of our show for tonight.
Peace out, guys. Thank you for watching.
The Collegiate Esports National Championship is back, and Avast, it all comes down to this. The Overwatch Grand Finals about to start. Northwood versus UCI, two of the most impressive teams now facing each other here in the Grand Finals.
And I mean, this is what it's all about. We finally narrowed down the best two teams here at the tournament, and these squads have looked amazing. Especially, I was kind of like, oh, where does UCI fit? But after that last match versus Akron, UCI deserves to be here and be the opponent versus Northwood, the two unstoppable teams of their brackets.
Yeah, and right now I'm really excited to see how these two teams match up. You have Northwood, a team that has channeled chaos, that has defied all rules of Overwatch reality, up against a highly coached, highly trained UCI team, of course, a college that has a huge history of successful teams in the collegiate space, not just in Overwatch, but across the entire ecosystem of games. So this one should be good. But Avast, you take a look at the bracket, it's been a ride to get here.
For sure. And I mean, there's so many good teams that these squads had to make it through. But I think what's so important to think about is that for me, Northwood, okay, I'd heard a lot about this team. They had a lot of players I've seen contenders, so I kind of expected them to make it through the bracket. Akron, I was like, oh yeah, this squad, they've done some crazy things. They have players I've seen before in the path to pro, but UCI is just exploding. I think this juggernaut of esports they've always been, and they're looking so calm and collected. And compared to this like incredible aggression of Northwood, it's such a weird stylistic matchup for these two teams.
Yeah, it really is. But one quick note here, of course, all this action would not have been possible without our sponsors. And if you're feeling hungry, let me tell you, I got a solution for you. Lenny and Larry's. Fuel like an esports champ with Lenny and Larry's, the complete cookie. Each tasty cookie is packed with up to 16 grams of plant-based protein, 10 grams of fiber, plus all 13 flavors are made with non-GMO ingredients. Order Lenny and Larry's the complete cookie today at shop.scenc.com. Shockingly delicious.
And I bet this match is about to be shockingly delicious as well, ZP, because we're in the grand finals. And I do love watching good Overwatches. Now we are going to be on Lijiang first. We've been seeing a lot of Busan today for the opening series. So to come back to Lijiang, the reliable control these sort of tournaments. So I'm very excited to see the teams match up here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is sort of the test here. Which is more important, raw mechanics and skill, or team coordination and heavy practice? I think the matchup here is going to be very interesting. Also, just to see if Northwood will keep up their style of being super aggro against all odds. It does look like we're going to have a quick pause here before we get things going, just to build suspense.
Of course, we get to the grand finals, and we have to start with the pause. I mean, as is tradition, probably something happening there. Players spilled some water on the keyboard or something like that. But I want to dive a little bit more into how I'm so interested in the matchup for these two teams, simply because UCI looks so calm and collected. Northwood, just a team of aggression. And now, okay, we're already back in here. And looking at the comps, I mean, honestly, these comps are real. I'm not seeing anything too crazy. I mean, we have a Ryan Sigma for both squads. You got the Baptiste Lucio. It's just going to be a rush for both. It's more of just the DPS picks that differ. I was expecting to see some more dive, but we are in control center, so.
Yeah, control center makes sense. And ooh, Fade already kicking it off. Gets a spam kill onto Fishcake, and Northwood not gonna be able to speed their way out of it. You're down your Lucio in the beginning. Instead, it's UCI speeding into Northwood as Northwood gets a taste of their own medicine as Dynasty's just kind of on a journey.
Wow, UCI, what an explosive first pick. And removing Lucio early for a neutral fight like that in the first fight, it's so important because now you're able to just take these very, very aggressive fights as Dynasty. Got to swoop on in, take out Danagy, and get on out. And Dynasty continuing to find so much value on this Doomfist throughout the tournament. And UCI having to play a little far back because they don't have a lot of damage right now, ZP. When they only have a Sim, that is a very small amount of damage comparatively.
Dynasty's getting burnt out, but somehow got away, got into the Immortality field, still fine. Northwood turning the tide. They've already gotten the flip, and now they get the team fight on top of it.
And that's just Dynasty getting those opening pickups. And that's one of the main downsides there for UCI is that as soon as they lose Danagy, there's really no damage because like you have a Symmetra. And the Symmetra takes a while to ramp up for the damage. You're not able to be very maneuverable at all. And Northwood are going to get the flip. They're going to have the Amp Matrix, but so will Helljudge for UCI on the other side. And, you know, going to be 22% ticking on upwards here for Northwood.
All right. So Northwood been able to strike back. UCI looking for their way back in Now Stadium. Off the teleport. Okay. That was a teleport and then immediately destroyed. Dispatched. Gone.
That's a very fast fight there for Northwood, and they're going to hold the choke aggressively this time. UCI back in spawn. Gonna be resetting. I mean, they really want to make this sim work because they have the ult, but I feel like it's not worth it to stay. You're playing the sim into the Doom Cree. It's just not worth. It's just not worth. I mean, they're gonna stick for it just for Fade's ult, but sometimes you overvalue the ult.
Nothing out here on the McCree, waiting. Oh, went for it, and Seasons was going for the shatter from the flashbang. It didn't quite work out, but they still got Fade in the middle of it. So 5-on-5 still. Flux this time coming up from UCI. Nos responding. Deadeye up. Skulls popping up here. No, the rock!
And the counter high noon from Danichi as well, just to finish it off. And now Northwood gonna be forced on back. And that was some great tempo there from UCI. They have the wall to split the intro, so it denies a lot of value for Season Shatter. And then they just immediately commit the Flux because they forced the lamp earlier from Landon.
All right, so UCI back onto the point. Pretty loaded for the next team fight, but Northwood, they're going to get several attempts to bring this back. Calman under some pressure there, Vast. Need to back out. Okay, Stadium says, let's go. Drops the shatter. The problem is, I think it's a little bit preemptive. Northwood, they seized the opportunity. They dropped the beat. The counter engages in. Both teams have dropped the beat, but the window, way better for Northwood, and they take advantage.
But Northwood, yeah, like you said, just cleaning up. Okay, Seasons. Just gonna drop that shatter. Wasn't really very many people around, but that's just securing it, making sure he saw a bug, had to quash it, had to squash it real quick on the ground. And now Northwood getting the flip, great use of the amp matrix there, the aggression paying off. Gonna be holding the stroke aggressively, and UCI, they need to get in. They need to get to point 90%, and they have a Flux to work with.
Gotta watch PG1. Yeah, it's all about the Flux here. Flux, Deadeye. That's what I'm looking at here. They can't lose anyone before a good Flux. PG1 moving in, throws the tank line up and over. The Deadeye from Danichi. Finds one, but he gets punished immediately. 5-on-5 again. UCI really low right now. Fade, PG1. The HP is just not there. Northwood, their front line, way healthier right now. Vassett Stadium. It's in real danger. Healed back up, but again, dispatched and gone.
Fade still trying to delay here on the point. Helljudge going to commit the window, but their health, like you talked about, so low. And Northwood, their tempo, keeping them in this. Even with UCI, I mean, and also I really have to say UCI stayed on Symmetra way too long for Fade. I think that's like the real key factor for that round. Fade was on the Symmetra for a very long time versus the Doomfist, and it's so hard to get value.
It's the classic OW conundrum of, I should swap to something else that makes sense, but my ult, and then you just, it ends up being worse in the end. One thing that really strikes out to me though, Vasta, comp-wise or not, Northwood's pressure in the neutral game is just absurd. You look at the health bars between the teams, it feels like if UCI doesn't make a decisive move and get a pick early on, they just lose by attrition every single time. It's unreal. The Symmetra, though, did not help with that.
Definitely not. And this time, it seems like UCI, they're learning from their mistakes, and they're going to put Fade onto the McCree. Danichi likely just using the Sim TP for out of spawn, then making the swap to Tracer. Though they might commit because Symmetra still is good for this first fight. Yeah, so they are going to commit, but they're just going to have the McCree this time. And I think that's fine because they know there's probably going to be a Doomfist still for Northwood.
Yep. Nos ate a little bit of serious damage on the entry. UCI back over and on point. At Stadium, Northwood just walked at him, took down the Rhine immediately. Nos might be down, but being up a Rhine is a really big advantage. Northwood, they're going to flex it. Danichi gets caught by the Diva, knocked off. And this is going to be Northwood with, again, a quick first take.
Oh, Northwood. This team just never stops impressing. Their aggression so strong there. First fight, first cap going the way of Northwood. Already going to be 10%. PG1 going to get back in the mech as they hold aggressively, trying to get some poke on UCI in the crosses. Danichi choosing to go now to the Mei.
UCI, here's the thing, they can't spend too much time in the white room here. Time will get away from you on this round in a hurry. They need to go in soon, especially with Northwood going to be having ults up. But the problem is they're going to be pushing into the window. You got to look towards Landon here right now where, okay, UCI is moving in. Where's the window? Okay, they got the pick on Dynasty. UCI, a big opportunity. Window is down. Deadeye from Fade. On the outskirts, looking. No, not going to get anything. Meanwhile, Nos finds Danichi. Gets rid of the Mei threat. Self-destruct over, in, and kaboom! Gets two! Big from Calman.
Incredible. They even, and also you can't forget, Nos get the uppercut. Took Helljudge out of the immortality field, so the bomb got value there too. Really well played there from Northwood. And you know, we just talked about how this aggression always works for them, and really the Doomfist here. Teams struggle a lot versus Doomfist, and they don't know how to accurately counter it because it removes a lot of the utility from the Baptiste, from the McCree, if it allows that contest to happen in the dive. And UCI just need to be on the lookout for Nos and keeping him in check.
Dynasty's pulse bomb. Meanwhile, Nos immediately with the uppercut gets one in Dynasty. He was going to use the pulse bomb, but why? It's way too decisive. And UCI, only one team fight remaining here, Avast. And I got to tell you, Northwood, they are still stacked for the next fight.
Yeah, they have great ults coming up still. UCI going to have some ults of their own, but they need to get the touch, and they need to be careful of losing someone early.
He still has the shields from the last entry. Pulse bomb. Dynasty, not going to work. But Nos can be really aggressive on this entry just because of all the extra health he still has.
It's gone down a little bit here. UCI, they've made it to the point, and they really want a Blizzard, ZP. I mean, they need a Blizzard or they need to get an early Shatter because they don't want to have to overcommit because they're at 99.
They go for the Shatter, knocks down 2, but the Immortality Field is there, and the beat. The fall through will not be huge. Northwood staying in its seasons, has the Shatter, drops the Shatter down, knocks down 2. No, 3 on the ground from the Shatter. The fall through is going to be there. And just like that, even though UCI got the flip in the middle of it, it won't be for long. Northwood takes the fight. And that should be the map, though UCI will have that period of stagger.
You see CapGod trying to get the touch. Stadium going to be back here on the Hammond, but the cleanup in favor of Northwood right now. Danichi going to be trying to make it back with the Blizzard. I don't know if they're going to be able to. They're making it over the wall, but they can't get the touch. Fishcake going to get the boop in. Northwood in a very dominant fashion here again, getting the first map.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing what we've seen from Northwood over and over again throughout the tournament. This is a mechanically dominant team. They didn't go quite as crazy into the back as they have versus some of the other teams. You know, UCI did get a modicum of respect, but the initiation from Northwood, the pressure in the neutral, all just next level. And even for a team as well coordinated as UCI, they really did meet their match.
Look, there it is. See, the lamp comes up, and that's where they have the uppercut out of the Immortality Field.
Powered by Barbasol.
And that replay powered by Barbasol. Yeah, I mean, it's just this Northwood team's crazy. They're just crazy. Their aggression is, and sure, they did taper it a bit, like you talked about, but they were still highly aggressive. They set up plays very proactively every time. They never let UCI really have a breath of fresh air, and a lot of credit done there for Northwood, because this is the other best team in the tournament, and they were still looking the same.
Yeah, and you just go, okay, surely Northwood will slow down. Now they'll finally have to play traditional Overwatch. It says, no, we will continue just winning in the neutral. I mean, I guess that game was actually a lot closer to a traditional game in terms of how they set up, but still just flexing overwhelming mechanical skill. And you know, UCI, hopefully for their sakes, they'll be able to maybe slow that down a bit, rely more on their set plays as we get into other game types, because control is sort of one of the game types in the game that's like mechanical skill. Well, here you go. It's an all-out brawl.
Especially if you have a bad first fight. And, you know, they stuck very long for the Danichi Symmetra. So, or not for the Danichi Symmetra, but rather for the UCI stuck way too long for their Symmetra for Fade. And I feel like that is always a very tough factor for control, is that when you lose the first fight and lose the first cap and you're trying to claw back that ult deficit and that time bank deficit. So, or rather control point deficit.
So we're going to be heading to our next map. Did you hear what was? I heard it for a split second, but I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Route 66. Route 66 is going to be our map here. And so, and we haven't seen, have we
no, I don't think we have not seen Route 66 all.
I don't think we've seen Route at all. So this is going to be kind of a wild card for these teams. I mean, I feel confident with Northwood for sure. Now that we've seen their dive and we know that they're going to be very good. And we've seen, particularly on Gibraltar, we've already seen UCI play those double bubble type of comps or those dive-centric compositions, but they didn't seem nearly as confident as on the Rush. So I don't know. Route 66, a very vertical map and a lot of differentials to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, again, I agree with the term wildcard. Maybe not as big of a wildcard as Paris or Horizon, which were played early in the tournament, where, you know, so much wildcards like, wait, those still exist? Because, you know, competitively, they haven't really been in rotation for a while. But, yeah, all in all, we'll see. I think there clearly must be some plan here to go to this from UCI, and they're going to need one, because thus far, Northwood has been difficult to deal with. The only thing I worry about is that Route 66 is so spread out that I think Northwood's going to Northwood to a degree and go really deep and, you know, just use the train to their advantage. So UCI needs to have a plan to shut it down.
Definitely. And once again, like, the sight lines here really strong. There's so much room for Northwood to maneuver around a rush style for UCI. Now, we did see, I mean, versus the previous opponent of Akron, UCI knows how to set up the isolation speed boost to just find one player. but Northwood, I think, is on a different caliber of Akron, and this is going to be a really tough team to find the isolation for if they're going to play the rush.
Yeah. So now, as we head to Route 66, this is where, of course, reflect a little bit on the tournament, what's made it all possible, and of course, we can't help but thank our sponsors. And hey, if you want to thank the sponsors, check out cool things, and level up your play, let me tell you about Legion by Lenovo. Lenovo Legion knows you play to win. To stand out from the competition, you need equipment that matches the speed of your thoughts and actions. The Legion Y25 monitor delivers wins in the toughest, most critical situations. The Legion Y25 monitor is available at Lenovo.com and other fine retailers.
So now Northwood here gonna be on the defense first, and that's a Genji. I repeat, I was asking for a Genji in the pre-show, and we found a Genji for Dynasty. Gonna be trying to use all this space. Every wish I've ever asked for in terms of the meta has been fulfilled in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, you just wish yourself like $1 million or something. Just to, go beyond the scope of Overwatch. And as I say that, Danichi catches an arrow from Nos, and Northwood off to a good clip here on this attack. Dynasty, some of the pressure off in the 6v5 situation. Just gonna be wrapping around.
Oh, Dynasty going a little too deep there, and that's he's trying to chase down the Lucio. Gonna get flashed, picked up, so that's a good early kill here for UCI as they're gonna get underneath the gas station. They're actually looking to wrap around. No, okay, nope. They're gonna just get that point presence. They definitely need to keep it up.
Nos hanging out here to the right-hand side. Looking for the McCree. Shooting some arrows over and in. Northwood slowing it down a little bit here. UCI taking their time on the attack. 1 minute burned off. A period of calm here for a moment, but not for long as Danichi again gets hit by the arrow.
Oh, this is a really good flux. They had the halt to set it up here as well. Northwood trying to farm the blade from these ults. Still UCI standing on top, but Northwood, their position's so strong. They've sort of flipped the point here, and they're all so healthy. And that's going to be the fight. And really well played from Northwood, and I love how Seasons is using this halt to set up the combo, to set up the dashes for Dynasty. Though Dynasty's not that close to the blade, but getting there.
It's been really, really nice so far from Northwood. And, the biggest problem that UCI has now is that they're going to start getting to, it's a fairly significant ult deficit. But now, Northwood going to go back a little bit. And, it's up to UCI here, where you look at someone like Fade. You hope you can get pick off, but ooh, Dragon right into the tunnel. And it actually gets Stadium, the aid of one extra arrow from Nos. Really well placed.
And Northwood continuing to hold aggressively. I mean, look how far up. They're already here. They're doing the first hold. They're doing the spawn hold here. They're going to have Blade and Supercharger for the next fight. They have so many options to remove the lamp of Helljudge early and force the beat with holding onto the rally and this amp matrix.
The beat's coming out. UCI, they had to drop the beat really early, and to very little effect. I think Stadium wanted to go forward, drop the Shatter, but didn't even get a chance to build it. 99% close. Not close enough. Dynasty, a bit of deflection. Oh, it just continues. And UCI, Vest, they could get held here on A.
They 100% could. I mean, less than a minute and a half remaining. Northwood still holds onto the Supercharger in the rally to force this lamp early from Helljudge. And since there's no beat, it's just all waiting to set up Dynasty's Blade. That's what Northwood's looking to do in this upcoming fight. And UCI, they need to find a pick. They need to hit a good Shatter.
Immediately gets in two. Got rid of the BAP right away. Didn't even have to worry about the lamp. That's big. And now, under a minute for UCI to turn the tide against a mechanically crushing Northwood team. They just keep going forward, by the way. They've advanced.
I mean, right now, still the ult tempo is so good for Northwood. They're going to have a Dragon to split. They can even set up the Hall Dragon. The bomb's going to come in for PG1.
Bomb comes out, Landon gets caught. Northwood, they brought this so far forward. Flux essentially wasted, rally now used. They're down one still as Nos is just sitting here on top. And I think Northwood might have gone a little bit deep there, Vast. Might have bit off more than they could chew as they, just kept creeping up and forward.
I mean, UCI, they did a good job of getting out of the spawn. They had the bomb as well to force them back and force the lamp early so they could come out of the spawn doors. But look at what UCI had to invest to get out. They had to invest the amp matrix. They had to invest the bomb from PG1. And Northwood's still holding on to this Dragon Strike to split the point for this next fight.
Northwood now back over. They will have one more opportunity to defend here on point A. They've done a great job of draining the clock. Now how's Nos? Gonna set up this arrow. Rock already in. Danichi down. Dynasty got to the back. 2 down for UCI. And the Dragon right on top of the payload, forcing UCI back. And Avast, this is looking like it's going to stop here and now, setting up Northwood for yet another map victory here in our grand finals.
My goodness, Northwood. I mean, this team is just amazing. This team is so good. UCI, they're not out of it yet. There's a win condition on the field for them. They can have the fuller hold. That's always possible, and we've seen it happen on Route 66 in particular in the past for other teams. You see here in this replay powered by Barbasol, this is just Dynasty cleaning up with a little bit of a reflect kill. A little kind of nasty there, and then they set up the blade right after. And you see the shatter went out, but it actually got blocked there by the shield of Seasons.
Yeah, it really did. But, you know, we've been looking at Northwood and all the secrets have held, all the hidden power this tournament long as we watch that replay powered by Barbasol. And, you know, it makes me think of other hidden things like Reveal Suits. Reveal Suits, the official suit provider of the Collegiate Esports National Championship, designs officially licensed custom suits and blazers for men and women, revealing your college or favorite team pride. Visit www.revealsuits.com. Reveal Suits, where passion meets fashion.
I can't wait to get my Northwood reveal suit, and it's gonna open up, but then underneath it, what's that? The golden gopher. I mean, it's a double reveal.
I was gonna say, I was about to compliment you and go, oh, you didn't take a shot at Goldie again. That's great. And then you just faked me out. You talk about Northwood, and then you throw in Goldie.
It's gonna be the double reveal. So you open it up, and then underneath is just a fake panel where the true Goldie lies within. And so I feel like this. I mean, this team is just so good. I really love how Northwood are playing this.
Yeah, it's hard to find fault with Northwood, where they've been very just able to mix up a whole lot of styles, play a whole bunch of different things, and still make it work, where it never really feels like there's any sort of grand plan with Northwood, really. Just play better, shoot better, win the game. It is that simple with them, it seems. And look, it's been great to watch them, and now you take a look at their defense. They've set themselves up for a win here on Route 66. It's going to be very hard for UCI to get the fuller hold, though not impossible.
Yeah, and for Route 66, we have seen the fuller hold happen where you have an even better first hold than what the enemy team held you before. It's just uncommon. And on top of that, Northwood are looking just like such a dominant team currently. UCI, they just need to find a way out, honestly, because they're getting held. They're not able to find. Before, we would see them get a lot of value out of the speed boost and find isolation targets, and currently we didn't get to see that at all in their offense. Maybe they're going to find it here in the defense. They're putting Danichi on the May. They're playing a comp that we see them on a lot here, and a lot of options to just hold aggressively.
I think the key is for UCI, they need to start taking risks. You're not going to hold back Northwood with a fully standard defense. You have to Northwood. You have to catch them off guard, go to spawn a few times, take their tempo to them. And that's exactly what they're doing here, Avast. They take down Landon early, fade with the shot on the Dynasty, and I think if UCI is going to turn this around, this is exactly the way.
Wait, look at Northwood. They're putting both their tanks and Nos behind them here, making them come on back, trying to get a pick. They shouldn't be able to get any kills here. They're just staggering themselves, but I mean, that's one of those options where it's not really worth it to go back, but if you're Northwood and you're confident, you're just, yeah, I'm going to win this fight. Don't worry. We'll just go back and stagger ourselves.
Now, no, I'm not sure UCI would normally hold this far forward, but I think it's just the nature of where they got held, right? They have to do this to keep it as an option. Dynasty, 6 HP down, but as it happens, Seasons.
The boop too.
Oh! Off the edge they go. Seasons, right place, right time on the charge, and Northwood, again, find themselves in a really good spot. Capcom got a pick, but they're still going to need more here, Vest. 3 minutes left to go, and not very far to bring it.
I mean, yeah, they've traded kills there, but the Northwood aggression just once again having no fear. They were down players. They take the fight aggressively, force them off to the edge. And now the spawn disadvantage hurting UCI as the way to regroup, and Northwood on the cart. They're getting close to the blade already, and Capcom holding on to the beat. Do they know Seasons here?
Seasons in from the back, knocks down the support line. They just got shattered, and yeah, it completely strips the possibility of beat. Seasons falls, but oh boy, his legacy will be felt. Northwood well on their way to going up another map here against UCI. And UCI, how in the world do they come back and stop this here, Vest? They need a miracle, or at least a real big shatter.
Wait, PG1 and Diva and Baby Diva was able to get Nos on the Kree. They beat on out aggressively, and sure, they're gonna regain control of this point, but Dynasty's coming back with a blade here as well, and they have a lot of ults.
The Flux comes in and the beat. Northwood laying it all on the line. UCI, can they even get back and delay? They can, but for how long? The blade from Dynasty, and it might as well be a broom because it is sweeping UCI off this point.
And this is going to be 2-0 now for Northwood. I mean, they blazed through their bracket, and they're looking like they're about to blaze through the grand finals.
Yeah, we throughout the entire tournament, we kept wondering, well, when's Northwood going to be tested? What is their true potential? When do we see Northwood struggling? And the answer might be never.
Look at this. What a pin. It gets the charge, gets Danchi off the map, and then they have the poop for the Lucio and then the hammer swing to get the credit. I mean, sometimes you just get the actual ICBM pin and you just head out of spawn. That's just truly incredible work.
Yeah, what more can you say? It's excellence from Northwood. UCI, of course, I saw them play earlier today. They were so good, so composed, and yet they've just run into a brick wall of pure unstoppable skill. That is Northwood, and Northwood just one map away now, Vast, from taking it all, from being our grand finals champion here at the Collegiate Esports National Championship, and you gotta love the caliber of play we've seen here today.
I mean, I'm really impressed with UCI's run here, but Northwood, it just seems like they're the juggernaut. You know, there seems like they are the team to beat in the entirety of the collegiate sphere so far. Obviously, a lot of teams not currently here, but these are the best of the ones that are. And I mean, Northwood, I was definitely expecting them to be really good. And as we watch the players, like, okay, yeah, this team's really good. And they have those players from the semi-professional walks of life too, from like Overwatch contenders, but they just seem head and shoulders above everyone. And UCI, what used to be that calm, methodical play that we saw from them previously in like the semifinals and before, it just has fallen apart once again, like every other team before them, in the face of the Northwood aggression.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's calm, methodical till you run the Northwood at your spawn is what we're finding out here. It's a age-old take on that everyone has a plan until you get punched in the jaw. And, well, Northwood, they're throwing out some haymakers.
Yes, and UCI, we know they have a depth to at least make it competitive. We know they do. Like, they looked very strong versus Akron, and they've shown so many good looks before. It's now just they have to get deflustered here, because this is what happens. This is what Northwood does to a team, is that they'll just crush them in the dirt. They'll just be so aggressive, and it makes teams be like, oh man, like, what are we going to do? We have to regroup. We're not thinking. We're just like kind of impulsively acting. And all you have to do is just take a breath, calm down, and just go back to your game plan and punish the Northwood aggression. But it's so hard because they're keeping the pressure on the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, it is really next level play, and UCI, they've come a long way, and as we've repeatedly said, a very prestigious collegiate program that has consistently put together good teams. But this may be as far as they go here today, unless they can find another level and find it fast. We'll see what the next map is we go to, but right now, it's hard to think that this is going to be anything other than a Northwood sweep, because they are playing out of their minds at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the next map is going to be the determining factor here, because Route 66, I think, was definitely a map that was not going to go in UCI's favor. Now, Anubis, which is going to be our third map, that could be a map that UCI could be pretty solid on, because they're going to feel confident in their rush and playing that May Kree comp here. And they sort of have to, because if they don't win here, they lose. Remember, it's a BO5, so there's always the possibility for the reverse sweep starting here, but they must win or at least draw the next map.
Yeah, also Temple of Anubis, let's not forget, normally this is a very orderly map where you have clean resets, time to breathe in between team fights. No, Northwood has defied the laws of Temple of Anubis throughout the tournament here thus far, where I would say in the course of casting Overwatch, I can count very few instances where I've seen a team on defense go beyond the very well-crafted defensive point that the map naturally gives you, and Northwood, they're one of those teams that have decided to disregard that and just defend wherever they please. And you know what? We might see more of that here. Maybe they'll give more respect to UCI. Who knows? But Avast, we are going to get our answers very soon as we warm up for what could be our final map of the day and tournament.
Northwood definitely colors outside the lines when they get the coloring books. Like, that's what they don't follow the recommendations at all in terms of, because when we watch their defenses, they are holding outside these chokes like you're talking about that normally everyone holds, and no matter the level of play, and it's simply a pretty big faux pas and a bad tactical error to go beyond them. But Northwood says, faux pas. What is that? Huh? Is that a member of Paw Patrol? I don't care. I'm going to keep going. Okay, I'm just going to keep. What?
I'm going to take that a step further, though. It's not that they're coloring outside the lines. It's more like you've given a toddler a coloring book, and then they just disregard the book and just paint on the walls. That's what we're actually
Oh, wow.
seeing
Even
right
further
now.
beyond here.
Yes.
With that. I mean, I could definitely see it. I could definitely see that for Northwood. And here we are on Anubis, our third map of the series. And everything riding on the line for UCI. I mean, the juggernaut, the founding member, in a way, of esports, of collegiate esports.
Yeah. But here it is, Anubis. We'll soon find out who's on the attack first, who's on the defense, and what to expect. Northwood on championship point.
As we take a look at these comps just right out the gates, it's going to be Northwood on the defense first. Once again, they do currently have a Genji. I wonder if they're going to stick with it here, because they're not playing the Arista for the halts or the supercharger. They don't have an Ana either, but maybe they just prefer. I mean, they're playing two very mobile DPS with a very static tank line, with Cowman being on the Sigma and Seasons on the Reinhardt. There's not going to be any options to set them up and really let a dive happen. So it's really on them to just kind of feast on the backline and catch members out of position here. I mean, that's what Nos is going to be doing, just punching them away, looking for one-shots on the entry here for UCI as Dynasty just flies around and dashes.
All right. UCI heading to the attack. Northwood on the defense. And once more, it's Genji Doom here for Northwood, and the Doom strikes and trades. Cap got out, but so is the Doom. Decent trade here for UCI, given that they'll be back up to full strength a little bit sooner. And UCI, they're moving on in. They've taken down Landon. This is the opportunity to get through point A and not get delayed, not get staggered. They get Dynasty on top of it. And UCI, a little bit of life here on Anubis where they need it most.
Finally looking like the UCI of what we've seen is Fade going to get hit with that rocket. Northwood, they're still holding close. They look like they're posturing like they want to go for a recontest here because they're still so close to this choke. Fade still playing a very aggressive position. Ant Major is going to be invested for Hell Judge. And I think this is going to be it. Yeah, Northwood, they're going to have to stagger on in. I mean, there's fast respawn, so it's fine. They don't want to get staggered too hard, though.
No. Like that. That's not great.
I mean, Dynasty gets Hell Judge, so I mean, they can't even push. Right now, without Hell Judge, I mean, that's a perfect pick. That's exactly what Northwood needed when they're going to hold this aggressively, because UCI can't even go in without those heals.
Yeah, also I just remembered it's Northwood, so this is actually where they want to fight, where UCI is right now. They're going to hold back. I really don't think they will. I think they're going to wait for Calvin to get Flux and then just push immediately out. And that Flux is soon in the making.
See UCI going to be entering here pretty standard. The Shatter coming out, going to find one. Both Shatters going to be down. Can they punish?
Well, they get the pin right after, but they've already lost way too many, so the Shatter kind of thrown away in the end. They do get the Flux out of Cam at the very least. I don't even think they needed the Flux to finish out that fight.
I mean, for them, that's a worthy trade. You know, sure, you see PG1 is going to be staggered, but you have to be a little bit more careful of the Diva because, yeah, you can't just let them last forever because the net kill could actually take you out now.
Oh.
If you stay too close, at least.
What are we looking at here? I mean, I know
Northwood, they want to set up an aggressive engage, right? That's definitely what they want to do here. They want to play outside this choke here again and have Dynasty maybe go for the blade, but they have to know that Capcom's got to be close to the beat and Hell Judge obviously holding on to the Immortality Field.
Well, Dynasty does not care, comes over back, and oh, that's a misplay for Fade. Fade walked out of the Immortality Field, and oh, the carnage over and in as Dynasty cleans it up.
What a shatter there from Seasons to make sure they win that fight too. I mean, they come in so aggressive to support Dynasty. You're going to see here in this replay powered by Barbasol. Unfortunate for Fade because they go outside the lamp there, but Seasons just walks forward, having all that space and just puts the shatter down. And I mean, Northwood, this is what we expect of them.
Beat out from Northwood, well timed. Landon might be down, but still a winnable fight. Perhaps not for much longer though. Fade, the quick redemption, takes down Dynasty. Nos out on the outskirts, getting chased down.
Not on point. They're not on point.
UCI has to go. They already have one. They already got a tick. UCI is starting to punish this ultra aggro strategy for Northwood. Calman back on over, but that's what you have to do versus this Avast. You get the tick for free in the situation where Northwood extended everyone over the spawn.
Oh, Danichi, be careful. Okay, gonna go out. Oh, maybe gonna get punished here. Oh, Danichi. Getting punished there off that punch. And UCI, they can be okay with that fight still because 45%, 45.4 to be exact. Now on the cap here for second. building up some big ults. Gonna have 3 ults here for the upcoming fight. Dynasty is not gonna have Blade. Northwood really only gonna hold on to the Flux. This Cowman's gonna use this to get up to the high ground.
All right. Flux is in, and down goes Hell Judge in the back. It's just one, but it's enough to slow things up. You need a full 6 here, and that's the thing. Northwood, they're okay with the sprawl. They're okay losing a player or two, because while you're fighting here, you're not fighting back on the point.
Yeah, but CapGod and PG1, they're going. Look at them run. They're running to the point. They have 2 people on point. They're getting another free tick here, right? Okay, Fishcake is there to contest. Fishcake being a hero currently, but still, more free cap, and Northwood, they have to turn around. They have to break this forward hold for this.
Although the weird thing about this is that those are still free pickoffs. UCI has been split by virtue of trying to get a free tick back on the point. It was very close, but this still plays in the Northwood's plan. If it is the plan of just keeping chaos and keeping people off the point and stopping UCI from ever getting anything consistent together.
I mean, it's so important here for UCI to just stop splitting. They need to come out together, and while they're taking the fight, they need to be making sure that one person's going to touch. They're putting Danachi on the Sombra. I like this because it makes sure that they can at least set up to have one person contest. Okay, they're going to knock off Stadium and hit the Shatter. Not finding much.
No, not at all on Nosby getting two.
But look, Fishcake is watching for Danachi to go back to the cap. We have a 1v1 there on the point as the ults are used here. Northwood are winning this.
Yeah, we have the team fight over here, and we have the Danachi tried the stealth cap on the other end. I love how Northwood left a bodyguard. Fishcake goes, yep, I'll bodyguard back here. That's fine.
I don't think they know that Seasons is above them.
No.
He's going to charge.
Oh, there he goes!
This is the counterpin. They have the counterpin, though. They should be able to pick him up. And finally, they've broken out. They have broken out of the forward hold, but it's so important to talk about how Danachi was the one pressuring the point, making them keep one there.
Oh. Dynasty, Blade, slicing, hacked, Immortality Field, not enough. And UCI, a significant numerical advantage as they head in. Northwood drained on ultimates. Surely this should be UCI's fight, but as I say that, PG1 is taken down. Deadeye from Fade to the back gets 2! UCI nearly here to punish the Northwood aggression, but they still need to hold on for a little bit longer. Another wave of respawns is soon to come in.
Nas touching the point, but is anyone close? Anyone else get the next touch? There is going to be Cowman. Cowman getting immediately hacked. Both tanks here for Northwood. And now it's just staggered because they have to walk into the EMP soon. This should be all UCI's fight. The EMP invested. And it's pretty much done. Unless they don't get a pick, unless they lose a pick here, this should be done. They're such a good position. Well, they have Fade back on the bridge.
There's 3 members of Northwood on the point, now 4. They brought it back. They're kind of healthy. Landon's able to take down Hell Judge. It's not over at all. Stadium drops a Shatter, but you look to the other side. There's still a Hamster on the point. Dynasty on the Bastion. The emergency Bastion works out. Oh, dear.
Excuse me? Focus fire?
Excuse you.
Looking for my focus fire from UCI. I'm checking. I am looking for focus fire. Did not find it. I did not find the focus fire there. So now 20 seconds remaining. They did get to 96% on the point, but they have no other ults really. They're getting close to a beat, but they're about to walk into the Dynasty Bastion with Landon, about to have the Ant Matrix.
Well, Bastion might be down in ammo because it's just spraying randomly for no reason other than the showboat. But
that's okay. No ammo count here.
No ammo. Well, you got the window from Landon off to the side. Nos darting in and around the powered up Bastion. That is not the route you want to take. Nos right now going, where'd they go? Where'd they go? Oh, I see the McCree. He's going for Fade. Fade is down. Dynasty is able to find out the Bastion. Another 3 down for UCI. And Northwood, Avast, they held on point B against it all. It happened.
Despite a flub of a first defense, Northwood chose to said, let's get a second try defending first and hold in the spawn the majority of their second defense. So, I mean, respectable. When you try it first and don't succeed, just go back to first and defend it again. So now Northwood gonna be here on the offense, and their draw isn't possible. It's either win or lose now because they got 96% for UCI, did not complete the cap.
Yeah. So I'd say right now Northwood truly on championship point. I think it's gonna be very difficult for UCI to hold them back the way this has gone, but you never know. It is Assault, still one of the most variable game types in all of Overwatch. UCI, if they're going to make a stand, if they're gonna extend the series and keep their hopes of claiming the championship alive, now is the time of us to dig deep, go for a hold, ideally on point A.
You see UCI playing the comp I pretty much expect them to play here. having this May McCree with the rush just to hold the chokes very aggressively to stop the high ground push for Northwood. But knowing Northwood, they're going to do something unorthodox.
Yes.
They're going to do something that you wouldn't really expect, to just try to get around this. I mean, already I see the sim for Dynasty, so do they just try to TP beyond them to the right? I wouldn't be surprised if they walk in choke here and then take the TP main or go to the top right high ground just to try to get around this defense and get around the main entirely.
So Northwood in on their attack. Trying something fairly standard, though the DPS, I guess, a bit non. Symmetra Widow puts a lot of pressure on Nos to find something here for now. Nothing but shield. Had the opportunity to get the May. Quick flick over to the top. Season McCree, oh, you love to take this as Widow. But as I said, happens, the May is down. And even with Nos out of the fight, this is a really good fight for Northwood. No more May, no more problems. They don't have to worry about the wall, and they just roll in Avast. Northwood on the verge of taking the championship.
I am shocked that worked. They went left versus the May with a sim while you had a DPS pressuring main, and somehow the sim wins that. I mean, you should be getting a lot more value out of the freeze and the wall for Danichi. Northwood just outplaying them entirely in the neutral game there, and now they're going to get first. They're already pressuring second here with the TP.
One pickoff. So here we go, Northwood, 6 minutes to go just to finish point B, heading into what could be their championship winning drive. Cowman, not a lot of energy, but on fire, moving in. Northwood, multiple angles, Seasons under a bit of pressure here. When get healed up, Cowman frozen and down, but it's Nos on the other end. Takes down the BAP, both teams down the BAP. UCI fighting for their tournament life, and they've done enough to disrupt this Avast.
They've saved it. They've had some life-saving tournament life medicine there. And they're going to be holding that point here for now.
Wait.
What?
All right.
Yo, were you hoping for a first hold? Like an aggressive hold here from UCI?
I was.
Well, it looks like they're going to do it. I mean, the maze here.
Oh, no.
But they let the pin happen. They let the pin happen. They forced the lamp really early.
All according to plan.
This is good pressure. This is just very good support coming out from UCI. It looked kind of rough there for a second, but they're going to be cleaning up all these kills here, continuing to hold the choke. This is insanely risky, though, ZP, as the bomb's committed, too. Well, it's going to...
Well, especially to take this level of risk with the tournament hanging the balance. But, you know, like we said in the last map, I think UCI has to take some risk if they're going to beat Northwood. You got to beat them at your own game, or at their own game. Seasons down.
Both Rhines banging their shoulder on the door frame there, missing the charge a little bit. But still, the hold happening for UCI as they're waiting. They're likely going to commit the Blizzard very soon. There is the Blizzard, but everyone just gets around it for Northwood.
Beat from UCI. UCI playing around the Sim Shield right now. However, Seasons and Cowman, the fearsome tank line of Northwood, starting to crack this wide open as Seasons takes Tatum for a ride. And once again, it's Northwood threatening, heading directly to the point. Looking to take the championship. The numbers are on their side. Deadeye in from Fade, gets one. Still, they're going to need more. The front line has arrived. The pin happens into the corner. Seasons, though, punished as it happens. Northwood, though, still threatening, still heading in, but down in numbers. How long can they last?
I mean, they still have the duplicate here to get the Rhine. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. There's going to be the Rhine. The Shatter puts the duplicate on the ground, but they can't punish right now. The window invested. Can they find someone else? Because Cowman, so low, so isolated. Great. They are going to find Cowman. I think UCI should hold.
Yeah, UCI is good now. I mean, as much as
they have duplicate. Wait.
No, there's no way.
Wait, surely
there's
not.
absolutely no
surely
way.
Not.
You can't tell me this. No. Okay.
Oh, it's okay. It's just fish cake. Whew. It was like you can never trust Northwood. Yeah. You can never trust Northwood there, but it definitely should have been UCI as soon as they denied the value for the duplicate. They got that early kill. But no aggressive hold continuing here for UCI anymore. Bomb's going to be up for PG1. Northwood with Dynasty on the junk now. 80% to tire. A pretty interesting pick here for the offense.
They're ready to go. Seasons has been very aggressive with the Shatters. I assume this is going to be more of the same. Self-destruct, PG1. Down and over, blocked away. Nice block from Seasons. Immortality Field already used. Shatter down, and they're just looking for Fade. They're getting rid of the problem. There will be no Deadeye right away this time. However, Nos and Dynasty get caught, and if you're the defense, you take these trades all day and all night. However, speaking of staggers, PG1 and a bit of a problem here as Seasons just chases down with that
Wait,
rocket
why is
hammer.
Hell Judge here? Oh my goodness, Hell Judge almost getting booped out by Fishcake and getting caught. Fishcake just that playmaker consistently here for Northwood, but Northwood not going to get forward held. Going to be walking in now. The tire just going to be trying to make this space for Northwood.
Dynasty, tire over. Quick D-Mech. That's actually quite big for Northwood. They're going to drop the beat in Northwood. Now, aggressing once more. The window's up. Landon takes down Fade. Landon gets another. The DPS back with the window from the top. And Northwood once more competing for the championship over their best push thus far. Here on point B, UCI, they drop a blizzard in desperation. They need to delay here at best. They need to hope for the miracle pickoff. Northwood still at a full 6 stadium at death's door. Super low. Cowman chases him down. And Northwood, they're halfway to the championship.
I mean, there's no ults left for UCI. UCI, they have to get more picks, but the spawners, they're not there. Even though PG1 is going to get one, but they're going to go down. I think this is it.
Shatter at just stadium, here and around stadium, blown up. Noscon with the Deadeye. Northwood almost there. UCI delaying. It's not enough. Northwood are your champions.
And Landon, the hero there. Landon, the absolute hero. And consistently finding frags as DPS throughout this tournament lifecycle. And sure, it's going to be a dynasty play of the game, but it was Landon. Landon jumps up, gets 2, including Hell Judge with the window, and then when the tanks are low, getting caught by the May of Danagy, puts that immortality field to save with the tank's life, even after the shatter and also the freeze. So really, really well played from Landon.
Unbelievable series, really, from Northwood. Not in the sense that it was like ultra close, but just really high levels of play all the way through. We kind of wondered, when would Northwood stop? When would Northwood, look more normal? And they kept up high levels of aggression all throughout the tournament, carried it through to the end, and defeated what was a very strong UCI team. So all the praise in the world to a fantastic performance throughout the entire tournament.
For sure. And I think Northwood 100% proved, like, this wasn't a close match. This wasn't a close tournament for them. They're the dominant force in collegiate esports right now in this tournament. So this team is one to be reckoned with. And really just huge props to them for how just good they are. Just individually, the aggression there. It's been so long since I've seen aggression of that level and executed so well, where the mechanics are there to back it up too. I mean, Northwood, this squad should be really proud. And UCI, no slouches by any means. They made it all the way through to the grand finals. They've been a juggernaut in collegiate esports for a long time, and they can be happy about the performance. But Northwood is definitely the person, that kind of the king on the throne right now, that needs to be removed.
Yeah, and we still don't know their full extent of their power. Just incredible play, and I'm curious to see who will challenge it, because throughout the entire tournament, Northwood not dropping a single map, and they did so in some maps where they were playing non-standard, to say the least, which makes it all the more impressive. But we are going to take a quick break. We will be coming back. I believe an interview is on the way, but thanks again for watching. We'll be back in just a moment.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice. And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless? On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
One. Just one. Every minute, one woman in the United States is diagnosed with cancer. One mother, one daughter, one wife. Kay Yao saw the power of one.
The biggest obstacles also provide the biggest opportunities.
One adds up. one multiplies. Countless lives been changed. One can change everything. You are the one. The KO Cancer Fund. The power of one.
They seem bitter.
I told you protein cookies are a myth.
Cookies. Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
Behind every face is a story. Unique. Each and every one. Beautiful stories. Inspiring stories. Some beyond our wildest dreams. And every day, a new story begins. We salute every fearless, self-assured, undeterred, hopeful face all across America. Here's to the next 100 years. Barbasol.
It started in the city.
It started on a sandlot.
It started on a Sunday.
The focus.
The drive.
The dream.
You knew how it felt.
You knew we needed the tools necessary.
You knew we needed funds to travel to tournaments.
You provided me with the best equipment.
You gave me opportunity.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Voodoo Ranger. Live dangerously.
Hey, my name's Clarence Engelbreath. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2018 when I was pregnant with our fourth child. I was able to deliver him 3 weeks early and start chemo the day after coming home from the hospital. I know that 2020 has been a different year for all of us. We've all had to change and make adjustments and think about life in a different way. The one thing that hasn't changed this year is people being diagnosed with cancer. More than 900,000 women will be diagnosed with some type of cancer this year. It's important more now than ever that we continue this fight against cancer and finding a cure. Please join me today in supporting the KL Cancer Fund, because cancer can't wait.
Does that stomach ever sleep?
Not without its bland protein bar, which should be coming now.
These ain't protein bars. These are cookies.
Sorry, stomach. These are ours.
Protein just got tastier. Lenny and Larry's, shockingly delicious.
We understand an upside-down world, but they're writing us off before we get to the starting line. A stalled generation? Who do you think is going to fix all this? We will, because our future is the future. The next greatest generation is now.
Good evening and welcome to the Barbasol CENC Championship Trophy presentation in the first ever Collegiate Esports National Championship presented by the CSMG. My name is Paulie Hype alongside Jess Brohart here. Jess, how are you doing?
Oh my God, I'm so good, Paulie. So excited to see this trophy ceremony. It's been such a long road for these teams.
Absolutely. We started out with 48 different teams across 3 titles: Rocket League, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Overwatch, all representing their universities and colleges. And we are here tonight to virtually crown and congratulate this year's champions.
That's right. So the competition spanned 4 days in a single elimination format. There was no room for error. These teams' backs were up against the wall from day one, and they proved themselves to be the best collegiate esports teams in the nation.
Absolutely. This event has been absolutely electric. Dare I say hype? Woo! With some of the best competition in the world competing right here on this stage. And we want to say a big thank you, of course, to all of our partners representing the tournament here who made this weekend possible, and especially to Barbasol. Barbasol Shaving Cream, America's leader for close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave, Barbasol. The championship trophies and championship rings and belts have been created by our CENC partner, Trophy Smack. Visit shopcenc.com for all official CENC merchandise, including the trophy, ring, and belt replicas.
Paulie, I'm so sorry. I almost tried to step on your sponsor readout there.
Wasn't letting it happen.
You were not letting it happen, and that's fantastic. Thank you to all of our partners, but also we wanted to thank Death Wish Coffee, crack a cold one, and I think that's exactly what I'm about to do, crack a cold one of Death Wish Coffee. I have here their cold brew, slightly sweetened, so I'm going to pour myself a glass and enjoy that whilst we do this post-match show. But you know what? Without too much further ado from myself, we also have some very special guests joining us that we want to hear from. So let's introduce Michael Schreck, the co-founder and CEO of Collegiate Sports Management Group, who will help us crown this year's CENC Rocket League champion. Michael, welcome on in. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, Jess. Thank you so much. It's been a great tournament. Thank you for all the teams out there that participated. On behalf of Collegiate Sports Management Group and our partners, Barbasol, we want to crown this year's Rocket League champion, and congratulations to the Winthrop Eagles on a great tournament. We really appreciate you participating in this inaugural event, and we look forward to future participations. With that said, Coach, this was a tough bracket. You took down some high-quality performances and took down some great teams. Tell us a little bit about that bracket and what the future holds for the team.
Absolutely. We had a great run through the bracket. We started with College of Staten Island, on to Oakland, and then everybody's tournament favorites, Akron and Northwood, were next along the way. We had a 5-game series with Akron. It was close, nail-biter series. And then, as if things couldn't get closer, as if they couldn't, push my heart rate any higher, we had our series with Northwood go down 0-2, and then come back, halfway through being down in Game 3, and then reverse sweep the series. Was insane play. The guys, I'm so proud of how they played throughout this event. They really kind of played out of their minds. So.
Well, fantastic. Well, thank you both for joining us. Congratulations once again with Winthrop University. And it is our pleasure to also announce the MVP of Rocket League. Congratulations to T. Corral on an awesome performance from day 1 through day 4. Congratulations once again, Winthrop University. And I think we'll let you folks both go now. Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate the time.
Appreciate it.
All right, Paulie.
Beautiful.
Well, we have a lot more action to get through, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And now our next up is going to be, I'd like to welcome to the show, Neil Malvone, Executive Vice President and Chief Esports Officer for Collegiate Sports Management Group, who is virtually presenting the Barbasol Championship Trophy to this year's Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Grand Champions, UT Dallas. Let's hear from UT Dallas had to say following their riveting win here in the finals. Oh, yeah, and look, we can hear now from Neil Malvone.
Thank you, Paulie. Thank you, Jess.
On behalf of CSMG, Coach, I want to thank you, your players, your team, and your organization there at UT Dallas. You did a tremendous job. We are so honored to present this trophy on behalf of our partner, Barbasol, the first CNC Collegiate Esports National Champion in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, to the UT Dallas team. You did a great job. You came in as the #1 seed, and you had a bullet on your backs. You had a bullseye on your backs, I'm sorry. And that's not easy to do, to come in and win. And you took down some really good competition, and you managed and navigated these brackets in a tremendous way. Today, you beat the 2021 ECAC champions, Wayne State, and then later on, you beat the #1 seed on the other side of the bracket, NJCU, to win the title. That's a lot of hard work, and it's a tremendous accomplishment. Coach, tell us a little bit about that navigation of this bracket, and again, congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to start off by saying thank you to CENC and to everyone who's organized the event. It's been an absolute blast. Really, I know our students have enjoyed it a lot, so thank you very much for that. Honestly, the bracket was great. I think at the end of the day, we were the #1 seed, so we felt pretty confident about our odds. We knew we just had to power through and play our game. But, at the end of the day, I just got to give all the credit to the players and the students. I mean, they're the ones that work hard. They're the ones that play the games. And on top of that, they're the ones in school at the same time as doing all of this. I mean, they literally have finals this week coming up. So I just want to give a huge shout out to them. I mean, they just work so incredibly hard at everything they do, and they just deserve all the credit in the world. So just an unbelievable bracket run for them. And again, thank you to CNC for hosting such a great event.
Coach, you've been a pleasure to work with throughout the preparation and advancement of this tournament, and we look forward to continuing that relationship. Again, congratulations to you, your team, and your organization. We look forward to seeing you down the road.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to future events for sure.
Thank you both so much. Thanks again. That was Neil Malavone, the EVP of the Collegiate Sports Management Group. Congratulations once again, UTD, on winning the first ever CENC for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Let's talk about Overwatch.
Absolutely, yeah. Presenting the trophy to the 2021 Collegiate Esports National Champions in Overwatch. Please welcome Ray Katz, co-founder and chief operating officer for Collegiate Sports Management Group.
Thank you, and congratulations to you, Coach Elson, and your incredible Northwood University team on the impressive Overwatch victory against such a tough and formidable opponent in University of California, Irvine. Please accept the championship trophy presented by Barbasol, and thank you for participating in the first annual CENC. Coach, love to hear your thoughts on what it took to win the championship, what's next for your team, and how was the journey overall in your eyes and the eyes of your players?
Well, it's been a long year for sure with us. The guys just work incredibly hard. Every night they're out in the living room talking Overwatch and thinking about how they can advance themselves as players and students, right? So what's next for us is hopefully more tournaments, more wins. I know the guys certainly want that.
Wonderful. Well, thank you both so much. Congratulations once again. Thanks to Ray Katz, COO of Collegiate Sports Management Group. Without further ado, it's also time to announce the MVP of Overwatch. Congratulations to Dynasty, and congratulations Northwood on that win, which, Paulie, that reminds me, going back to Smash for just a second, I completely missed. I forgot to congratulate Fox. The MVP for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate was Fox from University of Texas at Dallas. So my apologies, Fox, on missing you the first time, but I wanted to kind of go back and make sure you had your time in the spotlight. But Paulie, I mean, with our third and final trophy handed out, that's the end for the 2021 Collegiate Esports National Championship, for the first ever, hopefully first of many. I mean, we welcomed 48 of the country's top esports teams to the fold, narrowed it down to the final 3 remaining, who have now claimed the distinction of being the first ever Collegiate Esports National Champions.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Thank you all so much. It has been an absolute pleasure to be here. Don't forget to check out all of our CENC partners, and also check out shopcenc.com for jerseys, trophies, and gear. I mean, Jess, it has been, before we go out here, it has been such an amazing day. Thank you so much for being a part of it as well. It has been a pleasure to co-host with you. You've been spectacular this weekend.
Paulie, I cannot thank you enough as well. You were fantastic to host with. Also, thank you to all our sponsors, partners. Thank you to everyone who worked on this show, all of the production crew, as well as all of the viewers. Hopefully, we'll see you next year then.
Absolutely. I'm Paulie Hype. That was Jess Brohard. We had an amazing time here at the Collegiate Esports National Championship Year 1. We'll see you next time right here at the CENC.